Yifutian had been away from Emperor Xia's realm for quite a while. A lot had happened since, but Yifutian was without a doubt nowhere to be seen. In a compound found within the Xiao clan's manor in Emperor Xia's realm, Xiao Shang was coming to meet his father, Xiao Qinhe. Xiao Shang had been forbidden from stepping foot into Emperor Xia's palace since the end of the Battle of Empty Realm. This essentially meant that he was completely cut off from the center of power of Emperor Xia's realm for good. His status with the Xiao clan had plunged since then, as he was no longer nurtured to be the next leader of the clan. Xiao Shang experienced every bit of that difference in how his clansmen treated him, but he dedicated his efforts even more into his training to try to break through the obstacles posed by the plains. He would finally break into Saint Plain to prove his worth to those of the Xiao clan. He planned to venture out on a pilgrimage as soon as he stepped into Saint Plain. However, despite having become half a saint by then, he was still unable to communicate with the great path of the world and become a saint. He came to Xiao Qinhe, his father's place, on that day. "Father!" Xiao Shang bowed and called out. Xiao Qinhe looked up at Xiao Shang and sighed deep down. Xiao Shang was the most gifted among his children. "Why haven't you gone to train in isolation?" Xiao Qinhe asked. "I heard that the people of the Divine Cloud Valley are here." "Are they here for the matter with Gongsun and I?" Xiao Shang asked. Xiao Qinhe took a look at him and nodded. "The incident you kicked up was the talk of the town, and given how you've been mesmerized by a woman into doing what you were doing, the people of Divine Cloud Valley considered it best to avoid the matter between you and Gongsun and I." Xiao Shang said nothing. He did not show any signs of hatred or anger on his face. He had long expected that things would have ended up as such. Both parties had thoughts about a marriage alliance and they had discussed it before. But how things were at the moment, there was simply no way the Divine Cloud Valley would allow Gongsun and I to marry him. A lot has been going on in Emperor Xia's realm as of late, but Yifutian is nowhere to be found. It's been said that even when the Divine Cloud Valley was crafting implements for the people of the 9 states, Yifutian still didn't show up. Many claimed that he was training in isolation to break into Saint Plain. "I wonder if Yifutian has been training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in the royal palace all this while," Xiao Shang said. Yifutian was allowed free access to Emperor Xia's palace to train. He was even permitted to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and that had been a compromise Xiao Shang's aunt, Queen Xiao, made for his sake. Xiao Shang, on the other hand, was practically in a ditch at the moment. The difference between the two men was very apparent. "Maybe," Xiao Qinhe answered. "Why would the princess summon Yifutian's demonic beast into the royal palace then? I have heard that the beast never left the royal palace since then. Is the beast training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, just like Yifutian?" Xiao Shang asked. Xiao Qinhe turned to look at his son as Xiao Shang spoke. It seemed that even while he was training, Xiao Shang paid close attention to Yifutian's whereabouts. So much so that he had also paid attention to his demonic beast. "Some enmity you have there." Indeed, Xiao Qinhe thought. "What are you getting at?" Xiao Qinhe asked. Yifutian demonstrated his ability to enthrall demonic beasts in the Battle of Empty Realm. He was even able to control them remotely and did not need to be by their side. That black-winged condor steed of his was even able to receive his commands from far away. "Father, I'm wondering if that beast is training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus or if it simply is still in the princess residence," Xiao Shang said. "Seems you've come to your conclusions. But even if the bird is indeed at the princess place, what do you think that means? That Yifutian is there as well?" Xiao Qinhe then continued. "Even if Xia Qingyun has indeed let him stay at her place, it's still none of your business, given how even His Majesty is not bothered." His voice turned slightly serious. Despite feeling displeased with what had taken place, the incident was a lesson. Some matters were better left alone, regardless of how annoyed he was about them. Despite being her uncle, it was not Xiao Qinhe's place to butt into the princess business. "No," Xiao Shang shook his head. "You should know well about the princess personality, father. He might not be at her place. If the princess kept the bird at her place, it would naturally be for communication. That leads to the speculation if Yifutian is even in the royal palace. Hell, for we all know, he might not even be in Emperor Xia's realm at the moment." Xianxia stared at Xiaosheng. There was no doubt that vengeance would have served as good motivation at times. Due to harboring intense enmity towards Yifutian, Xiaosheng had been paying close attention to Yifutian's whereabouts, and he came to an extremely accurate conclusion. "What are you saying then?" Xiao Kaine asked while looking at his son. "Even if Yifutian is absent, there is still no need for the princess to keep his demonic beast. There is one other reason to be concerned." Xiao Sheng's expression became sharp. Yifutian is now somewhere very dangerous, and that is why the princess needs to monitor him at all times. "Father, where do you think he ended up? You'd better keep the lesson from what happened last time," Xiao Kaine warned him. He felt that his son was about to do something perilous. "Rest assured, father. I've naturally learned my lesson." Xiaosheng nodded and said, "I'll head back, father." He excused himself and left. Xianxia stared at his back as he went. The old man was thinking, where is Yifutian? Xiaosheng's expression looked unusually cold when he turned around. Some speculations could have been easily verified. Despite being gone for quite a while, there were still quite a number of the people from the 9 states staying around. Xiaosheng wanted to know if Yifutian was still in Emperor Xia's realm. If he was not, then when would he return? Yifutian came to Dali Academy once again, with Lu Chuan by his side. Many surrounded them when he stepped into the Dali Academy. The battle between the 7 swordsmen and Di Hao proved that he was the number 1 below Saint Plain in all of Dali dynasty, and that he was stronger than Dongchen. That, coupled with the fact that he became a student of the Imperial Advisor, naturally earned him a lot of attention. Many whispered among themselves when he walked inside the Dali Academy. Yifutian paid no heed to those voices and followed Lu Chuan to a place of training. There were already several people waiting for them. It was evident that they knew Yifutian was coming. The oldest student of the Imperial Advisor, Yan Yuan, was there. Other than Yan Yuan, 3 others emanated extraordinary bearing. "Greetings, elder brothers," Yifutian called. He knew that those men were the students of the Imperial Advisor. "I suppose you know our eldest brother here. The one at the side is our second brother, Nanzhai. Third brother, Mu Chunyang. Fourth brother, Wang Zhong." Lu Chuan introduced them one by one to Yifutian. Lu Chuan was the 5th and Yuan Jin was the youngest, but at that moment it was Yifutian. "Our little brother here is indeed handsome. I'm sure girls will like you very much." Nanzhai, their second brother, smiled and said. What Yifutian found peculiar was that Nanzhai was different from the other students of the Imperial Advisor. He was of very advanced age and sported silver hair and a beard, looking even older than the Imperial Advisor himself. His eyes were not large, and they turned to slits when he smiled, looking very amicable. In comparison, their third brother, Mu Chunyang, emanated a far sharper aura. He had shoulder-length black hair and wore black clothing. He wore a curved blade on his back, making it apparent that he was a blade wielder. Their fourth brother, Wang Zhong, looked extremely sharp in the eyes, which shimmered with golden light. He seemed very young, almost the same age as Yifutian, but his real age was not so. Wang Zhong was a saint of true self at the 2nd level of Saint Plain. In truth, Lu Chuan had introduced him to them before they came. All 5 personal students of the Imperial Advisor were very powerful. Their eldest brother, Yan Yuan, and their third brother, Mu Chunyang, were both unblemished saints at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. Nanzhai, who was the second brother, was inferior to the third in terms of plane level, as he was only a saint of true self. However, since he became the student of the Imperial Advisor at an earlier date, he became the second. Wang Zhong and Nanzhai were of the same plane, that of saint of true self. Lu Chuan was at the 1st level of Saint Plain, that of the Doctrine Saint. He was already at the pinnacle and would break into true self at any given moment. With Yuan Jin dead, the Imperial Advisor came only to have 5 students left. Even Lu Chuan, who was the weakest among them, had been someone whose name was the talk of Dali dynasty 10 years ago. One could have only imagined how prestigious being students of the Imperial Advisor were. It was due to such prestige that Di Hao wanted to study under the Imperial Advisor. After the Imperial Advisor chose Yifutian instead, all of Dali Imperial City was shaken. "Brothers," I seek only the way of the sword and have little interests in affairs with girls, Yifutian replied. It was rumored that Nanjai was of average talent, but he had a good state of mind. Despite being surpassed by Mu Chunyang, who had joined at a far later date than he, the incident became the talk of many. He remained unfettered and did not take it to heart. He was then one plane below his younger brother, Mu Chunyang. It is good that you devote yourself to your seeking of the path, unlike your senior here, who gets distracted all the time and is now even surpassed by your third brother. Both you and Lu Chuan better not get too far with your training just yet. Remember to wait until your second brother here makes a breakthrough. Nanjai smiled and said. Yifutian felt somewhat speechless at his words. Was this how a big brother should behave? Don't listen to his crap. If you run into any problem with your training in the future, seek out our teacher. If that doesn't prove possible, you could ask second brother here, Mu Chunyang said. It would seem like the third brother still has a lot of trust in me still. Nanjai nodded and quipped. You may not have much talent when it comes to training, but you are still an expert on empty talk after all, Mu Chunyang replied. Cough, cough. Nanjai blushed and glared at Mu Chunyang. Leave some face for your elder brother, will you? I should go. Wang Zhong excused himself and left on his own. Yifutian took one look at him, and Nanjai said, That's fourth brother for you. Don't mind him. Yeah. Yifutian nodded. He had always felt saints to be on pedestals when he was still at lower planes as if they were unreachable beings. However, when his plane level had gotten close, he quickly found out that other than being of different states of mind due to being on higher planes, there was not that much of a difference when it came to daily interactions. Saints and sages were but plane levels. They were still people. Seventh swordsman, Yen Yuan said, If you run into any problems in training and you need answers, come to second brother. If you'd like to temper your body with the power of the saint, come to the third brother. Should you have any problems with mundane matters, feel free to look for Lu Chuan. If none of them can help solve your problem, come to me. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Regardless of how exceptional and legendary Lu Chuan was, he was still the youngest among his fellow students. It reminded Yifutian of the cottage. Regardless of how exceptionally talented he was the youngest brother. While his elder brothers and sisters cared for him a lot, they still liked to tease him when nothing was going on nonetheless. He had never expected to find a sense of familiarity in Dali. He did not know what to think of it. Thank you, brother, for helping me get out of the mess outside of the Dali Academy that day, Yifutian said. He was naturally referring to the matter with Li Xian. Yen Yuan seemed neutral back then, but he was actually leaning against Li Xian to have him make compromises when Yen Yuan offered to help. Li Xian had ulterior motives, and I wasn't doing that for you. If he continues to harass you in the future, there will be no need for you to go easy on him. Just be mindful not to kill him, Yen Yuan said plainly. Understood. Yifutian nodded and left, heading towards the library of the Dali Academy. The library of Dali Academy was one of the wealthiest places in all of Dali Dynasty in terms of the variety of books available. One could even say that if there was something more precious other than the palace of Dali Imperial City, it was the books stored in the library of Dali Academy. Dali Dynasty was a royal force, and many of the most powerful books and records regarding the most powerful cultivation methods available were all found within the palace. Dali Academy earned the support of Emperor Li back then when the place was established all those years ago. As such, many of the books found within the library were copied from the ones in Emperor Li's palace. As the place had gotten increasingly established, the library of the Dali Academy had become something like a holy land among holy lands. Powerful books on cultivation were available in untold numbers to the students of Dali Academy for furthering their training. But then again, all students of Dali Academy couldn't have access to all of the books found within the library. Every single cultivator found in Dali Academy had a different level of clearance, and the forum event held every year at Dali Academy held the key to such clearance. However, Yifutian skipped all of that and gained the highest level of clearance due to being a personal student of the Imperial Advisor. This allowed him access to any cultivation method found within the library. If the Imperial Advisor was to be said to be the supreme figure under Emperor Li in Emperor Li's city, Then the statuses of the imperial advisor's personal students were about just below that of the princes and princesses. Even the descendants of the fourth prince dared not claim they had higher prestige than the students of the imperial advisor, unless there were some exceptional figures on par with the students. Li Xian was a descendant of the prince regent, one of those from the third generation of the prince regent's residence. If he were to be compared with Lu Chuan or any of the imperial advisor's students, no one would have taken Li Xian's status to be on par with that of Lu Chuan and the others. Many were descended from the princes, yet there were only 6 students who studied directly under the imperial advisor. Due to the need for separating the level of clearance between the students, the library of the Dali Academy was divided into 18 floors, and the building looked magnificent. When Yi Futian came to the library, there were many students of the Dali Academy found there, who were either found browsing the books on the racks or flipping through them on the benches. 7th Swordsman. Someone quickly took notice of Yi Futian. More and more people lifted their heads to look at him with sparkling eyes. The 7th Swordsman was then the number 1 below St. Plain in Dali Imperial City. 7th Swordsman, how powerful was Di Hao? A beautiful female student asked with a smile. Yi Futian glanced at her and walked away without replying. The place was in an uproar right there and then. Many whispered and mumbled among themselves, finding him to be just as flippant and arrogant as he was rumored to be. However, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with him. He was the number 1 below St. Plain in Dali Dynasty after all, so it was only natural that he had the right to be arrogant. That was the 7th Swordsman they knew. Aloof, indeed. The woman who was ignored smiled and did not take his response to heart, thinking that he was extremely handsome and that his eyes seemed to be able to enchant people. He was indeed one of a kind among geniuses. Yi Futian went directly to some of the upper floors in the library, browsing through a good number of books on swordsmanship and then some other methods of training as well. The very reason why he chose to come to the library first was so that he was able to train in more powers, which he would then incorporate within his way of the sword, developing sword arts that were uniquely his. Furthermore, even if he were to use some other powers in future battles, nobody would have found anything off with him. Other than that, he was indeed genuinely interested in furthering his training to improve his powers and to comprehend the great path better. He was already capable of moving towards sainthood at present, after all. Godslayer's Sword. Sword Sutra of the Void. Yi Futian found several books on swordsmanship and flipped through them. All of them were sword arts that allowed the user to attack spiritual will directly. Among the techniques found within the Godslayer sword was the Godslayer sword matrix. Yi Futian thought that might have been something that he had experienced quite a while ago. The 9 mighty ones that Li Yao sent to participate in the sacred war all those years ago used that sword techniques which allowed them to kill gods. He flipped through several other books on footwork, which he found useful for disguising the footwork of Shenyuan. Some of the methods found in the upper floors of the library were hardly any weaker than those found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace. Due to having the highest level of clearance, he was able to browse the most powerful methods of training available in the library. Yi Futian spent days training in the library. When he came to develop some realization, he went on to sit in a corner and develop them further. While it was impossible for him to unleash any powers in the library itself, he was nonetheless able to simulate them in his life palace. Yi Futian walked out of the library after training for many days. Many of the students were astonished to find that the 7th Swordsman was indeed a maniac of the sword, who was after nothing but furthering his path and his art in swordsmanship further. However, to Yi Futian, since he was already peerless below the saints at his current state, and he was also a student of the imperial advisor, there was indeed little that he sought after. Yi Futian looked for information on Nanzhai's training ground as soon as he left the library, and came to the second brother. Yan Yuan once said that if he needed answers on furthering his path, he would look for Nanzhai. Nanzhai was painting and looking carefree and peaceful when Yi Futian came where he was. I heard that you are of supreme state of mind. You indeed look carefree and unbridled. Yi Futian mumbled to himself deep down, getting ready to evaluate Nanzhai's artwork. However, when he did come look at the painting that Nanzhai was working on, he felt as if he went to the wrong person. The strokes were unruly and in a total mess, without any rules or traditions that one was able to find in most artwork. He was unable to tell what Nanjai was painting. "What do you think of my work, little brother?" Nanjai asked. "Good," Yifutian said. "How so?" Nanjai smiled and looked at Yifutian. "Good in the sense that I'm unable to see anything from it," Yifutian replied earnestly. Nanjai was dumbfounded but then smiled and nodded. "You speak truthfully." He then put his brush down and looked at Yifutian, asking, "I've heard that you've been spending days training in the library. What brings you here today?" "Brother, I've come to comprehend multiple wills of the Great Path in my training, enabling me to merge them to become my own and turn them into my attacks, but I'm still unable to get to Saint Plain. I even think that Saint Plain seems to be very far away from me, and I'm unable to find the way in." Yifutian continued, "I'm here to ask for your guidance. Sainthood is flawless. What does flawless mean in this case?" "My brother?" Nanjai then looked at Yifutian and said with a solemn tone, "You have comprehended many wills of the Great Path, and you are peerless below the saints. Why do you need to be in a hurry to reach sainthood? Seeking the path is tiring, and there are countless in the Dali Academy that talk about you. I'm sure that there are many very, very beautiful girls among the students who have taken a liking to you. If you're willing to talk to them about life, it would be wondrous. Don't you think?" Yifutian felt that he came to the wrong person. Was this really that Nanjai, that second student of the Imperial Advisor, who was said to have a transcendental state of mind? "Guess I'll just head to the library, then." Yifutian turned around and was about to leave. "Gosh, what a waste of those good looks." Nanjai shook his head sighing, then asked, "So what do you think flawless means?" "One has who has no regrets in their mind and who is devoted to seeking the path," Yifutian asked. "Saints notwithstanding, not even the Runhuang, could claim that they have no regrets." Nanjai said, "What flawless illustrates is a state of mind. It doesn't speak of being devoid of regrets, but rising above them." "Please enlighten me, brother." Yifutian came to seek guidance earnestly. "There is no such thing as a truly perfect state of mind, be it at doctrine, true self, or unblemished states. None could truly achieve absolute perfection." Nanjai then elaborated, "I don't agree to how such states of mind are said to be flawless. I think that the state of mind of saints should be illustrated as transcendental instead." "What do you mean?" Yifutian asked. "Have you heard of the expression of, 'The mind of a person is measured in square inches'?" Nanjai asked. "I have." Yifutian nodded. "That is the size of a person. There is only so much a place measured in square inches can hold. Although you have comprehended many wills of the Great Path and use your development for attacks in battle, you're still trapped within that piece of space measured in square inches, and that is why you cannot become a saint." Nanjai then continued, "That applies to everyone. The saint plane is a plane that requires all-around elevation. As for transcendence, there are two types to it. One being of deep-rooted persistence, breaking through that space measured in square inches through sheer brute force and meld with the Great Path. Even if these people could achieve transcendence and become saints, every step they would have taken in the future would be hampered by their states of mind, making it difficult for them to get far on their path of sainthood. An overwhelming majority of such saints would have hit a dead end, their very limit, when they reached the state of true self, never able to move further forever. But then again, if some saints are indeed able to step even further, they would become terrifying beings indeed." Nanjai's words caused Yifutian to twitch. For some reason, that reminded him of one person, the Glass Saint. Her deep-rooted hatred and obsession allowed her to break through that space measured in square inches. Even if they were to get to the unblemished stage, such states would still actually be flawed. As such, I believe much more in the other kind of transcendence. Nanjai continued, "It is a kind of transcendence that I find difficult to place with words. For instance, you seek the way of the sword. If there shall be a day when you find that you could do with the way of the sword, you would still be practicing the way of the sword, even if you were never to use a sword again, and that would be transcendence. Or for instance, there is someone who keeps pursuing one thing, but one day, they just found that they became able to put that one thing down, let go, and move on to encompass all. That too is transcendence." Or, yet another example. Someone who spent their life seeking the way was then met with a life and death situation, but found that they became able to let go of everything and see their situation in a tranquil manner. Their state of mind transcended the state of life and death. That, yet again, would be transcendence. This is my take on the matter of transcendence. Everyone has their unique experience with it, but you are in a transcendental state of mind. You will then be able to break through that space measured in square inches, melding your mind with the great path, and achieved the towering heavenly state of mind. The heavenly path shall then take notice and rain the catastrophe of the great path upon you. Nanjai elaborated slowly. Yifutian felt insightful and enlightened. He was able to recall several people from Nanjai's elaborations. The number 1 below saints in Lihan heaven, the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain Wangchuan. He lost to Yifutian at the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan heaven on that day. He struggled against his loss in pain but then chose to let go. He then transcended and merged with the great path. He transcended his ego at that moment. His teacher Dozhan fought a life and death battle in the Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states all those years ago. Huang Shi borrowed the will of Renhuang in the imperial mausoleum to fight. Both of them put their lives aside and transcended everything, enabling them to achieve sainthood. As Nanjai put it, such transcendence was the true state of mind of saints. A space measured in square inches would not have been able to meld with the world. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Yifutian bowed. That conversation made him realize that the second student of the imperial advisor, Nanjai, was the real deal. Well, we're a family, so no need to be polite about it. As such, don't fuss yourself over too much with seeking the way. Put it aside for a change and to talk to a girl about life. You might be able to achieve that required open state of mind and be on your way to sainthood. Nanjai narrowed his eyes to a slit smiling and said. Yifutian became utterly speechless, then said, I'll look for the third brother next then. He left as soon as he finished. The third student of the imperial advisor, Mu Chunyang, had a totally different personality with Nanjai. His shoulder-length hair had a clean, clear-cut image. He was training with his eyes closed when Yifutian came. Yifutian stood at the side and waited quietly instead of bothering him. Mu Chunyang was an unblemished saint at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. With extremely rare handful of holiness of nirvana, they were at the pinnacle of the top-notch figures to be found in the dynasty. Even Nanjai was of an inferior state than him. Mu Chunyang opened his eyes a short while later and said to Yifutian, Little brother, third brother, I've just came from second brother's place and I've asked him something about sainthood. I'm here to experience the will of the great path, Yifutian said. It was something Yen Yuan told him before. The eldest brother definitely had his reasons to put it that way. He was naturally able to tell that the eldest student of the imperial advisor, Yen Yuan, was of extremely high prestige, right below their teacher. Yeah. Mu Chunyang nodded. Your second brother is indeed more carefree. But actually, he proves more than adequate to teach you and to have you experience the great path. Is second brother really just a saint of true self? Yifutian asked. Nanjai felt to be carefree and unbridled, so his state of mind must have been in excellent condition. One's state of mind was of utmost importance when training in Saint Plain. Nanjai should have had very high upper limit instead. Is he really just trapped by his lacking talents, preventing his plane from reaching higher heights? He really is indeed a saint of true self. While teacher said that second brother is rather slow in training and somewhat lacking in talents, but he had the best temperament among us all. If there were to actually be one who became enlightened in just a day, that would have been second brother. Perhaps he might end up being faster in making breakthroughs than any of us. Even I have to ask him for guidance many times after all, Mu Chunyang said. Despite being of higher plane than Nanjai, but he was apparently very respectful of the second brother nonetheless. Is that so? Yifutian felt rather puzzled. At the very least, his current vista did not allow him to see that far. He was there at Dali Imperial City for 2 reasons: revenge and training on pilgrimage. The trip would have benefited him a lot, even if he did not end up being able to kill Liao. However, that short amount of time Yifutian spent with the imperial advisor had surprisingly diminished his enmity against the older man. The imperial advisor that he knew back in Emperor Xia's realm and the one he came to know at present were different. That was not to say that the imperial advisor had changed, but that he was able to look from a different perspective due to being of different identity. If you want to experience the will of the great path, I'd like to know if you're ready now? Mu Chunyang asked. Yi Futian's expression had gotten somewhat more serious and then nodded. I'm ready. Mu Chunyang's expression changed entirely, looking extremely sharp. At the very next moment, Yi Futian felt as if everything around him changed and the world was no longer the same. The will of the blade shrouded their surroundings, and he felt as if he became surrounded by curved blades. His robe billowed and felt he was about to suffocate. The will of the blade rained down on him directly. The next thing he felt was as if extremely sharp blades around him were coming down him, streaking down on the heavens and landed right before him. His breathing stopped and was unable to breathe. The will of the blade had gotten increasingly strong and his entire world seemed to have been turned into the world of the blade. Formless blades bloomed before him and lashed out on him in a frenzy. Heavenly might rained down through the vast region of blades. Yi Futian felt himself to be insignificant, as if he was but a chestnut floating at sea. However, Mu Chunyang never budged throughout the entire time. He simply sat where he was. At that moment he lifted his hand forward. Yi Futian was able to sense clearly in that split second that the region of Blade's will was held by him in that very moment. He took control of that supreme power in that space simply by extending his hand. When one becomes a saint, their mind merges with that of the cosmos. The path is the nature and the person becomes the path, reigning over the heavens and the earth. Mu Chunyang's voice was heard. He flicked lightly with his finger, sending boundless will of the blade sweeping by Yi Futian like devastating storms. However, all of that dissipated within mere moments, as if nothing had been there in the first place. Yi Futian exhaled for quite some time, feeling refreshed. He had been in hell for one moment and in heaven the next. The saint plane was one of transcendence. The mind, which had been one measured merely in square inches, became towering, encompassing the entire world, mastering the way of the cosmos. Thank you, brother, Yi Futian said. Mu Chunyang's blade will felt exceptionally strong to him and the impact was very direct. Yeah. Mu Chunyang nodded. But then again, sages becoming saints are something that would naturally happen. It isn't something that happens overnight, and not something that comes just because one is extra hardworking at it. It'd be best that you place higher emphasis in how you develop your comprehension. You're now half a saint, and pure training is of little help by now. Yi Futian nodded. That was how cultivation was. One might have experienced it, one might have seen it, one might have even been able to wrap their head around it, but one still might not have been able to achieve it. That was how mystical planes were. There would not have been countless who were stuck below saint levels, not being able to pass into the next phase otherwise. Yi Futian was able to comprehend multiple wills of the great path, which was a testament of his uncanny talents at cultivation. It was worth noting that he had never ran into much obstacles at such stages, but countless in the 9 states were shut out altogether by those stages. I should take my leave, brother. I would come here to comprehend further in the future, Yi Futian said. You're welcomed here any time. Mu Chunyang nodded and Yi Futian left. Since he had become a student of the imperial advisor of Dali, he would have gone with the flow and trained in silence, making his way to achieve sainthood. As for killing Liao, timing was of the utmost importance, as the prince was not someone he could have killed just because he wanted to. If he were to continue training under the imperial advisor, the chance would have presented itself sooner or later. At that moment, Liao showed up at Dali Academy. Yi Futian ran into Liao when he was returning to the library of the Dali Academy. 7th Swordsman, Liao called. What business do you have with me, Your Highness? Yi Futian walked up to him and asked. His tone was unusually calm despite his enemy being right in front of him, without any signs of emotional fluctuations showing. Right? Liao smiled and nodded. You remember the sword of Cassiopeia? Naturally, Yi Futian said. Both the 7 sins and Di Hao used the sword of Cassiopeia, and it was indeed formidable. King Tiandao's people sent the sword techniques to the palace and I specifically had it copied, ready to be stored at the highest level of the library. Well, you're versed in the arts of space and you could train in the sword of Cassiopea's techniques. That should do a lot in strengthening and completing your way of the sword. Li Yao smiled and said, Emperor Li ruled over everything in Dali dynasty. King Tiandao was an elder brother of Emperor Li himself. King Tiandao had acquired the supposedly lost art of the sword of Cassiopeia, and both Di Hao and the Seven Sins had used them in public. As such, it was natural that King Tiandao sent a copy to the Emperor Li's palace. However, Li Yao brought it to the Dali Academy shortly after. One could have only imagined how would King Tiandao have felt about it. But then again, King Tiandao's reactions were rather predictable. The people of Dali Mountain were irritated specifically because Dali Academy had too much access to cultivation resources of Dali dynasty. As for Li Yao, he was originally a student of the imperial advisor in name. Yuan Jin died in battle for his sake in the Battle of Empty Realm as well. Under such circumstances, he naturally would have chosen to get closer with the imperial advisor's people. He had maintained a very amicable relationship with Yuan Jin. With Yi Futian being the newest student and of the same generation as he was, he saw fit to get on Yi Futian's good side and become friends with the newcomer. Thank you for your effort, Your Highness, Yi Futian said. Well, let's head first to the arena instead of the library. We'll have you take a look at the sword of Cassiopeia first. Li Yao took Yi Futian's arm and led him forward, as if they were really close friends and he did not seem to care that he was a prince in the first place. Yi Futian took one look at the arm and went along with Li Yao. If it had not been for what Li Yao did and that Yi Futian was the seventh swordsman, the seventh swordsman might have actually become friends with the prince. However, some things were predestined. He and Li Yao were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them would have came out alive if they were to clash. Li Yao's intention to kill him was not any less intense than his towards Li Yao. Yi Futian sat on the ground cross-legged at the area, circled by sword wills all around him. The sword of Cassiopeia was particular about controlling sword will with one's will, materializing said will into tangible forms and fusing will of great path into it, enabling one's will to be able to wield the manifested blade perfectly. Yi Futian possessed the perfect requirements for training in the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was a swordsman himself. It did not take him long after comprehending the sword techniques, that the sword will around him coalesced in a frenzy, turning into dazzling leaf-shaped sword, which rang as it pulsed with formidable will of great path of space. Go! Yi Futian extended his hand and swiped. His will activated and the sword of Cassiopeia streaked through the air. The will of his entire being flew with the blade, maintaining tight control on the blade's movements. This is something, Li Yao exclaimed, feeling impressed. That sword of Cassiopeia that streaked through the air circled around him, ringing at deafening high pitches. At that moment, a beam of cold light flashed by and the space seemed to have been torn apart and a sword burst through the air. Li Yao felt his entire being shivering in coldness right there and then, boom! The sword appeared right before Li Yao, mere inches away from his throat. It would have taken Yi Futian only one intention to have the sword pierce right through the prince's throat. Li Yao's expression turned serious. His heart raced at that brief moment. He only let out a bitter smile and shook his head when he saw the blade flew upwards and circled around the space right above him. He was rather baffled by how shaken he was. It was impossible for the seventh swordsman to kill him right there and then after all. Your Highness, I was just thinking of showcasing how precise my control of the sword of Cassiopeia was to you. I beg your forgiveness, Yi Futian said, but his tone hardly sounded apologetic, behaving just as boisterous and unruly as the seventh swordsman had been known to be. In that brief moment back then, he had actually really wanted to stuck the blade into Li Yao's throat and taking his revenge. However, he bit down on the urge nonetheless. He had molded the wild, unruly image of the seventh swordsman specifically for Li Yao, but he had never expected Li Yao to deliberately get close to him and buy him over. It was different from how he planned it, but that hardly mattered. If he were to make a move right there and then and kill Li Yao, he would have succeeded easily, but he would have also died a horrible death for it. That was apparently not how he wanted things to be. No matter. Liao smiled dismissively and said, "That attack is indeed fast, as expected of the sword of Cassiopeia indeed. If it was to be used in battle, one attack would have been enough to cut someone's throat off. Furthermore, that all comes from the first sword materialized. Your Highness, the sword of Cassiopeia requires extremely powerful control to wield. That was just one blade. If there were to be more, control wouldn't have been so easy, and I doubt control could have been at such precision." Yifutian replied, "Well, I believe you would be able to pull it off somehow with your talents." Liao gave his approval. Yifutian spent some more time training after that. When he came to have solid control with the sword of Cassiopeia, he left together with Liao. One could have only imagined how Liao would have felt about things if he were to found out that he was helping Yifutian train. When Yifutian was still training in Dali Dynasty, the countless beings went about their lives as usual in the vast, seemingly boundless Emperor Xia's realm. There was a seemingly endless desert at the western end of Emperor Xia's realm, with one city after another built from dirt in it, and there were countless people training in the cities. That region was known for being chaotic. There were no top-notch forces ruling over the place, and as such, many barbaric forces continued to grow by practicing and living in their barbaric ways. There was a dirt city at the center of the seemingly endless desert region, which produced 3 extremely powerful figures little more than a year ago, who gathered people and ruled over the dirt city. Many claimed that all 3 of them were saints. However, the 3 were unusually low-profiled and never appeared in public, making them all the more mysterious. Still, there continued to be people who wanted to meet and train with those 3 mighty ones. Many brought precious gifts when they went to meet them. On that day, there was a figure who wore conical hat who came to meet the 3 in the cave where they trained in. A group of people walked under the hot sun in silence. The cultivator with the hat and 2 other muscled cultivators who bared their upper bodies continued on their way. "Do you really have sacred spirit stones to offer with you?" the muscled man asked the young man with the hat. "How many lives do you think I have for daring to lie to the revered ones? I'm going on this trip to get myself a teacher," the young man with the hat replied. The other 2 nodded without asking anything further. They initially intended to offer the stones personally, but the young man with the hat refused, being on guard against them and insisting to offer the stones himself. As such, they had no choice but to bring him along. They came before a cave of cultivation which looked like a mountain in dirt yellow colors on the outside. However, the place was actually totally different on the inside, looking extravagant, and was decorated such that the place looked like majestic palaces. They walked all the way to the depths of the palace, and a regal figure was seen sitting on top of the steps above. There were precious beverages laid before him, and he was attended to by voluptuous, alluring women. There were 2 other figures who sat by his side, and they too enjoyed themselves as well. "We heard that you have sacred spirit stones with you, no?" the man at the forefront asked the ones who came. The young man took his hat off and nodded, before extending his hand and showing a piece of dazzling sacred spirit stone. It was a surprisingly huge piece and of very high quality. The regal figure on the chair locked his gaze at the stone, then stared the smiling young man below and said, "Who are you?" The aura on the young man shifted and the expressions of those men changed, looking extremely serious. The aura of that young man continued to change, becoming increasingly powerful. "It's been quite an effort to find you saints. It's rather surprising to find that you still know how to enjoy yourself after coming to the upper worlds," the young man said with a smile. The aura that he emanated was that of the saints. The figure at the forefront was shaken to the core. The other 2 at his side stood up, their aura bursting intensely. "Out, all of you," the mighty one who was addressed as a saint by the young man ordered. All the others left the scene while he glared at that young man, asking, "Who the hell are you?" "I come in peace, seeking cooperation from you, Saint. This piece of sacred spirit stone is a token of my sincerity." The young man offered the stone again and said, "You're rather poor at disguises. So this is how you show that you're sincere? By disguising who you really are." It was apparent that he knew that the young man was not showing his real face. "I could say the same about you. The human face mask that you're wearing is just as poorly made," the young man jabbed sarcastically. Terrifyingly powerful aura shrouded the entire cave, and the other stepped forward. The young man glanced at the three and the strength of his aura continued to rise. He then said coldly, "Saint Shihua, you'd better think things through, given how I actually dare to show up here in front of you. If you want to do it the hard way, I'd suggest that you think of the consequences." The figure at the forefront was none other than the Saint Lord of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Shihua. There was no need to say much about the identities of the other two. After leaving the 9 states back then, all 3 of them came to train in the upper worlds. Yifutian's name became known all over the place later, becoming like the sun at high noon. They did not care to linger at the core regions of Emperor Xia's realm, and so they came to the western edges to train in seclusion, to advance their plane of training further. "What are you after?" Saint Shihua no longer asked about the young man's identity, and had instead inquired his intentions. "I'm sure you have never expected Yifutian to rise to fame that quickly. He is now held in high regard by the princess, and even His Majesty took a liking to him. Well, it's not all that too difficult to comprehend why you're forced to hide your face from the world." The young man continued his sarcastic jab. "But then again, do you think all you do here is of any use, Saint? You're only being kept around by His Majesty because he did not bother to lift a finger against you people. But as Yifutian's status continued to rise, how long do you think you could continue living like this?" Saint Shihua's face was ashen. He had of course remembered the time when Emperor Xia gathered and talked with them. He had long suspected that he was possibly being watched. "You should believe what I said, given how I'm able to locate you after all." The young man continued, "As for my intentions coming here, it's pretty simple. Both the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint are now training in the upper worlds. The 9 states are left rather powerless. Why don't you ally with those of the Hall of Holy Light and kill the saints of the Holy Ji Palace? The sacred war is not over with them around. Even His Majesty would have to admit to that. Saint Jiang is at barren state now, and there are still other saints around. Saint Ji was placed under house arrest by Emperor Xia, so there was no way he would have dared step outside. Even without the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint around, do you think you could actually the barren state as they are now?" Saint Shihua retorted coldly, "Didn't you see that I've brought a piece of sacred spirit stone with me? That should be enough to allow you to recruit saints to help you people out. There are bound to be those who would get moving when the price is right. Furthermore, all of this are still within the boundaries set by His Majesty's rules, so long as you do not go on a killing spree against those below Saint Plain." The young man continued, "Even if you were to fail, all of you would still be able to escape right away. The stone would still be yours, and you're free to use it to further your training. Of course, you are free to refuse if you want to, Saint. But Yifutian would then know of your whereabouts sooner than he should have," the young man said. Saint Shihua looked extremely glum at that point. Whether he liked it or not, he had to agree to it. "What are you getting from doing all of this?" Saint Shihua asked coldly. He wanted to know of the young man's identity and his reasons for doing all of that. Judging from his powers, is he having a grudge against the people of the barren state? All of that seems to be utterly pointless. "I'm not getting much of anything out of this. It's all just a game to me. Just pretend that you have never met me. I'd need to see results within a month, or get ready to see Yifutian showing up at your door with his men otherwise. By the way, don't mention anything about me if anything were to go south. It seems that you've sired an offspring after coming to the upper worlds, so you've seemingly planned things out indeed. If anything were to happen to you, I'd look after your kid in your stead." The young man smiled, before putting on his hat and left. It was truly but a game to him. Saint Shihua's face was all pale as he saw the aura of that young man continued to dissipate. Several shrieks of terror were heard from outside. Saint Shihua knew that there were people who were being silenced. Even if he had never even seen the true face of that man, the mysterious young man chose to simply just silence other unrelated ones around regardless, as well as threatening him to never mention anything about seeing him. It was an unnerving level of caution being practiced right there, leaving no tracks behind at all. If he were to act against the barren state, then it would have all been him acting for his own sake. He had a score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with after all. That was probably what that young man had his eyes on. Saint Xihua felt himself shivering all over at that moment. If there were to be someone who dared to pull something like that under the reign of Emperor Xia, then the man who dared to do so would have been a very terrifying background. Xia Qingyuan received news half a month later that Saint Xihua had returned to the 9 states of the lower worlds. She caught wind in her residence that there were someone who leaked that information, and that her father had sent people to notify him. There were things that Emperor Xia found inconvenient to interfere after all. Relay my orders. Summon the ones at the cottage villa to the royal palace. We shall head to the lower worlds from the royal palace, Xia Qingyuan said. She then rose right away and made for the teleportation grand matrix. The battle was already raging when Xia Qingyuan and the others arrived at the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The battles between saints took place right above the Holy Ji Palace. Other than Saint Xihua, there was another saint at second level of Saint Plain taking on Saint Jiang. The 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain and 2 other saints of the Hall of Holy Light were taking on Dozhan and the others. Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light was placed under house arrest, and the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light never dared to step outside ever since. They came to deem that it would have been more advantageous to strike first instead of simply continue to wait around. As such, the saints agreed to Saint Xihua's proposal. Saint Xihua and his men naturally took notice of Xia Qingyuan's presence. They all felt cold deep down. It was apparent that the princess had picked her side. Princess, are we going to help them out? Some mighty ones at Xia Qingyuan's side asked telepathically. They are able to take care of themselves at the moment, Xia Qingyuan replied. When Divine Cloud Valley crafted divine implements for the mighty ones of the 9 states, several really potent ones were sent to the lower worlds. The Black Wind Condor showed up at Xia Qingyuan's side at the moment. As such, Yi Futian naturally caught wind of the news. The Black Wind Condor then turned its eyes at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Could you order your men to act?" Xia Qingyuan looked at the bird and knew right away that it was Yi Futian who was talking to him. She had long subjugated the bird, robbing it of the gall to be insolent around her. The rules of the sacred war of the 9 states were laid down by Father. Xia Qingyuan looked at the bird, and the huge eyes of the bird continued to stare at her. Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes away and said to him telepathically with a cold expression, "If there were to be anyone who was caught in a life-and-death situation, I shall make an exception. Right now, they could still take care of things themselves." "Thank you, Princess," the Black Wind Condor answered telepathically. Those huge eyes of the bird turned around to glare at Saint Xihua and the others. So this Saint Xihua had actually managed to get another saint down to the lower worlds, and help to assault the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State then. Seems like Saint Xihua and the Hall of Holy Light would always be disasters waiting to happen if they were to be left unattended to then. "When would you be ending your training in Dali?" Xia Qingyuan asked again. "No idea," the bird replied and dived forward, intending to join in the fray. Xia Qingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as she saw the Black Wind Condor fly away. That bastard. She heard last that the imperial advisor of Dali was being very nice to Yi Futian, and had not doubted him in the slightest. At the moment, he was getting ready to break into Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City. Xia Qingyuan was rather irked deep down hearing all of that. Several saints were fighting intensely above the Holy Ji Palace. The Black Wind Condor descended to the battlefield where Dozhan was. Despite having yet to become a saint, the bird was only but a step away into Saint Plain, so it was still able to help out nonetheless. Seeing how the attacks were not getting effective and how Xia Qingyuan appeared right before them, Saint Xihua came to realize something. Xia Qingyuan would have probably not given him any chance. He came to resent the state of affairs at the moment. Xia Qingyuan was the daughter of Emperor Xia, and if even her had already picked a girl, there was no way he would have been able to go against Yi Futian. The balance of the sacred war had become skewed. When he chose to bail when he lost the battle back then, they were destined to stay as losers of the war. He had initially intended to just continue to train while staying hidden. But given how there were others who insisted on forcing him to act, he saw no choice but to comply. If the princess is already here, then Yaya and the glass saint wouldn't be far behind. Saint Xihua mumbled to himself and then said, "Retreat." He flashed and retreated right away. All the others retreated from the battlefield one after another, distancing themselves from the ones they were attacking. Saint Jiang and the others from the Holy Ji Palace did not pursue to assailants, as their current lineup was not really all that powerful. Let's go. Saint Shihua and the others left right away. The black-winged condor's eyes were cold and pointed, flashing with a hint of puzzlement as it saw the figures leaving. They're gonna leave just like that? Is it because of Xia Qingyuan? It seemed that Saint Shihua was not hell-bent on getting his revenge and appeared rather cowardly. In actual fact, Saint Shihua never wanted revenge, but there was someone who forced him to act. Although he had no idea what the other party was trying to do, but he did what he promised to do. With Xia Qingyuan showing up personally, he simply bailed right away, as he deemed it enough to fulfill his promise. The black-winged condor's cold eyes swept around the battlefield. There were quite a number of people injured. However, to Saints, injuries would have been inconsequential so long as they were not grievous. The bird flapped and came to Xia Qingyuan's side, saying to her telepathically, "Princess, do you mind doing me a favor? You want to know the whereabouts of Saint Shihua and the others?" Xia Qingyuan replied telepathically. She naturally knew what Yifutian was up to. The bird nodded. Father was sending men to look into it. What you're doing now is asking me to violate the rules of the sacred war. Xia Qingyuan then added, "Furthermore, Saint Shihua and the others still serve my father after all." Yifutian naturally did not buy any of Xia Qingyuan's bullshit. Saint Shihua probably harbored only resentment for Emperor Xia at that moment. If there was a choice to be had, he would have left Emperor Xia's realm instead. As for Xia Qingyuan, he found it baffling that the woman was talking to him about rules. "I need only news. His Majesty and you, Princess, wouldn't need to lift a finger, so you would not be violating His Majesty's decree," the black-winged condor said telepathically. "You'll talk when you get back." Xia Qingyuan glanced at the black-winged condor plainly. The bird glared at Xia Qingyuan, feeling an urge to do something right there and then. "Boss, no." The black-winged condor sensed Yifutian's intentions and became scared. The blue phoenix sacred beast was right beside Xia Qingyuan after all. If Yifutian were to actually do something right there and then, it would have been the bird to suffer the consequences instead. As for the matter of getting back at the blue phoenix, that would be something saved for a later date. "I'd like to request that you notify the Moon Saint and have him be on guard. I'd leave the matters on this side in your hands, Princess," the black-winged condor said. Since he was still far away in Dali, the matters right there and then naturally fell into Xia Qingyuan's hands. They needed to be on guard since Saint Shihua had actually made a move. As for him, it was naturally impossible for him to just return right away. All of his previous efforts would have been wasted otherwise. "All right," Xia Qingyuan nodded. "So this guy finally learned some manners, huh?" Yifutian, who was training in Dali Imperial City, opened his eyes, which flashed with a hint of coldness. He never expected Saint Shihua to actually appear out of nowhere after all that time. It was fortunate that the Holy Ji Palace had become extremely powerful at the moment, and they were not all that easily shaken. Even if Saint Shihua was able to actually hire a saint of true self from the upper worlds to aid him, it did not actually work as planned. Nonetheless, it would have been better if he were to be on guard from then on out. As such, he was ready to invite saints from the Yu clan to train in the Holy Ji Palace. By doing so, it would have allowed them to aid each other, before eventually taking out Saint Shihua altogether. Yaya, the glass saint, and the others ventured down to the lower worlds, staying behind to guard the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Shihua and his men retreated yet again. The scuffle seemed to have been a minor one, as the Holy Ji Palace remained unharmed at all. The Moon Saint actually came to train at the Holy Ji Palace after that, while Yaya, the glass saint, and the others returned to the upper worlds. All of it looked as if things had reached their conclusion right there and then. It all seemed to be an attempt of Saint Shihua at revenge, and nobody bothered to find out about the story behind his actions. Saint Shihua had a massive score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with after all. The scuffle was quickly forgotten by everyone else. It was something hardly even worth mentioning in the upper worlds. Xiao Shang continued to train as he did in the Xiao clan's manner, leaving the place only in rare occasions. In truth, most of his clansmen hardly bothered about him anyway. After that incident, he came to understand his fate from then on out, that he had become someone irrelevant and dispensable, so much so that even the ones from the Divine Cloud Valley came all the way to the Xiao clan to null the marriage arrangement. It was all a grave insult to him. Xianxia sent men to head to the Divine Cloud Valley that day, inviting Gongsun and I to a restaurant. Gongsun and I came to a prestigious corner of the restaurant regardless, as both of them almost ended up together after all. She was still willing to give him that much face, since he was the one extending the invitation. I have heard that you've spent your time training in isolation as of late to break into St. Plain. How is your training going? Gongsun and I asked. Her sister, Gongsun Xian, was right beside her, and a saint was standing not far away. Not bad, but I seem to be in a bad state of mind, so it's only natural that I have difficulties breaking through. Xianxia said, How about you, Mississippi Gongsun? We haven't met for quite a while. How are you doing as of late? Hardly any different from how I used to spend my days. Gongsun and I answered, You have excellent talents, Mr. Xiao. I'm sure that you'd be able to make it out of your current predicament, making a breakthrough and becoming a saint. I sure hope so. Xianxia smiled and said, looking serene. A man was drinking alone not far away from their seats, which was hardly more than a table away from them. Xianxia. A voice was heard in Xiaoxiang's ears when he lowered his head. Xiaoxiang remained calm and unmoved when he heard that voice, continuing to chat with Gongsun and I. Your speculations are on point. He didn't show up. If he were to be training in the royal palace, he would have ventured down to the lower worlds with Xia Qingyuan. Yet only the princess appeared down there. Even when the ones from the 9 states showed up later, he was still nowhere to be found. The other party continued to elaborate telepathically. Any useful news you were able to acquire? Like where he went to? Xiaoxiang asked telepathically. It was the day where they were set to meet. They set the time and date of the next meeting, after every meeting they had. But then again, while Xiaoxiang would have been there every single time, the other party who showed up would have almost never been the same. If he were to have left from the royal palace directly, then it was probably done through the teleportation Grand Matrix. You should know of the places that the Grand Matrix was connected with. It's always been those several places. The other party continued, Xiaoxiang. Where do you think he would have ended up? Is there anyone in the 9 states dead this time? Xiaoxiang asked. No one died, the other party replied. Are all the saints of the barren state present? Xiaoxiang asked again. They're all accounted for, the other party answered. Then test things out again. Xiaoxiang said. At least make the ones at the 9 states pay somehow. If he were to still not appear, then we could be sure that he is no longer in Emperor Xia's realm. I guess he's most likely in Emperor Li's realm if that turns out to be the case. How so? The other party asked. He left alone without the princess at his side. It was not that the saints were not allowed to be around due to him having gone to some secret, powerful places in Emperor Xia's realm, but due to him being wary of exposing his identity. If that was the case, then the chances of him being in Emperor Li's realm would have been extremely high. There was no reason not to take the saints from the 9 states with him otherwise. He's bold enough to venture into Emperor Li's realm to train? The voice of the other party sounded rather funny. If you bothered to know about him, you'd realize that he might be even bolder than that. Furthermore, the reason the princess left his steed in her place was so to know of his whereabouts at all times. You all could ponder on the implications of such an action. Xiaoxiang said, At the very least, I've yet to find out what is it that he is trying to accomplish in Emperor Li's realm. What is it that would have caused the princess so much concern, that she needed to know of his whereabouts at all times? The other party was silent for a while, before replying, I've recorded every word you've said. The other party put down the cup on his hand after that reply and left the restaurant. Xiaoxiang continued to chat with Gongsun and I, looking polite and amicable. One was unable to sense any hint of sadness and anger from him. All of that surprised Gongsun and I somewhat, and she felt rather guilty for it. Xiaoxiang left the restaurant a while later. He and Gongsun and I went their separate ways and returned to their own residences. It had been a month since Saint Xihua attacked the Holy Ji Palace. Long Linger and Phoenix were poisoned by someone in a restaurant at the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm. Furthermore, the poison used was extremely potent, hitting the internal organs and almost killed them. It was worth noting that Phoenix was versed in the art of healing, and yet even she ended up poisoned. It was a testament of the poison's potency and how well hidden it was. One could have even said that it was a poison at saint level. However, since everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was in high alert due to the incident with Saint Xihua, the village chief was tagging along when Longlinger and Phoenix ventured outside. The village chief did not return to the cottage when the two were poisoned, and had instead sent them into Emperor Xia's palace as fast as he had been able to. The news was hardly of any importance to Emperor Xia's realm as a whole, yet it was no doubt an extremely heavy blow on Yifutian. What the hell is happening as of late? Is it Saint Xihua again? However, according to Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xihua was not even around when they were poisoned. Yifutian it all to be an attempt at revenge when Saint Xihua attacked back then. But when Linger and Phoenix ended up being poisoned, he came to feel that someone was trying to do them no good, and that someone was trying to kill those from the 9 states. Yifutian still remained himself shivering all over despite being at Dali Dynasty, as if he was shrouded by someone's schemes. The most important thing to be done in Emperor Xia's palace at that moment was naturally to keep Phoenix and Linger alive. Xia Qingyun even brought the two of them to the bedchambers of Emperor Xia, to ask directly for help from the emperor himself. Both of them were at the brink of death when the village chief brought them in, especially Linger, who was quite literally having one foot in the coffin and her life hanging by a thread, giving how the poison was all over her systems. Xia Qingyuan, too, felt someone was trying to harm those from the 9 states. The princess residence in Emperor Xia's palace was all gloomy. Xia Qingyuan's mind was cold as ice at the moment. Everyone in Emperor Xia should have known that Yifutian was Emperor Xia's servant. His name was almost literally glittering from the results he brought from the Battle of Empty Realm, and for a time he was the talk of the town. There was simply no one who did not know of Yifutian by then. If Saint Xihua were to be said to make a move against the Barren State, he was doing it out of desperation. At present, however, someone actually made a move against Phoenix and Longlinger. One could have only imagined what was going on in her mind at that moment. However, there was something that she was unable to comprehend. Were the two incidents simply a coincidence? Or there were people who manipulated events from behind? There were many things that she was unable to understand at that point just yet. The Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others also came to Emperor Xia's palace, waiting for news at the princess residence. At present, the conditions of Longlinger and Phoenix remained unknown. All of them were hoping that Emperor Xia was able to bring about a miracle. Both of them would have been in extremely dire states otherwise. At that moment, someone came to Xia Qingyuan's side and delivered her some news. The eyes of the black-winged condor were extremely cold. The bird went over and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Those eyes radiated bone-chilling cold. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian through the bird's eyes and said, "There was a saint-level clan in Emperor Xia's city, the Mu clan, and a member of their younger generation was infatuated with Longlinger, following her around everywhere. Longlinger was rather naughty and constantly made a servant out of him. This incident stemmed from that young man confessing to Longlinger and was spurned. He then decided to poison both himself and her, hoping to be able to die together." "What happened to him?" the bird asked. "Dead. From the poisoning," Xia Qingyuan said. The black-winged condor turned around to address the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Mingyue then added, "Mu Yan was indeed infatuated with Linger and she teased her all the time. Furthermore, Mu Yan was timid yet cheerful, so he followed Linger around all the time like the princess put it. He had even been to the villa and we've all seen him. As such, we didn't put up a guard against him. But then again, Mu Yan's personality was one that shouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. We have interrogated the people of the restaurant and the Mu clan. Those from the Mu clan didn't believe that Mu Yan would have been capable of such a thing, but there were many in the restaurant who witnessed personally what happened, so that was probably the truth. It would have been possible if one of them had lied. but there was no way so many would have dared to lie. Furthermore, we've checked everyone who were present, and all of them were clear of any doubt. Then this incident would be a coincidence then. One that was caused by Linger not being careful with who she made friends with. The black-winged condor spoke with a cold, gloomy voice. He knew what Linger was like very well. She was naughty and stubborn, but pure of heart. If she was willing to get along with Mu Yen, then Mu Yen would have never been those evil, ferocious or brutal types. His second sister and all the others have seen him as well. But then again, the truth was right before their eyes. All of that seemed to truly be of pure coincidence and little else. Furthermore, it seemed that none of that incident had anything to do with Saint Xihua acting against the barren state. Yifutian did not think much of the attack back then, but with something like that happening to Linger this time, he was forced to reconsider. I know that you are suspecting something is off. I too am suspecting as well. But from the looks of things at the moment, there are hardly any leads or openings, with one possible exception. Mu Yen was controlled by some powerful figures using some special means. Xia Qingyuan then added, none of the people of the Mu clan knew of anything about Mu Yen being acquainted with powerful people. We didn't have anyone to keep an eye on Mu Yen as well. Furthermore, Mu Yen suffered the worst of the poisonings, dying right on the spot. Even if such speculations are possible, there are no leads for us to look into. Sister, did anyone or Linger herself made any enemies, or got on anyone's bad side during this period of time? The black-winged condor asked. No. Everyone was being diligent in their training. Even if there were to be scuffles when they went outside, none of them were severe enough to warrant the risk of doing something like that. Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The black-winged condor nodded. With his current status at Emperor Xia's realm, all saints would have known that acting against them all would have came with great risks. No one would have possibly gone that far over mere scuffles, unless said scuffles concerned life and death situations. Well, then it's probably some enemies we made way back then, the black-winged condor said. Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light of the Lower Worlds was placed under house arrest. Saint Xihua and his men were hardly able to cover their hide. Both parties did not seem to have anything to do with the incident. The first enemy they made in the upper worlds was those from Lihan Heaven. But then again, the swordmaster of Lihan had lent one of them his sword and saved their lives. Wang Chuan came to possess a supreme state of mind and became a saint. All of that should have been known to all in the Lihan Heaven, and the score between both sides should have long been settled. Furthermore, with them still owing the swordmaster of Lihan for having borrowed a sword from him, there was hardly any possibility that the people of Lihan Heaven would have moved against Yifutian's people. As for Gongsun Zhong of the Divine Cloud Valley, they might have been scuffles between both parties, but during the Battle of Empty Realm, Gongsun Zhong had been rather straightforward in his dealings. Due to Xia Qingyuan having expressed her disappointment in him, he channeled all his frustration in the battlefield. Compared to Gongsun Zhong, it was more probable that Xiao Shang, who had actually set Yifutian up in the Battle of Empty Realm, would have acted against him instead. What Xiao Shang did back then was totally within reason and little to complain about. He had only recalled those that the princess put at Yifutian's side due to the princess being in trouble, yet his actions almost caused all of them to die in battle. However, Xiao Shang was sold out by Liao later, with someone leaking the news of the enemy having bought him over, causing the cover for the motives of his actions blown. Xiao Qianhe of the Xiao clan brought Xiao Shang into the royal palace and begged Queen Xiao for mercy. Queen Xiao had summoned Yifutian personally and rewarded him, bestowing 10 great training methods to the people of the 9 states as well as awarding them with divine implements. She had even permitted Yifutian to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, forcing him to put that score with Xiao Shang aside for the moment. If what happened to Linger turned out to be one of the events manipulated by Xiao Shang, then there was no doubt that he had turned even more adept than when he was during the Battle of Empty Realm. Could you investigate Xiao Shang? Yifutian asked. I've considered what you are now thinking. Xia Qingyuan continued. Someone returned to me with news. Ever since what happened back then, Xiao Shang had been spending time training in his clan's estate. Even when he ventured outside, he stayed close to the Xiao clan territory. Furthermore, Xiao Shang's status in the Xiao clan was no longer what it used to be. His status became limited, so even when he intended to get something done, he hardly had the resources to pull them off. Before and after something happened to Linger, he had only ventured outside once, and it had been to meet Gong Sun and I. Given Xiao Shang's status in the Xiao clan back then, they should be someone that he is still able to make use of, no? The Black-Winged Condor asked. There are definitely some, but probably not many. Given how my grandfather had rescinded a lot of the perks and powers Xiao Shang was given, he would have had lots of problems using any of the saints, Xia Qingyuan said. The one went about poisoning the girls that time was definitely a saint. What if someone in the clan was willing to actually work with him? The bird asked again. It was apparent that Yi Futian was doubting the Xiao clan. When my uncle brought Xiao Shang into the royal palace, he had made promises to my mother, which was why she was willing to agree to stepping in and solving the matter, which in turn led to you being into the royal palace. You should remember that while it is possible for Xiao Shang to still resent you, but my uncle is nonetheless still the successor to the Xiao clan and my mother's brother. What good would it do him by doing such things? If he was only doing it to settle the score on behalf of his son, then even my mother would not have forgiven him if it was discovered. Judging by my uncle's personality, there was basically no way he would have done such a thing. Xia Qingyuan analyzed the idea, and Yi Futian had to admit that Xia Qingyuan was making sense. Xiao Qianhe was no doubt someone who would have clung to power, judging by his intentions to put Xiao Shang into the royal palace. There was simply no need for someone like him to take such a great risk. Xiao Qianhe was still Queen Zhao's elder brother and Emperor Xia's brother-in-law. That status alone would have been of extremely high prestige. So you're saying that this has nothing to do with Xiao Shang then, princess? The Black-Winged Condor asked in a low voice. No leads or openings, really? There's another thing. Be it Xiao Shang or anyone else, if they really intended to act against you, why you they be beating around the bush like that? Phoenix and Linger might have been people from the Barren State, but they were still not core figures. Xia Qingyuan frowned and said, as for the matter if any of that had anything to do with Xiao Shang, I could only say that there is nothing on him at the moment. I'd keep having people to look into it until we've got something. Yeah. The Black-Winged Condor nodded. Although he suspected that Xiao Shang was involved, but it was impossible for them to crash into the Xiao clan's estate to arrest him when there were still lacking evidence. While Yi Futian was on very good terms with Xia Qingyuan, but Xiao Shang was still the son of Xia Qingyuan's uncle after all. All of the important people of Xiao clan was gathered in a great hall of the clan's estate. Old Man Xiao was present to host the meeting. There was a lone figure standing below, and it was none other than Xiao Shang. There were people from the royal palace who came to investigate Xiao Shang's whereabouts not long ago. They all knew that someone tried to assassinate people at Yi Futian's side using poisons. Kneel, Old Man Xiao said coldly. Xiao Shang went on his knees on the ground, looking up at his grandfather and the familiar faces that looked like that of strangers to him. However, his eyes were unusually calm, and he simply felt the whole situation to be rather ironic. He had been raised as the successor to the clan back then after all. Grandfather, I don't understand, Xiao Shang said. Did you actually do anything? Old Man Xiao glared at Xiao Shang and asked. What Xiao Shang last pulled had actually damaged the relations between the royal palace and the Xiao clan. If Xiao Shang were to pull anything absurd, it would have ended up jeopardizing the Xiao clan's status. I don't understand, Xiao Shang said as he sensed formless pressure bearing onto him. Someone attempted to kill the people of the Barren State using poison. Do you have anything to do with it? Old Man Xiao glared at Xiao Shang as he asked, raining down incredible pressure on his grandson. Someone tried to assassinate those from the Barren State? Xiao Shang looked up and said sarcastically, well, it seems to me that they've offended some other people then. I never expected Qingyuan to be here for this. Girls do have tendencies to lean towards outsiders then. She didn't bother giving you an uncle face just for a man. You little shit, Old Man Xiao said coldly. Say that outside and I'd have you punished according to the clan's rules. Xiao Shang chuckled sarcastically and continued. Grandfather, you'd find out what I've been up to these days if you'd just look into it. If you think that I was the one who did all that, then by all means just hand me over to Yi Futian. Old man Xiao glared at Xiaoshang and said coldly, I know you have your resentments, but it's your mistakes and you're to bear the consequences. From this day forth, you're not allowed to step outside the estate. Xiaoqianhe, pull all men at his side away. He is not to be allowed to have any contact with the outside world without my orders. Acknowledged. Xiaoqianhe nodded. He stared at his son and came to have bad feelings about some people. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiaoshang stood up, turned around and left. His clansmen all watched with cold expressions as he left. That is one hell of an asshole. Xiaoshang looked up at the sky after he walked out of the hall. A cold smirk was seen on his face. Investigate me? Investigate all you like. I've done nothing. As for the house arrest, he did not mind it at all. If his speculations were to be proven correct, someone else would have picked up where he left off and taken care of the rest. There were often mighty ones getting in and out of Emperor Xia's palace, especially the princess residence. The princess residence, which was usually extremely quiet, became apparently very lively for the past several days with people coming and going. All of those from the barren state of the lower worlds were allowed to come and go as they pleased, and it was something everyone in the royal palace knew. Princess Xia Qingyuan was being very kind to those from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, and it all had to do with Yi Futian. The incident with just 2 cultivators from the lower worlds getting attacked would not have caused that much commotion otherwise. They were even able to get help from Emperor Xia himself, and it was an enormous favor rarely seen. Most of the people from the Holy Ji Palace waited for news in the princess residence. Several people flashed on that day, appearing before the group. Phoenix, Linger. The group noticed 2 within those who just showed up and walked up to them. The black-winged condor went up as well, feeling relieved as the crisis was finally averted. How are they doing? Zhuge Mingyue asked. They're fine now. Consider them actually came back from the gates of hell itself. A figure wearing a cloak behind them said. His voice sounded rather croaked and his skin extremely pale. Thank you, Senior. The people from the Holy Ji Palace expressed their gratitude. The black-winged condor's eyes turned to one of the cultivators behind Long Linger and called, Senior Long. That man's eyes turned to look at the bird and said, You are. I'm Yi Futian. The beast could relay my thoughts directly. The black-winged condor explained. The middle-aged man caught on and said with a smile, So we've met. Yes, and it's been many years indeed. Thank you for your help, the black-winged condor said. The man was none other than Long Etienne, Long Linger's uncle. What happened to you? This is something that happened in the battle of proving holiness all those years ago. I was surrounded when I was on my journey back then. My physical body perished and my soul rested within the dragon's soul, merging with it. I then hid within a piece of saint-level spirit jade that I came to possess by chance, enabling me to stay alive. His Majesty Emperor Xia was gracious enough to forge a new physical body for me, Long Etienne said. Brother, if it hadn't been for Uncle, I'd have been dead by now. Long Linger's eyes were somewhat reddened. It was a blessing in disguise. If it had not been for Linger being in a critical condition, Xia Qingyuan would not have came to bother Emperor Xia. You'll be fine, the black-winged condor said. But Mu Yen is dead. Brother, Mu Yen isn't someone of that sort. I felt that he was being controlled by someone else back then, Long Linger said. I feel the same way about things. There are so many things that feel wrong with this. Phoenix and Long Linger shared the same thoughts. She had a unique constitution and she had a phoenix as her life spirit, which was capable of the nirvana arts. All of that enabled her to keep her life hanging by a thread and eventually allowed her to survive. Linger, on the other hand, was protected by Long Etienne. However, Long Etienne had almost completely dissipated from the ordeal nonetheless. Both of them were considered miraculously lucky to have survived the assassination attempt. Mu Yen had apparently not been as lucky. He died from the poisoning on the spot, a testament of the poison's powers. Yeah. The black-winged condor nodded. He did not believe all of that to be just a coincidence. I have looked into Xiao Shang's actions after what happened. There was nothing suspicious about it. The Shao clan had placed him in house arrest and forbade him from contacting anyone on the outside. I'd send men to keep a close eye on him as well. Xianxia said. Of course, the possibility of someone helping Shao Shang out cannot be ruled out. As such, I would look into anyone whom Shao Shang was able to mobilize after what happened all the way back then. More people would have been involved and the investigation would have taken quite some time. There did not seem to be any leads anyone could have exploited regarding the incident. Mu Yan might have been the only one who had been in contact with the person who poisoned him, but Mu Yan was already dead. There was no way to look into the people that he came into contact with before. That lead was totally cut off, and they were only able to look into Shao Shang, who appeared to be the most suspicious at the moment. However, from the current looks of things, there did not seem to be any openings to be had with Shao Shang. If that happened to truly be something that he pulled, he naturally would not have been able to do anything with the princess keeping a close eye on him. As the princess put it, someone might have been helping him. Although the possibility of the Shao clan being involved being rather low, I'd like you to keep an eye on them as well, the Black-Winged Condor said. I would. I shall keep a close eye on things with Saint Shihua as well. While we can't be sure if those two incidents were actually connected, but I'd look into it as well, to see if they had been coming into contact with someone suspicious. Xia Qingyuan said, I would look after the people of the Holy Ji Palace in your stead. Thank you, Princess. The Black-Winged Condor said, Please send my regards to His Majesty as well. You really have no intentions of returning then? All of these may have been directed at you, Xia Qingyuan said. I'm not Yi Futian over there. Furthermore, you do have someone at Dali Imperial City, right? Yi Futian asked. I do. I tell you how to contact them. Xia Qingyuan added, If anything else were to happen, return immediately. Yi Futian opened his eyes at a training ground in Dali Academy. The sword while circling around him gradually dissipated. His eyes looked cold. Queen Shao had gotten personally involved to mediate what happened back then, and he was unable to do anything about it. It's not like I can go against Queen Shao after all. However, if he were to find out that it was Shao Shang who did all of that, there should not have been anyone to protect Shao Shang again. It was hardly surprising why he kept suspecting that Shao Shang was the one involved. No one in Emperor Xia's realm had so much beef with him than Shao Shang after all. Seventh Swordsman. A voice was heard. Yi Futian looked up and saw someone coming in his direction. It was none other than Li Yao. He had been in contact with Li Yao a lot as of late, making them familiar with each other. Technically speaking, Li Yao was a student of the Imperial Advisor in name, which made the prince his senior. What brings you here, Your Highness? Yi Futian called while remaining seated instead of getting up. He looked nonchalant, and that nonchalance was what would have appeared normal. The end of the year is near, and Dali Academy holds a forum at the end of the year of every year. The royal members of Dali Imperial City would hold a grand hunting event, the Royal Hunt, among the royal members instead. I'd like to invite you to join the event, if you're willing, Li Yao said. Royal Hunt? Yi Futian asked in puzzlement. Indeed, a hunting event. There are tens of thousands of beasts at the West Mountains of Dali Dynasty, which serve as the hunting ground of the royal members of Dali Dynasty. It is a training that is quite hard to come by, Li Yao said. Any sacred beasts there? Yi Futian asked. Of course. Li Yao nodded. Yi Futian was unable to help but feel impressed. The royalty of Dali Imperial City was actually wealthy enough to keep tens of thousands of beasts just for training by hunting, and they even had sacred beasts. If this is meant for royalty, wouldn't having me join in be breaking the rules? Yi Futian asked. Not at all. Royal members have the right to bring others to hunt. Li Yao smiled. There would be quite a number of attendants and servants by then. Seventh Swordsman, you're now invincible under Saint Plain. No one else below Saint Plain in all of Dali Dynasty would be able to fight you, and you wouldn't be able to further your sword training. Even the saints found in Dali Imperial City wouldn't have actually fought you in earnest. Hunting then becomes a great training opportunity to have you feel the true power of saints among demonic beasts. You daring enough to try it out? Yi Futian's expression became pointed and said, How could I refuse an invitation from you, Your Highness? I shall stay by your side during the hunt. Very well. You indeed are number below Saint Plain in all of Dali. Liao smiled and nodded. Well then, I keep you posted when the time comes. All right. Yifutian nodded and Liao left with his people. Yifutian watched Liao leave and thought that the prince was as nice as a prince could have been to him. He was peerless below the saints and they both studied under the same teacher. As such, it was not difficult to come to the conclusion that Liao was buying Yifutian over to be of help to him in the future. It was quite a pity that the feud between them both meant that one of them must die. So His Highness has invited you to join the royal hunt, eh? A voice was heard and several people were seen walking towards him. Yifutian lifted his head and saw Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan. Yeah. Yifutian nodded and said, What brings you here today, brothers? We're heading to the Imperial Advisor's residence. There is a lunch event held today, Lu Chuan answered. Yifutian was puzzled. Lunch event at the Imperial Advisor's residence. Sure. Yifutian got up and said, So, have you found yourself a girl whom you can talk about life with? Nanzhai narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Yifutian was rather speechless. He then said, Find yourself one then, second brother. Nanzhai stared at his face and said, If your brother here is as young and handsome as your boy? Yifutian was exasperated. If it had not been for the conversation they last had, he would have thought Nanzhai to be a good-for-nothing lecherous old man instead. Brother, the seventh swordsman here is a swordsman and has a pure mind of the sword. Don't go about tainting him, will you? Mu Chunyang interjected, finding the second brother's antics intolerable. He needs to relax precisely because he's so damn tense. Let that stick, will you? Nanzhai said with a condescending tone. You're the older brother. Have it your way. Mu Chunyang did not continue to argue with Nanzhai and Lu Chuan at the side, then smiled at Yifutian, saying, That's our second brother for you. You could learn about divine path from him. As for other matters, you'll be the judge yourself. Yifutian nodded. The Imperial Advisor had few students, but the atmosphere among them was an amicable one. It truly made him feel like he was back in the cottage from all those years ago. One could have told something about a teacher by looking at the student. It seemed that the Imperial Advisor was indeed someone worthy of respect. But then again, their stance seemed to have been decided right from the start. However, what Yifutian saw at the moment was not probably all there was to it. Yan Yuan and Wang Zhong were already waiting for them. All of them gathered before going to the Imperial Advisor's residence. Lunch was prepared when they came to a quiet compound within the Imperial Advisor's residence. Yifutian found that other than the Imperial Advisor, there was also a woman present. Yifutian was rather surprised and turned to look at her. The woman looked very pretty, sporting a pure, natural look that was pleasant to the eye, as if she was favored by the heavens. She turned to look at Yifutian as well and asked, Father, is this the seventh swordsman? Indeed. The Imperial Advisor nodded with a smile and looked at Yifutian, saying, Seventh swordsman, this is Feishue. Yifutian was surprised to find that the Imperial Advisor actually had a daughter. He had never met her before. A beaming smile was seen on Feishue's lips, yet her eyes looked to be devoid of life. One could not have seen a smile in them, which startled Yifutian. Sister, Yifutian called. Sister? I'm not father's student. Just call me by name. Feishue smiled warmly and continued. As for my eyes, don't mind them. I can't see after all. She's blind? Yifutian was somewhat shaken. For some reasons, he felt a tinge of sorrow hearing that she was unable to see. While Feishue did not have looks that would have had men killing each other for, but he found her appearance to be really pleasant on the eye. It was some mystical feeling that he was unable to quite place. Not even your proficiency with the arts is able to do anything about it, teacher? Yifutian asked the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor shook his head in reply. Yifutian looked at the Imperial Advisor and sighed secretly. Due to Feishue's status, even if the Imperial Advisor were to ask for Emperor Li's help personally, the Emperor would have no doubt agreed to help. If Feishue remained incapable of seeing still, then there would not have even been a need to ask in the first place. There is no need to grieve for my sake, seventh swordsman. I'm fine as I am, Feishua said with a smile, as if she was able to read what was going on in his mind. I'm not grieving, Yi Futian denied and continued. I'm just thinking that someone as good-looking as you would have felt brilliant if you were to be able to see. Feishua smiled faintly. Although her eyes continued to look dead, her smile felt pleasant nonetheless. Take a seat, the imperial advisor smiled and said. All of them took their respective seats by his side soon, with Yan Yuan seated at the first seat at the left, followed by Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang and Wang Zhong. Feishua, Lu Chuan and Yi Futian were seated at the right. Where is the mistress? Yi Futian asked Lu Chuan telepathically instead of asking out in the open. The case with Feishua told him that the imperial advisor might have had his own stories. If the mistress did not show up, there would have also been a story behind. Lu Chuan did not look at Yi Futian but replied telepathically nonetheless. I've never seen the mistress. She passed a long time ago. Don't bring the mistress up in front of teacher. Will do. Yi Futian nodded in secret. Seventh swordsman. There is no need to be so formal in a family event like this. The imperial advisor smiled and said, Sure, teacher. Yi Futian said and nodded. The group began eating away. They all looked relaxed as there were hardly any rules to be observed there. How are your training been going? The imperial advisor asked all who were present. I don't think I'd ever get to your plane, teacher. Yan Yuan smiled and said, Yan Yuan, your strength lies with your sense of perception of worldly affairs, but it's at the same time your shortcoming. But then again, it'd only be a matter of time before your achievements eclipse that of mine. The imperial advisor said, Teacher, I don't have much of any specific goal and I'm only following my heart in training. Nanzhai said, Yeah. The imperial advisor nodded. I'm not all that concerned with the few of you. Wang Zhong, your obsession runs too deep. It's probably pointless for me to tell you to let go, but you need to understand that while the obsession might drive you to greater achievements, it might also get in the way of you achieving greater things. I would definitely surpass you, Wang Zhong said. And I'd be waiting. The imperial advisor nodded and said. Yi Futian looked at Wang Zhong with surprised eyes. He had always thought Wang Zhong to be rather different from the O'Hares. From the looks of things at the moment, he was actually more than just different, as it seemed that he and the imperial advisor did not even seem to be on good terms. If that is the case, why would the imperial advisor take him in the first place? Seventh swordsman. I've asked you that day why did you become a cultivator, and your answer made me decide to take you in as my student. The imperial advisor then said. The great path knows no boundaries. Not even I had been capable of such spirit as you. I was just mouthing away actually, Yi Futian added. There are no doubt boundaries in the world. Any who was brazen enough to say that the great path knows no boundaries would be a show of open-mindedness. Me, for example, has never had such spirit with me. If you happen to have that something that I lack, it'd naturally something I'm happy to see. Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor and asked, I have something that I find puzzling. Would you mind giving me some guidance, teacher? All right, speak. The imperial advisor nodded. If you had agreed with the notion of the great path knows no boundaries, why would you have aided His Majesty in strengthening Dali and went about taking other realms? Wouldn't that be going against what you agreed on? Yi Futian asked. He had always been curious what kind of a person the imperial advisor actually was. Since the opportunity to ask was right in front of him, he saw fit to take it right away. When I asked you about why you sought the path, you said that you hoped that even if there would be a day when you stop cultivating altogether, you would still have the freedom to choose nonetheless. That applies to you as well as Dali as a whole. Wars never ceased since the ancient times. Even the mess the world went through over 300 years ago, we have still not been able to shake off its effects. Wars between realms easily had casualties racking up to millions. If we were to not strengthen Dali, destruction would have been the only thing lying ahead of us, and there is no freedom of choice for us there. The imperial advisor turned his eyes at Yi Futian and continued. I have done a lot of wrong in my efforts to advise His Majesty, but I've also done a lot of good for the cultivators of Dali nonetheless. One has to pay something in order to get something. Like I've said earlier, I lacked your spirit and I have never considered the notion of the great path knowing no boundaries before. However, I'm nonetheless only able to do what I can to help change what I can. I understand, teacher. Yifutian nodded lightly and sighed deep down again. He had no problem telling that the imperial advisor was telling the truth. If one were to take his stance into consideration, one would have realized that if Dali was not strong enough, the Emperor Xia's realm, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, or some other realms would have taken Emperor Li's realm by force. If you want to see change as well, then you'd have to first stand at the highest point at the place you wish to see changes being made. It's been said that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing dreamt of changing the world as well, and that was what drove them to stand at the top of the world. A tinge of respect was seen in his eyes as he continued. There would always be some great beings around in the world which would inspire respect and awe. My abilities and character are limited and I do not have what it takes to become someone like that. But I do hope that you all would be someone of such caliber. Teacher, you're great enough as far as Dali is concerned, Yan Yuan added. It isn't something you could determine on your own. Ask Wang Zhong what he think about that. The imperial advisor said in a self-depreciating tone and took a look at Wang Zhong. Yan Yuan did not ask, as it was obvious that he would not have been able to get any answers anyway. Yifutian seemed to have learned more about the imperial advisor and came to respect him a little bit more deep down. It was possibly Emperor Xia's realm that had known too little about the imperial advisor of Dali instead. The imperial advisor had not been wrong with what he said. He was not Donghuang the Great or Emperor Yi Qing. His abilities were limited and he was only able to affect Emperor Li's realm. Teacher, I'd like to ask a rather bold question. Why have you decided to seek the path? Yifutian asked. The imperial advisor was rather startled as he looked at Yifutian. That was the first time someone asked him why he sought the path. He had always been the one asking the question instead. If I were to tell you that I have never considered the question, would you believe me? The imperial advisor looked at Yifutian and said. Yifutian was dumbfounded and rather surprised. However, the imperial advisor simply smiled. Any one of you here has more spirit than I did. I once have been training because I felt like doing so, and I have never thought why I sought the path. When calamities strike one day, you'd quickly find that you don't have the right to choose. As such, when you said that you want to see the right to choose even if one were to choose not to be a cultivator, I said that you have set your standards too high. Even if you were to be cultivator, there are lots of times when you are still robbed of that right, being utterly hopeless in the face of it all. At present, my wishes are two simple ones: to allow Feishue to live a simple life, teach a few students of my own, establish a Dali Academy that could provide a good environment for cultivation for the later generations, so to enable Dali dynasty to live long and prosper. As for anything greater than all that, I dare not ask. Yifutian looked at the imperial advisor feeling rather frightened. That could not have been further from the impression he had about the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor he knew was one would have dedicated his entire being into service to Dali dynasty. A great figure who would have poured his heart and soul into taking other realms. Yet, the imperial advisor who was right before his eyes was someone who could not have been more peaceful and tranquil. Doesn't match what you know, I take it? People are used to talking down to others from a pedestal. In truth, however, regardless of the height one stands at, one would have still been just a person. The imperial advisor of Dali said. Haven't you thought of bringing change to more realms? Yifutian asked. If you've experienced realm wars firsthand, you wouldn't be having such thoughts. Unless I become able to have control over other realms without going through realm wars, it is something that I would never ever think about. The imperial advisor looked at Yifutian and said. The realm wars that the imperial advisor spoke about were naturally large-scale ones. Yifutian once heard that there were 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and some realms were devoid of life altogether, with the realm wars being brutal enough that they brought about total annihilations of realms. It was truly something harrowing. The Battle of the Empty Realm was actually one that was fought at a small scale. On the other hand, the imperial advisor claimed that he had experienced true realm wars. As for wanting to affect other realms without going through the path of realm wars, one would have been able to train to the highest plane there was. For instance, if he alone were to be able to take down Emperor Li, that would not have needed for any realm wars. From the looks of things, the Imperial Advisor was actually someone who opposed realm wars. The group chatted without a care in the event, and Yi Futian came to learn more about the Imperial Advisor and his other students. After they were done, the Imperial Advisor said to Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, send Feishue to her sleep." Sleep? Yi Futian looked puzzled. Feishue needed to be in her sleep, often due to her cultivation. She is actually far older than you are, and the reason why she looks so young is because she spends most of her time sleeping, the Imperial Advisor explained. Yi Futian was somewhat shaken. You're talking about suspended animation then? He finally knew what the family gathering earlier was for. Feishue rose from her sleep. He turned his eyes at Feishue, at the clean, beautiful face of hers. Fate had not been kind to her, and yet, that calm and warm smile looked as tranquil as it could have been. The Imperial Advisor said that he hoped that Feishue would be able to live a simple life. He said so because even that alone proved to be a luxury. Sure. Lu Chuan nodded slightly and rose. Feishue, who was by his side, rose as well and was getting ready to leave. I'll go as well, Yi Futian said. He rose and walked with Lu Chuan and Feishue, leaving where they had the gathering. All three of them walked, and Yi Futian asked, "Brother, what happened to Feishue?" "I don't know myself. It has always been so ever since I came to study under the Imperial Advisor." Lu Chuan shook his head and sighed. "It's all right, seventh swordsman. I've gotten used to it." Feishue faced where Yi Futian was and said, "I'd be able to stay young always. Isn't that wonderful?" "How long would you need to sleep?" Yi Futian asked. "There is no certain pattern to it. I spend most of my time sleeping." Feishue then added with a smile, "No need to be sad for me." "I'm not," Yi Futian denied. "So you don't want to admit it again, eh?" Feishue said with a faint smile. "My father said that your mind of the sword was pure. Somehow, I find that your emotions are always in turmoil, always easily moved to sadness. Shouldn't your training in the way of the sword make your state of mind as strong as bedrock?" Yi Futian wanted to explain, but Lu Chuan took a good look at him and said, "Feishue is capable of sensing emotions of others." Yi Futian was astonished as he looked at Feishue. If that turned out to be the case, if he had been harboring resentment and vengeance, Feishue would have been able to sense them as well. "I've been able to sense all of your emotions throughout the event." Feishue smiled brilliantly. She placed her hand on her chest and mystical light emanated from her. Yi Futian felt a mystical feeling that he was unable to quite place. It seemed that some peculiar powers shrouded his body. The quiet world tree within his life palace rustled all of a sudden and unleashed mystical light. It seemed as if the tree was affected by the power within Feishue and reacted. "What the hell is happening?" Yi Futian looked startled. It was the first time something like this had happened to him. Feishue was able to sense the emotions of others, so it was only natural that she was able to detect the puzzlement and curiosity that Yi Futian was feeling at the moment. However, she thought all of that stemmed from him being curious about her. She then explained gently, "I have monstrous beings inside me, one that had once taken many lives, and it would have been able to take mine as well. The being could only be suppressed through sleep. If it had not been for Father, I'd have liked to resign myself to fate instead." Yi Futian looked at Feishue. She lowered her head. While her tone remained gentle, it was unable to mask her sorrow. "So that's the reason, huh?" Yi Futian thought. One such gentle girl, and yet, not only did she possess eyes that were unable to see, but she was even robbed of her right to live, keeping herself alive only through sleep. What is the point of spending your life asleep? Yi Futian wondered. Isn't sleep just like death throughout the process? Probably just a way to lie to oneself, then. The Imperial Advisor is reluctant to let go of her. Yi Futian extended his hand, seemingly want to touch her hair, but then he hesitated. Feishue raised her head somewhat. While she was unable to see, she nonetheless seemed to have been able to sense Yi Futian's movements, just like how she would have if she were to be able to see him. Yi Futian rested his hand on her shoulder and smiled warmly, saying, "Well, who is to say that that thing inside you is a monster? While I have no idea what it is, I feel that it's something extremely precious. Maybe a gift from the heavens, something that you could only obtain after going through some bit of suffering. Feishue twitched somewhat, sensing his kindness. She smiled as well and said, "Thank you for comforting me, seventh swordsman. I'm not saying that to comfort you. That's the truth. You need to believe the intuition of a swordsman who has a pure mind of the sword," Yifutian said with a smile. "Yeah, I believe you," Feishue smiled. "A swordsman who has a pure mind of the sword, eh?" Somehow she felt that it was anything but pure. She had no idea how he managed to deceive her father, but none of that mattered. She did not sense any ill intent from him. He had experienced confusion, calmness, and a faint sense of respect, and then letting go from the start of the gathering until the end. When he was talking to her, she was able to sense sympathy, sadness, and a bit of kindness from him. Yifutian looked at Feishue's expression and knew that he was unable to fool her. Someone being able to read other people's emotions is indeed terrifying, he thought. Good thing I don't hold any hostility towards the imperial advisor. But then again, Lu Chuan and Feishue chose to tell him honestly instead of merely resorting to observing him in silence. That enabled Yifutian to feel the beauty of trust. It was evident that the people of the imperial advisor's residence had taken him as one of their own, and they had no intention of observing him. They would have chosen to keep that a secret from him and kept watching him otherwise. Yifutian did not lie to Feishue as well. Something that was able to cause his life spirit to react would not have been some monstrosity like she claimed. He believed what was inside Feishue's body to be something incredibly precious instead. Feishue had probably chosen to refer to it as a monstrosity due to it invoking the greedy nature of people. The mistress was not around, and the imperial advisor had been taking care of Feishue in Dali all this time. After learning something about them, Yifutian naturally came to speculate that the imperial advisor had some complicated past. However, Yifutian did not keep asking. None of that mattered anyway. He witnessed Lu Chuan put Feishue back to sleep. She peacefully went back to sleep in a dazzling ceiling matrix. Xia Qingyuan was still looking into the people that Xiao Shang came into contact with for a long time in Emperor Xiao's realm. However, all signs indicated that Xiao Shang had not done anything. It seemed as if he had nothing to do with the incident. If it had not been for the fact that Xiao Shang remained the most suspicious person, Xia Qingyuan might not even have bothered looking into it any further. As for things in Emperor Li's realm, Liao extended an official invitation to Yifutian to join the royal hunt. Yifutian had agreed to it before, and so he attended the event as planned. Many mighty ones gathered that day at the most extravagant, towering drill ground in all of the royal palace's vicinity in Dali Imperial City. Many members of the younger generation in the royal family arrived. There were also many senior members around who would be the ones taking the lead. The royalty of Dali dynasty was an extremely prestigious family and had many descendants. They were the most renowned clan in all of Dali. The extended family was massive, and it was more than just the bloodline of the current Emperor Li that had many members. There were also many great branches other than that of the emperor. Branch families aside, Emperor Li himself had 12 offspring, 9 being princes and 3 being princesses. Liao was the youngest among the 9 princes. At that moment, other than the many members of the younger generations of the royal family, there were also their guards present at the drill ground. As such, the entire drill ground looked grand, and golden robes were billowing everywhere, looking magnificent. The hunt that was held every year at the western mountains of Dali dynasty was a test for the younger royal members. It was a tradition that was carried out throughout the ages as a way of nurturing their temperament as well as their abilities at doing battle. All demonic beasts sealed in the West Mountain were at least of the sage level. There were even demonic saints who were capable of taking human form, and their intellect was on par with that of humans. They knew of their fate, that they were but tools meant to be killed by the royal members for training. As such, all of them were extremely ferocious. They would bring out their all to attack any who went to the West Mountain to train as soon as they seized the opportunity. The higher the kill count, the better. Many did end up dead during the test at the West Mountain every year, and many more injured. Of course, the princes and the core members were comparatively safe, as they were high on the priority list of protected people. Even so, however, there were still princes who ended up grievously injured nonetheless. It was such ferocity that encouraged the royal members of Dali dynasty to continue to hone their minds at furthering martial art training. Yi Futian came to the drill ground together with Li Yao. He took a look at the massive crowd before him. The royalty of Emperor Li's realm indeed appeared to be far more powerful than the ones in Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia was considered the founder of his extended family. It was different in the case of Emperor Li, as the extended family had been around for many, many years, and they were extravagant people. There would not have been the title of Prince Regent otherwise. Seventh Swordsman. A voice was heard from someone at the front of the drill ground. It was Li Sun, whom he met at the Dali Academy before. Li Sun was the fifth child among the 9 princes. He and Li Yao were born of the same mother, making them full-blooded brothers. "Greetings, Your Highness." Yi Futian cupped his hands slightly as he went up to the prince. "Li Yao said a while ago that he invited you to train here. The West Mountain indeed suits you," Li Sun said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and said nothing. "Brother, so this is 7th Swordsman?" Someone walked past, and Yi Futian turned around to find a handsome, dashing young man of the royal family looking at him. It was apparent that he was another prince. "Yeah." Li Sun nodded and said to Yi Futian, "The 8th among us brothers." "Greetings, Your Highness," Yi Futian said. "No need for formalities. You, 7th Swordsman, have been the most renowned figure of the younger generations for the past year. Invincible below St. Plain and taken in by the imperial advisor as his student. You do indeed live up to the hype." The 8th prince smiled and said. Yi Futian sensed cold stares from behind the 8th prince. Li Xian was seen there, and there were also many of the royal family present. "You're too kind, Your Highness." Yi Futian cupped his hands and said. He had read through the profiles of the princes. The 8th prince was very socially adept and had amicable relations with many of the royal members of Dali. He and the incredibly renowned 3rd prince of Dali dynasty shared the same mother. Invincible below St. Plain, huh? I wonder, did anyone bother asking about my opinion? A crisp voice was heard, and someone walked towards them. It was a woman who emanated an overwhelming sense of extravagance and looked incredibly pompous. As a female member of the royal family, there was little need to say much about her appearance, which was, without a doubt, on par with that of Li Yu. Her eyes stopped at Yi Futian. She said, "7th Swordsman, show me what you've got." "Li Xiao, I don't think that bit of power of yours would be much compared to that of the 7th Swordsman." Li Sun smiled and said. The woman was almost the youngest among the 3 princesses. She was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain in terms of powers and was of the same age as Li Yao, and her powers were comparable to his. The 7th Swordsman was a widely acknowledged number 1 below St. Plain in Dali Imperial City by then. Li Xiao might have been a princess, but she still would not have been much if she intended to take on the 7th Swordsman. "I'm sorry, Princess. My sword is not something for show," Yi Futian said to Li Xiao. "What do you mean?" Li Xiao's expression was cold. What she meant by "show me" naturally referred to sparring with her. The 7th Swordsman answered in a manner that suggested that he had no interest in fighting her. "It would be bad if I ended up hurting you, Princess," Yi Futian said plainly. The 7th Swordsman had a brazen, unruly personality, and he was a student of the imperial city. He did not see the need to behave subserviently to a princess of Dali Imperial City. Many turned towards the drill ground. So the 7th Swordsman is just as arrogant as he is rumored to be then, daring to treat a princess like this, many thought. How insolent! 7th Swordsman, are you insulting the princess? Li Xian berated him coldly right there and then, intending to slap labels on him. Yi Futian glanced coldly at Li Xian. "Draw your sword." Li Xiao stood tall in the sky. Powerful aura emanated from her body, pressing onto Yi Futian. "If you insist that I draw my sword, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it, Princess," Yi Futian replied without care. "You?" Li Xiao's eyes were cold. It was the first time someone dared to behave so insolently in front of her. Li Yong and Li Yu were in the midst of the crowd. Li Yu pouted for a bit. This guy hasn't changed, they thought. Li Xiao was the youngest among the children of Emperor Li. As such, she was spoiled by the people around her. Coupled that with her status, there was no one who dared to get on her bad side. The seventh swordsman was the only one who did not bother to give her any face. "I'm ordering you to draw your sword as the princess," Li Xiao said coldly. The princes around them were speechless, but they did nothing to stop her. Li Sun then said telepathically to the seventh swordsman, "Just give her a lesson that she'll never forget." Yifutian nodded slightly and stepped out. Sword will circled her and rang. An extremely dazzling sword coalesced before him, which was as thin as the wing of cicadas. It was none other than the sword of Cassiopeia. Li Xiao burst with brimming aura as she stepped forward. Her hair billowed as she went. Boom! A bolt of lightning zipped past at speeds difficult for the naked eye to follow. The aura on Li Xiao was frightening. There were only high-pitched noises heard before her attack, and defense were punched through right there and then. The dazzling light about her seemed to be torn to the sides. She was unable to even gather strength before sensing sword will zipping past, and the sword of Cassiopeia appeared right before her eyes. "You asked to see my sword, and I'd like to know if you're ready to take what you asked for?" Yifutian said. Without bothering to give her any face at all, Li Xiao's long hair billowed, and terrifying sword aura tore through the air. The currents slapped on her face, making her feel suffocating pressure. Her face looked rather pale before seeing Yifutian swiped and rescinded his sword. The sword will then dissipated. The royal members on the drill ground looked at Yifutian, astonished by the power demonstrated by the number 1 below Saint Plane of Dali dynasty. He was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Li Xiao was a princess of the royal family, and her powers were not as appalling as they appeared. However, she was unable to even lift a finger against the seventh swordsman's sword. That was a testament to his absolute power. The sword of Cassiopeia. Many royal members came to have thoughts when they saw that sword at work. His Majesty was indeed generous towards Dali Academy. The sword of Cassiopeia that King Tiandao had sent from the royal palace was something many of the royal kin had not been even able to lay eyes on. And yet there the seventh swordsman was, having already trained in the use of said skill. Li Xiao's chest heaved, and the sword aura had cut several strands of hair at her forehead. Her eyes were seen glaring at Yifutian. That bastard sure didn't bother giving her any face. "All right, Li Xiao." The seventh swordsman long proved his powers. "You're practically asking for a beating to have him draw his sword." Li Sun smiled and said. He then turned to the crowd and said, "Well, the crowd is almost ready. Where is third brother, by the way?" The royal hunt this time was in charge by the third prince. He was the one to lead the way. "The third prince is here." Many turned their eyes in one direction at that moment. A group of people was seen walking up to the crowd. The few at the very forefront exuded supreme bearing. The young man who took the lead resembled the eighth prince somewhat. They were full-blooded brothers from the same mother. The people around the third prince were royalty as well. Yifutian looked puzzled as he turned to look at their direction. That was because there was a familiar face behind one of the royal members, who was at the third prince's side. Di Hao of Daily Mountain. Well then, those are people of King Tiandao, Yifutian thought. Yifutian was not wrong. The person at the side of the third prince was the biological son of King Tiandao, Li Zhe. Yifutian came to have some thoughts seeing all that. It seemed that the factions among the royalty were more apparent than he imagined them to be. Being the Renhuang, Emperor Li did not concern himself with the fighting between those below him. Regardless of the power struggles between them, they would not be able to threaten his position, nor would they have dared to do so. Those people were mostly fighting over ideological differences. Competition on a fair scale would have been beneficial. As such, the factions held themselves out in the open. The third prince walked with the people of King Tiandao while Li Sun and Liao chose to get near the imperial advisor of Dali. Li Sun and the others were the ones present in the battles at Dali Academy back then. Furthermore, Li Xian was at the prince regent's side. He and the eighth prince were of the same team, and both princes were of the same line. Things became apparent when they were to be looked at that way. The third prince and the eighth prince was close to the royal kin, and they distanced themselves from the ones taking the side of the imperial advisor. Most royal kin were actually neutral or had no intentions of participating in the fight, and then some were deemed unqualified to be part of the power struggle. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent, as well as the imperial advisor of Dali, were the three who stood at the pinnacle right below Emperor Li. But then again, Yi Futian knew that the imperial advisor would not have bothered with any of that. "Brother," Li Sun and the others called. "Your Highness." The others cupped their hands. The third prince had a high status among the 9 princes of Dali Imperial City. His talents had even eclipsed that of the eldest prince and the second prince. Many expected the third prince to be able to achieve great things in the future. "Brother," someone pointed a sword at me. Li Xiao went up to him and began making accusations. "Well, who would be bold enough to do that to you?" The third prince smiled and asked. It was apparent that he knew well of the temperament of his little sister. Due to her being the youngest among the sibling and a woman, the princess tended to spoil her, and it had always been her who went about bullying others. "Him." Li Xiao pointed at Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned and felt faint disgust at the flippant temperament of Li Xiao. Xia Qingyuan was also a princess, and both of them had great pride. However, Xia Qingyuan's pride was born out of solid prowess, while Li Xiao's pride was something resulting from her spoiled upbringing instead. The third prince looked at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I have always wanted to see the new student of the imperial advisor up close and personal. I saw what Di Hao was capable of. It was quite a pity that I wasn't able to witness that fight being pinnacle figures below St. Plain that day. But here at West Mountain, we will be able to compete." "Your Highness," Yi Futian called as he cupped his hands. The third prince was a saint, and it was a given he would not have behaved like Li Xiao. "Brother," Li Xiao called. "You were the one who told the 7th swordsman to draw his sword, no?" The third prince took a look at Li Xiao, who was pouting. "All right, we're all here now. Let's go," the third prince said, and howls of dragons were heard throughout the drill ground. One carriage pulled by holy golden dragons after another took off. The princes took their places in the carriages while the rest stepped onto the backs of the dragons. They all took flight while the dragons howled as they shot into the clouds. The West Mountain was not one mountain, but a region of mountains that seemed endless. A gigantic matrix enveloped the mountains. Any demonic beasts that were exiled there would have only been able to survive in the mountains. Only members of the royal family of Dali were allowed access to the winding mountains, which served as a massive hunting ground. And only royalty would have had the spirit to maintain a hunting ground with sacred beasts in it to be used to train the students of the royal family. The West Mountain was a place where demonic beasts gathered. The dragon carriages descended from above onto a tall mountain in the West Mountain region. Massive groups of mighty ones of the royal family descended and set their eyes forward. The place was filled with demonic aura and looked rather desolate. The West Mountain was a place where demonic beasts gathered a long, long time ago. There were many races of demonic beasts found here, and the royal family had been here hunting for a very long time. As the number of hunts grew, some powerful sacred beasts began to leave the West Mountain. As such, the royal family created a huge matrix to place the region in a lockdown, and the West Mountain became a hunting ground specifically for the royal family. Li Yao said to Yi Futian as he walked out of the carriage. Furthermore, the royal members never attacked and killed any demonic beasts that were of lower training than they were in every hunt. Those beasts were allowed to grow, and the royal members only acted against demonic beasts of similar or higher levels to their own. Yi Futian nodded and asked, "So there shouldn't be demonic beasts that were too powerful in the West Mountain then?" "Most are below the level of demon saints. Even if there were demon saints, they would be at the first level. Most of the great monsters left back then. There were also demonic beasts that proved useful to the royal members, and they were placed under control. Those who refused to submit were exiled to the West Mountain. Demonic beasts at the second level of St. Plain had indeed almost gone extinct. But then again, there were times where demonic beasts evolved and changed. As such, it is imperative never to allow oneself to drift away from the group. Demonic beasts of higher training have intelligence on par with humans, and they, too, would hunt us. There have been casualties in every hunt in the past, and most resulted from some being too sure of themselves in the hunt, thinking that they would be okay going solo. Of course, there have been cases where demonic beasts ganged up and killed the royal members as well. As such, despite being here to hunt, we need to be on guard. Seventh Swordsman. If you find rare, powerful demonic beasts, feel free to tame them and make them your steed. Sure. Wuxia nodded, but that thought never actually crossed his mind. It was acceptable for him to temper his powers by fighting the demonic beasts of the West Mountain. The third prince took to the air, and many powerful saints followed. They came to the air and said, "It's up to you people from here on out. Let's go. Let's go." One figure after another went forward and made for the inner parts of the mountains. The hunt in the West Mountain was mostly meant as a training for the younger generations of the royal family, tempering combat capacity of mighty ones at Sage Plain. Some saints made a move occasionally, taking on sacred beasts. The mighty ones among the royal members moved with brimming spirits. They were all of the younger generations. Powerful saints were in charge of things from above. "There is a basilisk about 100 miles southwest," some powerful saint in the air said. The royal members then hastened their steps as they headed southwest. They saw a 100-meter-long basilisk slithering between the mountains, trying to escape soon enough. The basilisk had a blue head and a black body. It emanated extremely dangerous aura all over. Some mighty one among the royal members held a bow and an arrow. Golden flashes glimmered as dazzling light pulsed. The arrow was shot through the air with a terrifying force. That basilisk opened its mouth and blew a breath of great stench. A devouring vortex appeared on that mouth, swallowing the arrow, and the snake continued to run after closing its mouth. It was a basilisk at the pinnacle of Sage Plain and had talents of devouring powers. It was capable of devouring an elephant in one go. Some royal youths at the pinnacle of Sage Plain sped up and moved forward, quickly catching up to the snake, intending to make their first kill. The basilisk knew that it had no hope of escape and turned around to spit venom. The fluid flew at the crowd. It opened its huge mouth and began sucking in a direction, intending to devour someone. That person retreated backward in a hurry. Another dazzling light was seen, and charged into the devouring power, heading straight into the snake's stomach. A loud rumble was heard as the basilisk was blown up from the inside. A mighty one of the royal family emerged basking in dazzling light. Uninterested, Liao asked Wuxia, who never budged at his side throughout the whole time. Wuxia nodded. He was indeed uninterested as he wanted to test his hands against demonic beasts at saint levels. "Your Highness, I'd like to train on my own," Wuxia said. Liao was dumbfounded. He looked at Wuxia and said, "You should have heard what I said earlier. There are demonic beasts who will hunt us in the West Mountain. Going solo is dangerous. You've also said that there are few great monsters of saint level around. Even if I come across any, I'm confident that I'll be able to protect myself. Fear of the unknown has no place in the training in swordsmanship. If something turns out to be more than what I can handle, I will send signals to inform you, Your Highness," Wuxia said. It was rather inconvenient for him to be going along with a huge group. "How insolent," Li Xiao said coldly from not far away. "Do you care to join me, princess?" Wuxia looked at Li Xiao and said. Li Xiao glared at him. There was no way she would have gone off on her own. "All right then." Liao nodded in agreement, seeing how insistent Wuxia was. "Your Highness, I'll be off then." Wuxia flashed and left, riding his sword. Many watched him leave and thought, that guy is indeed the seventh swordsman. Unruly and bold. "I'm going solo as well," Di Hao said and stepped forward. If Wuxia dared to do so, he did not see any reason not to do so himself. The seventh swordsman and Di Hao are not royal members, and yet they are daring enough to go solo. While we, by no means, are doing the same, there is indeed no need for so many of us to be grouped together. "Let's split up," the third prince said. "All right," everyone agreed. Past hunts had always been separated into smaller groups. While doing so was a lot more dangerous, training by doing so would prove more fruitful. "Be careful," the third prince said. The groups split up and headed into the depths of the West Mountain in different directions. Yifutian headed out solo into the ranges within the West Mountain. He passed by desolate mountains as he kept moving forward within the clouds. There were also many demonic beasts to be found within, but he did not bother paying them any attention. There were many valleys, jungles, and marshes within the region. Yifutian was wondering what kind of level that grand matrix covering the entire region needed to be. The West Mountain had long been a place where demonic beasts gathered. It was practically a nation of the demonic beasts. The place was so vast that it was comparable to a large city. One could have only imagined how large the area that was covered by that matrix would have been. Yifutian looked somewhere below the mountains, discovering that there was a river. There was a group of black, ferocious beasts near the river which resembled bulls. They had single horns and emanating wild, unruly aura. Their hide looked like armor. Fiends. See, it would seem. Ferocious eyes scanned the air above and found that Yifutian was all alone. Those demonic beasts took to the air while their eyes spoke only of hostility. Get lost! Yifutian berated coldly. None of those demonic beasts were sacred, and the strongest among them were only beasts at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. Boom! The demonic beasts began running about as soon as he finished talking. Towering might enveloped the region, and the space around them was shaken. Yifutian felt that his internal organs were all rattling and his blood boiling. The world around him seemed to be shaking as the beasts ran. Yifutian lifted his right arm and swiped at the air. Sword will circled around him within an instant, like some terrifying storm. Go! He pointed his finger forward, and the sword of raging storm streaked through the air as it headed forward. A straight line was drawn with a terrifying sword while bringing impossibly powerful tearing might. PFFTTT. Noises were heard as several demonic beasts were bloodied, retreating to the sides soon enough. However, there were other sea at the pinnacle of Sage Plain charged at Yifutian. The sword of raging storms imbued with formidable might had managed to do little more than grazing them. Black shimmer was seen as the demonic beasts continued to charge at Yifutian. Yifutian was rather startled. It was said in the legends that sea possessed frightening defensive capacities, and their hides and bodies were commonly made into armor-type implements, imbuing the finished products with the function of repelling blades of all kinds. It was a testament to their formidable defensive prowess. The hide of a sea at Saint levels could probably be used to craft Saint-level armor, and cultivators of similar levels would have a hard time breaking through their defenses. Many powerful demonic kinds possessed special talents from birth, and said talents continued to grow throughout their lives. The body that stood tall in the air continued to shake. Yifutian glanced at the ferocious beasts that were charging at him, then took a step forward and charged, imbuing powers of the Great Path into his attack. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard in the air. Terrifying will of the Great Path swept through the place with Yifutian as the center. A huge sword coalesced and was brought down onto the sea that was charging at him. The sea had noticed the looming crisis and let out restless roars. Boom! Yifutian continued to go forward and brought his huge sword down onto the fiends. A sea clashed with the blade in an instant. That sea felt as if its internal organs had been rattled to the point of breaking. It was sent flying, spitting up blood. All the other demonic beasts retreated right away, eyeing Yifutian cautiously. Yifutian glanced at them and stepped forward before passing right through them and leaving. He came to see many other great monsters, and he continued his way forward. There were rare snakes that had wings, and then the great monster Jiming, which had a humanoid body and a dragon head in the rivers. There were many monsters hardly seen elsewhere that lived in the West Mountain. The mountainous region of the West Mountain was an extremely bustling country of the demonic beasts once upon a time. He came to wonder what the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was like. The demonic beasts over there would have been of even greater numbers. Yifutian came to an ancient mountain that was entirely white, from the very top to the bottom. There was a figure sitting quietly at the top of that mountain. It was an elder with silver hair whose body was bent. The hair dropped to its waist. It sat quietly there and looked up when it saw Yifutian came, commenting in a low voice at him. "You saw me here, and you dared to come alone?" Yifutian naturally realized that the figure was not a human, but a demonic beast taking a human form. Sacred beasts were capable of taking human forms, and there were also demonic beasts that descended from demonic beasts that became sacred beasts after absorbing the essence of the world. Those beasts were capable of taking human forms. Yifutian had seen a Jueying, which was a sacred beast, a long time ago. As such, he did not feel the encounter to be peculiar. "What kind of a demonic beast are you, Senior?" Yifutian asked. He was, without a doubt, able to sense the strong demonic aura emanating from the other party, which was why that being said what it had said earlier. That elder stood up, and its body grew in a frenzy, turning into a 100-meter-tall giant. Its head changed and turned to look extremely ferocious and terrifying, like that of a devil. Teeth grew out of its mouth, and they looked incredibly sharp, glistening with terrifying sheen. A long dagger axe appeared in its right hand, emanating terrifying sharpness. One demonic beast after another walked out of the cliffs, which looked like that beast, as they were of the same race. "Chisel Tooth," Yifutian quipped. "Seems like you know your stuff," the Chisel Tooth sacred beast said. Its devil-like head looked extremely ferocious, and its eyes gleamed with frightening killing intent. The silver-haired elder was none other than the extraordinarily ferocious and brutal Chisel-toothed demonic beast told in legends, who enjoyed killing very much. The sword will around Yifutian's body was towering and howled. His might of the great path seeped out as his expression turned serious. It was the first time he was truly facing a saint-level demonic beast. His spirit and mettle had reached the pinnacle due to his training during the time in Dali Dynasty. He had developed comprehension of many wills of the great path, and he wanted to see if he could fight a saint-level great monster. Boom! That tall and ferocious Chisel-tooth stepped forward. The mountains shook, and cracks were seen everywhere. It lashed out with the dagger axe in its hand straight at Yifutian. The space that Yifutian was in seemed to freeze, and he was shrouded by stifling power. The dagger axe shot out in a straight line at him, seeming about to tear the sky apart. Yifutian extended his hand, and a heavy sword that was just as huge as his opponent's dagger axe appeared before him. Towering sword will imbued with the power of the great path was gathered, like a sacred sword. Nanjai once said that the divine path was one manifested through the union of humans and the world around them. Every move they made melded with the great path. Before he was able to make a breakthrough, his mind was within that space measured in square inches. His will of the great path was hardly formidable, yet within that space, his power was quite formidable still. His way of the sword itself carried the powers he used to wield. For example, the power of his physical body had neared that of saint levels. Yifutian stepped out, and his steps were imbued with the will of the great path, emanating terrifying might within. The heavy sword shot at the dagger axe coming down from above. Both weapons clashed. Boom! A stifling, terrifying rumble was heard, and devastating light swept throughout their surroundings. The ancient mountain beneath them crumbled in a frenzy. All the other Chiseltooths retreated, looking at the air with startled eyes. The heavy sword continued to crumble, and yet it was able to stop the attack from the dagger axe. That Chiseltooth's arm was rattled, and its ferocious eyes glanced at Yifutian. It was startled that a human cultivator who had yet to become a saint had been able to withstand its attack. The ferocious killing intent within its eyes grew even stronger. He took one step out and moved like a brutal demon god. Its arms were brought down alongside its entire body. That dagger axe swooped down with even greater force. Will of the great path of space emanated from Yifutian. He streaked through the air while tearing through the stifling might before him. However, the devastating power of the great path restrained the surroundings around them, suppressing him and preventing him from moving much from where he stood. But then again, he was still circled with a terrifying sword will. He stepped into the air and tore through that pressure. The dagger axe came straight at him. His body evaded it by mere inches. He then burst through the air, heading straight for the head of that Chiseltooth. He had used the limitless pressure of the heavy pressure at the end of the showdown between him and D how to bring his opponent down. He was still using close-quarters combat that he was adept in while dealing with the demonic saint right before him. The power that he was so well-versed in did not give him an edge. His opponent was of great size and had peerless offensive capacity. He had to resort to other measures to fight. Swords of Cassiopeia coalesced from the sword while howling about him. He waved his hands and sent the swords streaking through the air. The Chiseltooth glanced at the swords coming for it and took one step forward. The spiritual powers which Yifutian was using to control the swords of Cassiopeia seemed to have been blocked by some formless power. That resistance was something that had not been there when he was facing off against sages. The way of training with the sword of Cassiopeia was rather special. The swords were controlled by infusing one's spiritual powers into the sword will directly, achieving absolute control before terrifying power was brought forth. At that moment, the spiritual will power in Yifutian's mind was cranked to the maximum, enabling the swords of Cassiopeia to tear through that resistance and continue to streak forward, heading straight for the head of the Chiseltooth. A shield appeared on the left arm of that Chiseltooth when it saw the incoming swords. The shield had a ring of extremely sharp fang-like contraptions, which spun about like gears. It held the shield up before its head while continuing to step forward. The world around them shook, and the mountains below them exploded and crumbled, while the dagger axe continued to swing at Yifutian. The swords of Cassiopeia hit the shield, and high-pitched noises were heard. They were unable to break through the shield. The swords then moved around the shield and manifested countless shadows of the sword, appearing and disappearing time and again, as if they were able to turn ethereal altogether. That was a move resulting from fusing the Sword Sutra of the Void with that of the Sword of Cassiopeia. Yifutian retreated in a hurry, but that raging, ferocious demonic beast moved alongside him. It streaked through the space, and the dagger axe caused countless huge specters of the dagger axe to appear in the air, tearing through their surroundings, intending to pin Yifutian where he was. Yifutian's speed was unervingly fast. He continued to tear through space using the sword will of space, but his opponent continued to charge forward and lock onto his body. Mountains crumbled wherever they passed, and many smaller, lesser demonic beasts scatter in fright in their presence. Yifutian continued to maintain tight control of the swords of Cassiopeia circling above the Chiseltooth. Those swords seemed to have turned into sword matrices as they continued to circle their target. The Chiseltooth felt dazed somewhat when the swords howled, feeling that it was being attacked. Thousands of shadows of the sword shot down at it, aimed at every direction where its head was. Roar! That Chiseltooth roared, and their surroundings shook. The shield in its hand continued to grow in a frenzy, shrouding the sky above and put the place on lockdown, while the dagger axe in its hand continued to lash out at Yifutian. Killing pressure shrouded the area where Yifutian was. Countless dagger axes were swung his way, giving him nowhere to retreat. His sword spirit appeared, and the world tree within his life palace swayed. Multiple types of will of the Great Path emanated from his body as he melded with the Great Path. An extremely dazzling screen of the sword isolated the space and enveloped his body within. His sword spirit grew in a frenzy, turning into a colossal sword measuring over 100 meters. He shot forward. The screen of the sword covered in the entire space, with his sword spirit as the center. Boom! Yet another thundering sound was heard. Stifling rumbles were felt everywhere. An extremely tall mountain right behind Yifutian crumbled in a blink of an eye, turning into dust. The devastating light continued to spread around in a frenzy with the bodies of them both at the center, its pressure extending over 100 miles. The dagger axe clashed with the sword spirit, and Yifutian's body was thrown back. Countless dagger axes killed their way through, yet that absolute screen of light burst with terrifyingly devastating force, tearing the shadows of the dagger axes to shreds. Terrifying clashing rumble continued to be heard above the Chiseltooth. The shield repelled the sword, causing the swords of Cassiopeia to turn around and fly straight towards the Chiseltooth's enormous body. However, extremely powerful might of the Great Path manifested around the Chiseltooth's body. The swords of Cassiopeia burst through that might and shot for his body, but were unable to deal more than flesh wounds. The Chiseltooth's hide was visibly torn, yet the blades were unable to pierce into its body. Demonic beasts like the Chiseltooth were poor in magical arts, yet their prowess in close-quarter combat and defense were frighteningly formidable. They were like human cultivators who attained sainthood and melded with the great path through their formidable physical bodies. Saints were undoubtedly saints, and there was a clear line drawn. Yifutian might have been peerless below the saint plane and possessed unparalleled talents, yet it was simply too difficult to make that one last step, and it seemed as if only a handful were capable of making it. There had been renowned figures throughout history who were all unable to kill saints when they were still sages. When one shook off one's mortal limitations and became a saint, they would meld with the great path and shed their mortal self. Despite sustaining only flesh wounds, the Chiseltooth roared in a fury. It was unable to believe that a human sage had injured it. Furthermore, the fight had been going on for so long, and it still had yet to kill the human. It deemed this unacceptable, continued to step forward, and the sky shook furiously. The daggeraxe continued to attack the sword spirit, intending to crush it. Yifutian's body was dragged behind against his will. Boom! Yifutian stepped in the air when he retreated, causing him to take steps backward. Even so, his steps still shook furiously. The might of his body did not weaken and had become increasingly strong instead. However, Yifutian continued to look very puny and insignificant. Boom! He took yet another step onto a mountain right behind him, causing a terrifying tear to run through the entire mountain. However, he and the humongous body of that Chiseltooth rammed into the mountain, shattering it. As he continued to take his steps, both of them tore through over a dozen mountains, and the Chiseltooth's speed slowed after that. Yifutian's might had been cranked to its peak by that, becoming able to withstand the Chiseltooth's attacks. Furthermore, the swords of Cassiopeia continued to circle, finding openings to shoot into the Chiseltooth's head. The Chiseltooth reeled its arm back and lifted the daggeraxe. Its body spun, and the shield on its left hand bashed onto the swords of Cassiopeia. The daggeraxe in its right hand shot down like godly weapons, destroying the landscape below it. Boom! Yifutian took one step forward, and the might accumulated by the footwork of Shenyuan had risen to its peak. His body streaked through the air while his sword spirit pulsed with dazzling brilliance. It was as if layers of shadows of the sword had appeared and clashed with the daggeraxe again. In a split second, the world around them seemed to be near total annihilation. Yifutian's body was thrown far off, yet the Chiseltooth was thrown several steps back at that time. The swords of Cassiopeia found an opening to exploit. The flash of the sword came and went in a split second when the shield in its hand was unable to withstand the attack. A bloodied gash was seen on its neck, yet the blades were unable to punch into its body. It was simply too difficult to kill a demon saint who had an extremely formidable constitution. The Chiseltooth pulled back its daggeraxe and clapped onto the swords of Cassiopeia, crushing them between its fingers. Yifutian took the chance to charge forward through the space, holding the sword of raging storms capable of tearing space apart in his hand. More swords of Cassiopeia coalesced and streaked through the air as they came. The Chiseltooth resorted to biting on the swords, and it managed to catch one. Yifutian's charging form appeared right before it, and the sword was brought down. It bashed the shield on its hand at the swords of Cassiopeia while chomping down on Yifutian with its sharp fangs. The sword flew out of his hand, and his body streaked through the air to avoid the fangs. The flash of the sword left a bloodied gash at the corner of its mouth. It was broken after wounding the beast. The Chiseltooth looked extraordinarily ferocious and glared at Yifutian with unforgiving eyes. Boom! Yifutian flashed and streaked past its head while it was thinking of ways to kill Yifutian. He headed straight for its rear at an unimaginable speed as he streaked through the air. The swords of Cassiopeia continued to head for the beast as if trying to prevent it from going anywhere. The Chiseltooth seemed to have realized something and ran following the path it came. However, the swords of Cassiopeia were everywhere, affecting its speed. Yifutian streaked past the air at an unbelievable speed. He returned to the place where the battle took place, glancing at the pack of Chiseltooths below. He glanced at the Chiseltooths below with demonic eyes, before diving into the pack like a bolt of lightning. He came right before all of the chisel-toothed demonic beasts before long. 2 bodies of the demonic beasts were left on the ground before he continued to head forward and leave the place. The demon saint ran and came back to where the fight started. It roared in rage after finding the 2 bodies on the ground, but it did not pursue him. It had been unable to kill the human after all. The demonic beasts roared in sorrow, and there were demonic beasts that said, "My king, those humans are killing our people in cold blood. Can't we hunt them down instead?" That's right. Better to ally with the other demonic races than to let the humans hunt us all down. The Chiseltooth's eyes were cold before it shrunk its body and said, "We'll leave this place first. The humans never acted alone when they came every time. What the 2 of them did over there would probably attract a lot of attention, making it unwise for them to stay around for long." A group of people arrived not long after they left. The leading figure was none other than Princess Li Xiao. She stared at the bodies below and said in a low voice, "Did that guy really fight a demon saint?" "I'm afraid so, Princess." One of the people who were there to protect her sensed the lingering aura of combat and said. Li Xiao's expression looked rather peculiar. She thought that demonic beasts would have killed that proud fellow, and yet she found him being able to survive fighting a demon saint instead. Furthermore, he killed 2 demonic beasts while he was at it. Yifutian continued to travel forward. That battle allowed him to learn something about his powers. Furthermore, he did not expose any of his powers other than those of the sword. That place was the West Mountain, and it belonged to Dali royalty after all. Who was to say if there were any eyes around in that place? He may have looked unbridled and proud in Dali, but he was very cautious. Yifutian fought many other demonic beast types along the way, and there were naturally demon saints among them, with one of them being a 9-headed snake, which proved very difficult and almost held him back. There was also an extremely violent Zhu Yan, which had formidable combat prowess and a lot more terrifying than the Chisel Tooth, who managed to injure him. Yifutian had been able to venture deep into the West Mountain after experiencing many battles for the few days he was there. He had accumulated several injuries, but he was unhindered due to his formidable restorative powers. However, with every battle, he came to learn more about powers at the Saint Plane. While demon saints were somewhat different from their human counterparts, the difference was not that far off. By then, he had become able to retreat in one piece, fighting against saints at the first level of Saint Plane. He was even able to find opportunities to leave some marks on those saints, but it continued to prove near impossible to kill the saints. If he let his guard down, the retaliation would have been dire. Li Yao and the others were doing battle with demonic beasts in another corner of the West Mountain. Many dead bodies of demonic beasts were found on the ground a while later. Li Yao's face looked unusually gloomy. Several saints surrounded him. Royal members had perished in the hunt in the West Mountain, but never had there been a prince killed. The safety of the princes was of utmost importance. Wretched beasts. Li Yao glanced coldly at the dead bodies on the ground. He had suffered being surrounded by demonic beasts for the past several days. It seemed to him that those beasts had gotten tired of living. Let's go and find the others. These demonic beasts are beginning to retaliate, and they are now hunting us. I'm afraid some of us are in danger, and I wonder how the 7th swordsman is doing right now, Li Yao said. The 7th swordsman seemed to be making great strides after going solo. He had gone deep into the West Mountain, and no one else saw any signs of him. At that moment, Yifutian was sitting before a river and was training. There was a dense jungle in the mountains. His eyes were closed, and his aura calm. He opened his eyes and looked at that river before him with a deadpan look. He saw the demonic beasts that Li Yao had encountered. It did not seem all that hopeful to manipulate the demonic beasts into killing that prince of Dali dynasty. But then again, he never had much hope for that to become a reality in the first place. He was trying things out. Li Yao was somewhat cautious, and his powers had yet to get to the level of being invincible below Saint Plane, so there was no way he would have gone solo like Yifutian. At that moment, Yifutian sensed formidable spiritual powers descending, which prompted him to look far away. A group of people was heading his way, and one of them asked, "What are you doing here, brother 7th swordsman?" Yi Futian glanced at the one who spoke and found him to be the grandson of the Prince Regent, Li Xian. The ones around him were the people of the Prince Regent. Seeing Li Xian smile, Yi Futian rose and flashed, leaving right away. He and Li Xian were hardly acquainted, and one could have even said that they were enemies. Brother Seventh Swordsman? Better keep my distance from this guy, Yi Futian thought. This place is already in the depths of the West Mountain, and great monsters are everywhere. It's simply too dangerous for you to go forth on your own, Brother Seventh Swordsman. How about we travel together instead? Li Xian and his people caught up to Yi Futian and tried to convince him. Yi Futian frowned. At that moment, rustling was heard from the jungle, and many weak demonic beasts were flapping their wings as they left the place. There was also an increasing number of signs of demonic beasts running. Powerful demonic aura swept through the place, shrouding the entire area. Yi Futian glanced at Li Xian. Extreme coldness was seen in his eyes. From the way how the demonic beasts ran, it was evident that they had sensed something perilous. Some great monster was coming. An extremely cold will shrouded the vast space at that moment, and Yi Futian shuddered, feeling a chill running down his spine. The jungle below actually became covered by a layer of frost, being frozen over altogether. However, that was not the end of it. In the very next moment, terrifying scorching will emerged. The chill was turned into heat, and a great swath of the jungle below wilted in a frenzy. The cycle of heat and cold went on over and over. Yi Futian did not hesitate to keep speeding away, leaving that space and returning from whence he came. Li Xian had ulterior motives, and the very reason Yi Futian returned following the tracks he came so far was to get near others from the Dali dynasty. Far away in the sky, a great monster of crimson colors all over it sped. Fauna wilted everywhere it passed. Every breath it took caused a cycle of heat and cold. The place became covered with frost as it exhaled, and scorching heat was all over the place when it inhaled. That monster was hundreds of meters long and had hard scales all over its body. Its colossal head resembled that of a human, and it had horns. The human-headed dragon-bodied monster was known as Zhuyin, also known as the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon sped away forward, chasing after Li Xian. There were saints among Li Xian's party, and the direction they traveled in was the one Yi Futian was going in. Despite streaking through the sky at great speeds, he was still unable to shake off their pursuit. The saints were traveling at unimaginable speeds. It was as if their bodies had become one with their surroundings. That Candle Dragon was moving at extreme speeds as well, continuing to close in on Li Xian's party, which naturally meant that it was closing in on Yi Futian as well. Ho! The Candle Dragon exhaled, and its surroundings were frozen over. Freezing will of the great path swept through the sky, and the space seemed to have frozen over. Yi Futian's speed became greatly affected. He was then circled by sword wills, which zipped through his surroundings, cutting down the freezing will as he continued moving forward. Yet his speed had visibly dropped. Faster, Brother Seventh Swordsman. At that moment, Li Xian and his party, who were all riding on divine implements, surpassed Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them with cold eyes, but he did not say anything. The sword will around him grew stronger and howled in a frenzy, tearing the freezing power around him as he moved. Yi Futian tried changing course and headed in a direction different from Li Xian, yet the Candle Dragon still had its eyes on him, so he had no choice but to keep moving forward. The Candle Dragon caught up shortly after. Its eyes closed in a split second. Light was drained from his surroundings, and the place turned as dark as night. With the place turning dark all of a sudden, Yi Futian felt as if he had gone blind and was unable to see anything. He was only moving forward, guided by his instincts. However, his spiritual powers were greatly restrained and had succumbed to the darkness as well. He naturally knew that it was an innate talent of the Candle Dragon. The world tree in his life palace swayed, and slivers of aura emanated, shrouding him, allowing him to sense everything around him. His eyes changed, seemingly imbued with divine light, enabling him to see through the darkness. Despite still being affected, he was no longer blind. A strong sense of crisis loomed over him. Cold will shrouded his body, and terrifying pressure was getting close. A huge claw was launched at him. He was like an ant when compared to the humongous body of the candle dragon, looking puny and insignificant. Saints were different despite being on the same plane, and the same naturally applied to the demonic beasts as well. That candle dragon was also a demon saint on the first level of Saint Plane, but it was more powerful than the ones he had fought before. Swords of Cassiopeia manifested from the sword will around him, and it shot backward, zipping through the sky like bolts of lightning, streaking past the candle dragon's claw. It headed straight for its human-like head. The candle dragon's condescending eyes took a glance at Yifutien, and it exhaled again. Frost shot through their surroundings, and the space before it was frozen over. The swords of Cassiopeia that appeared were frozen by the frost, stopping where they were. A huge sword of raging storms coalesced right before Yifutien. He turned around, and the claw banged onto the sword, sending Yifutien's body flying away. His body was sent back thousands of meters. He stood in the air. The candle dragon opened its eyes and dispelled the darkness, returning light to their surroundings. "I believe we have no enmity, Senior. Aren't you pursuing the wrong person?" Yifutien said. The candle dragon glanced at him, condescending, and continued to move forward. It opened its mouth and exhaled. At that moment, their surroundings were frozen over, and Yifutien felt as if he was about to turn into a statue of ice. The world tree in his body swayed, and the light of the sun emanated from his body. He became scorching hot throughout his being in that very instant. It was as if suns were hanging on his body, dispelling the cold. A dazzling screen of the sword that tore through space appeared around him. He held onto the sword with both hands and continued to step forward. The space shook as he did, his might resounding throughout his surroundings. It was as if he would combine with the great will and the powers imbued within his sword. Boom! The body that was shrouded in the screen of the sword tore the will of the great path of freezing right away as he charged at the candle dragon. The candle dragon closed its eyes again, turning the surroundings into darkness. Yet, it did not manage to affect Yifutien's eyes, which were gleaming with divine light. The sword tore through space and grazed the candle dragon's claw as it headed straight for its head. Yet the might of the great path of heat and cold was merely overwhelming. It became difficult for the sword to travel, and the dragon's claw was brought down again. His sword was shattered, and he was sent flying yet again. Blood was seeping out of his mouth as he grunted. He did not continue to retreat this time. He held onto his sword and glared at the candle dragon. Li Xian and his people had been far away from where he was by then. Cold killing intent was seen in Li Xian's eyes. Regardless of how powerful Yifutien was, he deemed that the only outcome that would have resulted from facing a demon saint candle dragon was death. Going solo? Not even conventional saints at the first level dared not venture out alone in the West Mountain, as it was possible to encounter demon saints. Yifutien dared to venture deep into the West Mountain alone due to having formidable combat capacity, which Li Xian deemed to be stupid. If Yifutien were to die in the candle dragon's hands, it would have had nothing to do with him. Beware! Demonic beasts approaching. A voice was heard, and Li Su, Li Xian's elder brother, frowned. He was a saint and sensed dangerous aura looming. There was powerful demonic aura emanating from far away. Li Xian and his party stopped and sensed powerful demonic aura from several directions before them. They quickly saw a chisel-toothed demon saint at the front, who brought several sage-level demonic beasts with it, but the numbers were fewer than when Yifutien fought it. The chisel-toothed demon saint's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Li Xian and the others emanated powerful aura, and they looked in yet another direction, finding an ape-like demonic beast, which was red-hot all over as if it was clad in the fires of hell. It held a huge staff in its hand. It was none other than the fiend Zhu Yan. There was an extremely ferocious snake demon in yet another direction, which had 9 heads. Other than the several demon saints, there were also many great monsters at sage levels appearing. Li Xian and his party realized right there and then that demonic beasts were jumping them. Furthermore, it was more than just that of one race. All of them in the party sported glum looks. One golden dragon after another emanated from the body of Li Su, Li Xian's elder brother, which shot up to the sky and let out angry roars. Their surroundings shook, and they seemed to be sending a message far away. Many looked at the sky in the West Mountain. Some of them moved in that direction, and there were some who were attacked. "Retreat," Li Su said, and their bodies began to fly backward. Those demonic beasts charged forward at them, intending to kill them. The extremely ferocious and brutal Zhu Yan descended with the fires of hell and brought the staff down on them as if intending to crack the earth open. A saint stepped forward with a divine implement in their hands, bursting with golden defensive images. The space seemed to have been shattered with a loud bang. Li Xian and his party continued to retreat, and those demonic beasts charged at them, emanating strong killing intent. However, Li Xian's lineup was indeed powerful. There were 3 saints among them, and all of them were from the Prince Regent's residence. Even so, they continued to retreat and were mainly defending. The situation before them was tricky. They were waiting for reinforcements before annihilating the threat before them once and for all. Li Xian and the others retreated to where Yi Futian was fighting the candle dragon shortly after. The man and the beast were still fighting at the moment. However, Yi Futian was injured, and yet the sword will continue to circle him. Li Xian frowned, finding it puzzling that the candle dragon had yet to kill the 7th swordsman. As for the Chiseltooth, the 9-headed snake and the other demon saints, their killing intent shot to their skies when they saw Yi Futian. He had killed their people before, yet he managed to escape. Yi Futian naturally knew about the killing intent of those demonic beasts. In truth, those demonic beasts had been drawn to where he was using the sage demonic beasts that he had enthralled. Li Xian and his people wanted so badly to dump me here and leave. Yi Futian thought. Those demon saints charged at Yi Futian with cold killing intent. But since Li Xian and the others were closer, it looked as if those demonic beasts were charging at them instead. "Brother Li Xian, how about we team up?" Yi Futian said and flashed to Li Xian's side. If Li Xian wanted so badly to address the 7th swordsman as brother, then he saw no reason to refuse at the moment. However, Yi Futian's mind was cold, and he was filled with killing intent deep down. He naturally noticed the 3 saints that were with Li Xian. What is this meaning of this? He wondered. It meant that they had enough powers to deal with the candle dragon, and yet they led the beast to him before leaving on their own. Their intentions were very clear at this point. It was a setup that would have killed him if he were to even be slightly weaker. He would have died otherwise at the hands of the candle dragon. If he were to be killed by the demonic beasts in the West Mountain, then it could all have been attributed to the fact that his insolence and foolishness doomed the 7th swordsman, and it would have had nothing to do with Li Xian. Those demon saints had powerful killing intent towards Yi Futian, and all of them charged at Yi Futian, which made it seem as if they were charging at Li Xian's party. The 3 saints acted right away to repel the demon saints' attacks. The other demonic beasts headed their way in a frenzy as well. A harrowing battle broke out right there and then. As for that candle dragon, it kept to itself instead of joining the fray, watching Yi Futian with cold eyes instead. At that moment, his huge body moved forward and continued to head for Yi Futian, as if it was determined to have him killed. Yi Futian's brow twitched, and a thought crossed his mind. The candle dragon could have been said to have shifted its attention to him because Li Xian and the others ran. Yet, at that moment, despite being around Li Xian and his party, that candle dragon demon saint still had its eyes on him. That might not have been an ill omen for him after all. Li Xian saw that Yi Futian continued to get close to him, and he could not help but frown, trying to widen the distance between him and Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had been pestering him. Although his speed was not as fast as the cultivators of St. Plain, he was still quicker than Li Xian. There was no question in catching up with him. The candle dragon seemed to be concerned with something and did not make its move. Yi Futian said nothing and did not reveal its secret, but the murderous intent was firm in his heart. The demonic beasts of West Mountain were all prey to the sovereign family, but the wisdom of these prey was not any lesser than that of humans. Moreover, they had the chance to survive by being taken as mounts by the sovereign family. Since there was an opportunity for survival, then indeed some agreement could be reached. In other words, the Candle Dragon may have promised to surrender. But this Candle Dragon perhaps did not know that if he killed this disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali in public, he would not be able to survive either, and would not have the opportunity to become a mount. In other directions, great battles broke out, and several other demonic beasts did not hesitate to turn against Yi Futian. Several people of the Saint Plain of Prince Regent's residence also seemed to become aware of it, as they turned and looked back at what was being played out. These demonic beasts seemed to be aiming toward the seventh swordsman. Did the seventh swordsman offend them somehow? Li Su retreated in an instant without hesitation and came toward the direction of Li Xian. Seeing that Yi Futian was constantly approaching Li Xian to avoid the attack of the Candle Dragon, a mighty might of the way suddenly surged from his body, his palms waving, and suddenly, his palm print slammed toward Yi Futian. Get away! This palm print was not meant to kill. He would not kill Yi Futian. He only wanted Yi Futian to leave Li Xian alone. Yi Futian waved his sword and cut off the palm print as he was retreating. He glanced at Li Su with an incredibly cold look. Several cultivators of the Saint Plain were also in retreat. Suddenly, Zhao Qi, the nine-headed demonic snake, and Zhu Yan the beast turned their attacks to Yi Futian. And that Candle Dragon also stared at Yi Futian coldly. His gigantic body moved forward. In an instant, Yi Futian was facing the attack of the four great demon saints. Indeed, people of Prince Regent's residence secretly exclaimed. Their attacks were aiming at Yi Futian. This guy even could fight the demon saints, and he may have also killed the kin of these demonic beasts, therefore greatly angering them. They almost bore the brunt of their rage for the seventh swordsman. When Li Xian observed this, his eyes were cold. Heaven was watching out for him. Before, he had already discovered that Yi Futian had noticed something, but he did not expect that the Candle Dragon could not kill Yi Futian. If he was allowed to walk out of the West Mountain hunting ground alive, there would inevitably be some trouble. The best thing was to let him die in the hands of the demonic beasts. Yi Futian saw the four great demonic saints attacking, and the aura of the ancient tree of the world in his life palace flowed madly. Suddenly, his body released radiant glory, and the sword spirit appeared. Many methods of the universe now gathered around him. His body levitated and shot toward the sky above. A brilliant sword veil appeared on his body. The sharp claws of the Candle Dragon, the long dagger axe of Zhao Qi, the long red stick of Zhu Yan the beast, and the tail of the nine-headed demonic snake came down simultaneously and blasted toward Yi Futian, who attempted to escape from the void. Boom! The shockingly loud sound came out, and the sword veil fell from the void, and the sword chi oscillated in the space. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The giant sword was pulverized, and the sword veil began to crack. Zhu Yan's long stick brought with it infinite flames, as if a hellfire was roaring. A wave of flame burned through everything, and Yi Futian's body fell from the sky. The tail of the nine-tailed demonic snake also smashed down and slammed him to the ground. Yi Futian felt as if his internal organs were shattered. With a loud bang, his body smashed on the ground and created a deep pit. The people of the Prince Regent's residence watched without intervening. At the same time, some demonic beasts now launched an attack against them. Many demonic beasts rushed toward Li Xian. The demon saint of Prince Regent's residence only wanted to force them into retreat. But there were a few beasts that were extremely crazed and unafraid of death. Therefore, killing them was the only option. Apparently, Yi Futian was controlling those demonic beasts. He could not control the demon saint, but in the battle a few days ago, he managed to gain control of some of the demons around the demon saints. He was going to try to use it to deal with Liao, but now he had found other uses for it. Seeing that the demonic beasts of their clan had been slaughtered, suddenly, the few demon saints turned on the people of the Prince Regent's residence. As for Yi Futian, who was smashed on the ground, if he was not dead by now, he ought to be fatally injured. The Candle Dragon demon saint was still staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian climbed out of the deep pit and floated in the air, looking cold and indifferent. If it wasn't that his physical body was nearly at the saint level, perhaps this fall alone could have taken 8 lives out of him. However, because he had been baptized by the medicinal bath to strengthen his already powerful body, he had an especially dominant physique so that he could rise as if nothing had happened. When Li Xian saw the scene, he revealed a strange look. How could he come back from that? The infinite sword will was gathering around his body, and it was turning into swords of Cassiopeia, puffing out dazzling aurora of the sword, pointing toward the candle dragon in the void. The candle dragon exhaled, spat out icy frost, and suddenly, Yi Futian's body seemed to be frozen. The swords of Cassiopeia broke through the sky and disappeared into the void. As Li Xian was watching this battle in the void, preparing to see how Yi Futian would meet his end, he suddenly sensed danger, and then a terrible sword will surged from the void. His face changed. The sword did not go to the candle dragon but was coming toward him. This sudden change of event caught Li Xian unprepared. He wanted to hide, but it was too late. The sword of Cassiopeia was gone in a flash, pointing now at his throat, even piercing into the skin. Li Xian suddenly felt a prickling coldness all over his body. If I die, he dies too. A voice burrowed into the ears of Li Xian. The candle dragon roared, but its body stopped mysteriously and did not continue its attack. Yi Futian's body flashed and came next to Li Xian. The sword of Cassiopeia puffed out terrible sword will that surrounded Li Xian. Yi Futian walked up to him and said coldly, "The same mistake was made twice. How come you don't remember not to repeat them?" "What do you mean?" Li Xian replied coldly, pretending not to understand. "Seventh swordsman, you forgot your place?" Li Sun, who was currently fighting with a demon saint, reprimanded in anger. Yi Futian came next to Li Xian. He looked at the candle dragon, saying, "How come this candle dragon demon saint stopped its attack?" "How would I know?" Li Xian's eyes were cold. He felt like a puppet who was, once again, controlled by the other party. This kind of humiliation made him want to chop Yi Futian into millions of tiny little pieces. At this time, there was a whistling sound that came from the void, and a group of people was heading this way. There were a few among them whose aura was extremely dominant. Seeing this, the candle dragon demon saint retreated backward, and at the same time, the other 3 demon saints also did the same and started to withdraw. The newcomer was the 8th prince of the Dali dynasty. His eyes swept over the crowd and landed on Yi Futian, saying, "Seventh swordsman, what are you doing?" "Saving my skin," Yi Futian said, but his tone was a bit cold. The 8th prince came just in time. As soon as Yi Futian had captured Li Xian, there he came. Was this really a coincidence? Or was it intentional? "Quit joking, let go of Li Xian," the 8th prince said casually. There was authority in his tone. "I beg your forgiveness, your royal highness, but I can't do that," Yi Futian replied. "You forget yourself," the cultivators of the prince regent's residence shouted, and they were walking toward him. Someone said coldly, "Even though you are the disciple of the imperial advisor, your treatment of prince regent's residence will not be overlooked and forgiven. But before I got a hold of Li Xian, you guys didn't seem to want to spare me either?" Yi Futian said sarcastically. He was biding his time. The people of the prince regent's residence had already sent out a signal. The cultivators of the sovereign family would arrive soon. "Seventh swordsman, enough is enough," the 8th prince continued. Yi Futian looked at him but did not respond. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Yi Futian just disregarded the 8th prince. A while later, someone else arrived. It was Princess Li Xiao. She was stunned by what she saw in front of her, and said to Yi Futian, "Seventh swordsman, what is the meaning of this?" "Seventh swordsman, you are much too arrogant." Elders of the sovereign family, who scolded him with an icy cold voice. More and more members of the sovereign family had now arrived, and all of them were angrily reprimanding Yi Futian. Yi Futian ignored all of them and even closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Sun and Liao had also arrived, as well as those from the royal house of Liang and Liu. In the end, the 3rd prince and Li Zhe arrived with a large number of royal cultivators. "Seventh swordsman, what is going on here?" Liao asked. "The people of the prince regent's residence wanted me dead," Yi Futian replied. "Seventh swordsman, don't lie," Li Su asked coldly. When did we try to touch you? Li Xian also questioned. Put the sword down first. The eyes of the third prince focused on Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at the people who came. Those who needed to come came. Suddenly he laughed, a sarcastic laugh, and he said, "The master was entitled the imperial advisor of Dali, and devoted his life to the Dali dynasty with countless efforts to strengthen Dali, and nurtured countless talents, thus valued by the emperor himself. However, the master was not of the Li clan and had never expected the descendants of the sovereign family to squash him. The resentment toward him had run so deep. As Yi Futian's voice drifted, the faces of many changed abruptly. This accusation was a serious one. Seventh Swordsman, the imperial advisor is a pillar of our nation and is valued greatly by the emperor. It has nothing to do with names and clans. Your accusation is pure madness," the third prince said. "Is it?" Yi Futian looked at the third prince and replied, "Then, as the disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali, I was ambushed on the royal hunting ground. An attempt was made on my life. I took Li Xian as security for my life, yet no one asked why, but just accused me of being out of line, arrogant, asking me to let him go. But did none of you really care about what Li Xian had done?" Upon hearing what Yi Futian said, Li Sun and Li Yao both frowned. The people of Prince Regent's residence looked grave and gloomy. They didn't expect the seventh swordsman to have made such a deep calculation and to unleash it only at this moment. Moreover, it brought to light the hidden conflict between the sovereign family and the imperial advisor of Dali. This kind of matter could only be acknowledged silently, but no one dared to say it out loud. Which prince dared to admit it? "Seventh swordsman, what exactly did Li Xian do?" asked Li Sun. "I was resting in the forest of West Mountain when the cultivators of the Prince Regent's residence came at me and attracted a candle dragon demon saint. They fled and left me there, allowing the candle dragon demon saint to attack me," said Yi Futian. "The power of the candle dragon was great. We couldn't deal with it," Li Su said defensively. His only regret was that the stupid candle dragon could not kill the seventh swordsman, allowing him to survive. It was now biting them in the ass. "Really?" Yi Futian said sarcastically. "Afterwards, when I faced the demon saint by myself, not only did you all watch and do nothing when it was you who guided the candle dragon to me. However, when I got close to you, why did you all start to attack me? Also, when the candle dragon was about to kill me, why did it stop when I took hold of Li Xian?" Yi Futian continued his interrogation. "How would we know the thoughts of the demonic beast?" Someone from Prince Regent's residence answered coldly. "How easy it is for you to deny everything so completely." Yi Futian sneered, saying, "Li Xian, do you remember your promise to my senior brother outside of Dali Academy?" Many people trembled now in their hearts. At the time, Li Xian had sworn upon his own life as a promise. Li Xian's face looked terrible, and he did not forget what happened last time. On that day, much like today, after the cultivators of the St. Plain had made a move, he was taken by the seventh swordsman, who demanded to make an exchange, one life for another. To save his skin, he promised Yen Yuan that he would never touch Yi Futian, guaranteed by his own life. "Seventh swordsman, if it was indeed as you said, I will investigate this matter, but let him go first," the third prince said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian sneered. The third prince himself was close to the sovereign family. Li Xian was the grandson of the Prince Regent. "Sire, the evidence is undeniable. What else is there to investigate? If it weren't for me taking Li Xian, I would already be dead because of their plot to end me. Now, everyone is asking me to let him go, but my senior brothers are not here today. So now the descendants of the sovereign family are bullying me like this." Yi Futian sounded so antagonizing that it made many people frown. This bastard was determined not to let the matter rest. If news came out that the descendants of the sovereign family were elbowing out the disciples of the imperial advisor or even made an attempt on the life of a disciple of the imperial advisor, what would the people of Dali think? Perhaps even Emperor Li himself would not be able to spare them. The people of Prince Regent's residence were genuinely useless. They had several people of the St. Plain, and in their dealings with the seventh swordsman, they had mishandled it. Worse yet, they had allowed Li Xian to be taken once again. What ironclad evidence! It was just the action of a demonic beast, and you determined that Prince Regent's residence ordered it. Li Sun said coldly. This was something they could never admit. He took a step forward to put more pressure on Yifutian. Pest! The sword chi pierced into Xian's throat, and a drop of blood dripped down. Li Sun stopped, and the look on his face was beyond ugly. Since Li Xian promised back then he should pay with his life for what he did, Yifutian replied coldly. Murderous intent flowed upon him. The sword was puffing about, moving bit by bit into Li Xian's throat. Li Xian's throat moved as he swallowed. Both of his eyes stared at Yifutian. Was he crazy? Did he dare to kill him? Seventh swordsman. Several princes couldn't help but call out. Would you dare? Li Xian's voice sounded hoarse as he spat in a cold voice, seemingly full of bravado. After Li Xian's death, if the people of Prince Regent's residence thought that this matter had nothing to do with them, feel free to let my master and senior brothers investigate. That candle dragon is still at the West Mountain, and all of you are here. I hope no one will touch him to destroy the evidence. If I wronged Prince Regent's residence, I, seventh swordsman, will exchange my life for a life, Yifutian said. Then the sword will puffed out. The sword was unleashed and directly penetrated Li Xian's throat. Li Xian made a sound from his gut, but it was almost impossible to hear. He opened his mouth, and he stared at Yifutian, full of fear and despair. He dared to kill him. With both hands trembling, he put them to his throat and felt the sticky, bloody gore. Li Xian wanted to make a sound, but he was no longer able to do so. Then his life began to fade, and his body fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned. The space seemed to be solidified, and they all stared at the scene playing out in front of them. The seventh swordsman really killed Li Xian. This madman. Li Sun rushed out and caught Li Xian's fallen body. Li Xian. Li Sun's eyes were red, and his murderous intent was as high as the sky. Li Xian's hands were trembling. Fear was written all over in his eyes. In Dali Dynasty, the imperial advisor had such great authority that he suppressed even the sovereign family. He, Li Xian, as the descendant of the sovereign family, was reluctant to cultivate inside Dali Academy. But he was coerced, for which he had always felt great shame. They were descendants of the sovereign family from Prince Regent's residence, yet they were indebted to the imperial advisor. His grandfather, the Prince Regent, kept a low profile and refrained from asking affairs of the outside world. But he would rather stir the pot so that his grandfather could stand up and intervene, at the very least, to take back the dignity of the sovereign family. As a member of the sovereign family, in front of the disciples of the imperial advisor, they were actually required to show their respect by bowing. Even more outrageous was that the disciples of the imperial advisor saw this as a matter of course. Even though they would return the salutation to those who were princes, for those royal members outside the main branch of the sovereign family, those disciples were not so considerate. Each and every one of them was extremely prideful. Therefore, he provoked Yifutian, wanting to cause a feud. The funny thing was that the disciples of the imperial advisor were still so arrogant. Even the one who had just become the disciple of the imperial advisor, the seventh swordsman, dared to kill him. He reached out his hand, trembling and pointing at Yifutian. In his eyes, besides fear, there was also intense hatred and murderous intent. Until his hand fell lifelessly. His eyes were still staring at Yifutian, and he died without being at peace. The people of Prince Regent's residence who came to his side had all witnessed the death of Li Xian. Li Sun handed him over to the others, and then with his eyes full of murder, he stared at Yifutian. His body flashed and went to Yifutian with a terrifying might. Yifutian looked at him indifferently and said, "If I die, then it would not just be a problem with Li Xian." "Li Sun, stop!" the third prince shouted. Li Sun, whose body had rushed out, still managed to land a palm print. Though the sword guarded Yifutian's body but the slam still caused him to fly out. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even resist. His sharp eyes stared at the angry Li Su in front of him, looking indifferent. He killed Li Xian, and it would matter whose disciple he was. If the people of Prince Regent's residence killed him in public, it would be a blatant declaration of war to the imperial advisor. Even if Prince Regent's residence dared to move against him, those princes could not sit by idly and watch that disaster unfold. Initially, this matter had nothing to do with the princes. They could deny what he had said about the sovereign family elbowing out the disciples of the imperial advisor. But if he died here today, then it was as good as an admission that the descendants of the sovereign family used the hunting as a pretext to assassinate the disciple of the imperial advisor, with the implicit involvements of the princes. Then, the matter could become very thorny. These princes were smart and astute. Even if they had a disagreement regarding the imperial advisor, they would not dare to do so. Aside from the fact that Emperor Li valued the imperial advisor, and even if the emperor had issues with the imperial advisor, judging from the influence and the position that the imperial advisor currently enjoyed in Dali Imperial City, if the sovereign family were to do this, who else would dare serve Dali dynasty? Enough, the third prince said coldly. Your Highness, seventh swordsman executed Li Xian in public, and this is it? Li Sun and the people of Prince Regent's residence were full of anger. This matter will be turned over to the imperial advisor's residence and the Prince Regent's residence to investigate. The seventh swordsman has guaranteed it with his own life. If it turns out that the seventh swordsman killed Li Xian without justification, the Prince Regent's residence may kill him at that time. Li Xian also piped in. All right, let's go back to the imperial city first. Liao also said, but his heart secretly trembled. He thought that the seventh swordsman was indeed daring. He had ended Li Xian's life in front of all the cultivators of the sovereign family of Dali. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Futian, it was only because he was the disciple of the imperial advisor, and he had potential was unparalleled below the Saint Plane. His understanding of the seventh swordsman was not good, but what had just happened allowed him to know what kind of person the seventh swordsman was. His sword was genuinely fearless. Was this the pride of the swordsman? Liu's heart beat wildly. When she was in the lower worlds, she saw Yi Futian's arrogance, and now he was still the same in front of the sovereign family. His Royal Highness, I need to take him to the Prince Regent's residence. Very well. The third prince nodded and looked at Yi Futian. Seventh swordsman, since you claimed that Li Xian tried to kill you and you killed him because of it, you will be handed over to Prince Regent's residence. Do you object? What if I object? Yi Futian replied. Everyone looked at Yi Futian, speechless. He had spared no effort to let his feelings be known. The third prince looked at him casually and said nothing. He was not suitable to handle the matter. Turning this headache over to Prince Regent's residence and Imperial Advisor's residence to deal with was the best course of action. Although he was close to the sovereign family, the Imperial Advisor was the Imperial Advisor, after all. Back to the Imperial City, the third prince said. With everything that had happened, naturally the hunt in the West Mountain had ended. The cultivators of Prince Regent's residence came next to Yi Futian. After the convergence with the cultivators of the sovereign family, their group was even stronger, and several cultivators of the Saint Plane looked at Yi Futian with icy stares and took him away. Li Sun. Liao came over and said to Li Su, take the seventh swordsman back to the Prince Regent's residence for investigation. Before everything is cleared, don't act rashly, or you can imagine the consequences. In fact, no one was that idiotic. Whether this was done by the people of Prince Regent's residence or not, everyone should know. It was just that Li Xian's public execution by the seventh swordsman would not easily be let go by the Prince Regent's residence. I know. Li Sun's face was dark, and he did not address the third prince by his title. Apparently, he was highly displeased. Back in the days, his grandfather, the Prince Regent, wielded incredible power, and even though he no longer involved himself with most affairs, he was still well respected in the sovereign family. Now, Li Xian had been killed by an outsider. The prince did not stand up for his own. Liao looked at Yi Futian and heard Yi Futian say laughingly, Your Highness can rest easy. I already said that if the Prince Regent's residence had nothing to do with it, I would pay with my life. There were just too many holes in this matter and too many clues. Not at all like Emperor Xia's realm, where there was no place to start. It would be easy for the Imperial Advisor's residence to check it out. He didn't care. He dared to kill Li Xian because he was sure that Prince Regent's residence would not dare to move him, as the matter was indeed their doing. After leaving the West Mountain, everyone returned to Dali Imperial City. Yi Futian was taken directly to Prince Regent's residence. The news of this incident quickly spread, causing a great sensation with a negative impact. The Prince Regent's residence now fought with the disciple of the Imperial Advisor, and the seventh swordsman was the first person below Saint Plain who enjoyed great fame in Dali Imperial City. It was unexpected that during the hunt by the sovereign family in the West Mountain, such a thing could have happened, and the seventh swordsman had killed Li Xian in front of everyone. It was unlikely that the Prince Regent would let the matter slide. The Dali Academy quickly received the news and came instantly. Many people were still in shock. At this time in Dali Academy, Yan Yuan was sitting there, and Li Yao had come to tell him everything that had happened. Yan Yuan appeared very calm, and when he heard what Li Yao had to say, he nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. It's all right. It's just that the seventh swordsman. I will go to Prince Regent's residence to pick him up," Yan Yuan said. He then got up and said, "Nanzhai, Chunyang, you two come with me." "Yes." Mr. Nanzhai and Mu Chunyang both nodded lightly, and then the three levitated and traveled through the air. The people of Dali Academy looked up at the figures that had just by air, and their hearts were slightly shaken. Had the big senior brother just gone to the Prince Regent's residence? At the Prince Regent's residence, under a giant golden pagoda, Yi Futian was now imprisoned beneath it. On top of the pagoda, the might of the Wei continuously blasted down on his body. He sat on the ground, blood streaming down from the corner of his mouth, and rolls of brilliant light screen flowed down from the top of the pagoda, making it hard for him to sit up straight. The sword will on his body continued flowing, and his eyes were still sharp. He kept his eyes forward indifferently. Many cultivators of Prince Regent's residence were standing there. The person in the forefront was a majestic-looking middle-aged man clad in a golden robe with embroidery of pythons. A strong sense of murder was in his eyes, and he stared at Yi Futian coldly. The son of the Prince Regent, Li Jing, was also the father of Li Xian. The person that Yi Futian had killed was his youngest son. Although Li Xian was useless, his talent in cultivation was far beneath that of Li Su, but he was still his child. Moreover, the thinking of Li Xian, in a sense, was also his thinking, and he influenced it. But no one would have thought that Li Xian would lose his life because of it. The seventh swordsman, the first man below the Saint Plain, who had found fame recently, executed Li Xian, the grandson of the Prince Regent, in the face of the descendants of the sovereign family. His hand stretched out, and a terrible might of Wei suddenly fell on the pagoda. Li Jin waved his hand, and a dull sound was heard. Yi Futian felt that the authority of heaven had fallen on him, and his body almost fell to the floor. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The corner of his mouth lifted in a sneer, and he looked up at Li Jing coldly. The reason why he decided to kill Li Xian was not just because Li Xian wanted him dead, nor did he kill Li Xian in the heat of the moment. There were two other reasons. One was to create discord between Li Yao and the others, and the second was the Imperial Advisor's residence. Since there was already disharmony between the sovereign family and the Imperial Advisor, he did not mind increasing that disharmony. One day, it would be better if Emperor Li sidelined the Imperial Advisor, although doing so may cause some damage to the Imperial Advisor's residence. But what he did not want was that one day to be the enemy of the people of the Imperial Advisor's residence. Judging from the status held by the Imperial Advisor's residence in Dali Dynasty, even if the whole scheme was revealed in the future, and Dali realized his real identity, it would not be possible for Emperor Li to harm the Imperial Advisor. After all, the Imperial Advisor's residence was also deceived by him without foreknowledge, and at most, it would add to the disharmony. "You are not asking for mercy?" Li Jing stared at Yi Futian, and his hand extended again. Another roaring sound, and the pagoda span as radiant rays of light fell. Yi Futian spat out another mouthful of blood again. Although Li Jing would not kill Yi Futian himself, since the swordsman was so cocky, he would crush his backbone. He would like to see how he would continue with his swordsmanship when the sword of the swordsman was bent. You must know the truth of this matter. If I died or was maimed while in custody at the Prince Regent's residence, what do you think the Imperial Advisor's residence would do? Prince Regent's residence killed the disciple of the Imperial Advisor. How would His Majesty deal with it? Yifutian asked Li Jing. Then you killed the grandson of the Prince Regent. What should be done to you? Your son was incompetent. In trying to kill me, he was killed by me instead. You should think about whether or not you taught your children anything. Yifutian continued, and the people of Prince Regent's residence stared at Yifutian. This swordsman was beyond presumptuous. Yan Yuan, a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, come to pay a visit. At this time, a voice was heard. Although not loud, it resounded throughout the entire residence. Everyone could hear it clearly. That was fast. The people of Prince Regent's residence exclaimed in secret. They had not been back for long before Yan Yuan's arrival. They had not spoken, and yet a vast might of the divine will permeated toward them, shrouding heaven and earth, and in an instant, it descended where Li Jing was. Apparently, Yan Yuan projected his will to inspect the situation inside Prince Regent's residence. Looking for Yifutian. Was this a visit? Using spiritual will to scan Prince Regent's residence was considered rude behavior. But Yan Yuan did it anyway. Not only did he do so, but a vast might of the divine blasting toward them. No one had yet responded to whether or not to allow Yan Yuan to enter the residence before three figures came from the void, arriving in this space in an instant. The three people who arrived were Yan Yuan, Nanzhai, and Mu Chunyang. After they arrived, they took a look at Yifutian, who was imprisoned underneath the pagoda. Their look was somewhat cold. Li Jing and the others turned around, coldness in their gaze, staring at the three who had arrived. Li Su stepped forward and looking at Yan Yuan, he said coldly, "The great teacher trespassed in Prince Regent's residence. Isn't it a little rude?" Yan Yuan looked at Li Su and asked, "Were you at West Mountain when it happened?" Li Su frowned and said, "Yes." Yan Yuan raised his hand. In an instant, a suffocating might was born between heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this might, everyone seemed to stop breathing. Then they saw Yan Yuan reached out and made a grabbing gesture in the air at Li Su. Before anyone could react to this unremarkable movement, an immense handprint appeared and locked down the space around Li Su, who realized that he could no longer move. His level of cultivation was at the first realm of Saint Plane, the realm of proving holiness. Yan Yuan, whose own cultivation was at the third realm of Saint Plane, unblemished saint, was thought by many of the Dali Imperial City as possibly the strongest cultivator of this realm. This meant that apart from a few holiness of nirvana of Dali Imperial City, Yan Yuan was standing at the peak. At this moment, Li Su truly experienced the might of the great path was. The palm pressed down in the air and lifted him. It was so fast that it was like a flash of a thought before Li Su was taken. Yan Yuan. Li Jing stepped forward, and the same atmosphere of unblemished saint erupted. Suddenly, there was a terrible field around him, and Yan Yuan likewise made it hard for everyone around to breathe. However, Mr. Nanzhai and Mu Chunyang walked a few steps forward on each side without being affected. Mu Chunyang himself was also an unblemished saint, and Mr. Nanzhai was at the peak realm of Saint of True Self. "Did you take part in leading the Candle Dragon Demon, saint to my younger brother?" Yan Yuan's voice was calm. Li Su struggled madly but could not break free. He was already at Saint Plane, the uppermost level of cultivation, and yet, at this moment, he was humiliated. "It was just a coincidence. I heard that you all stood by and watched while my brother fought the demon saint, and when he got too close to you, you all fought him. Was that also a coincidence?" Yan Yuan asked again. Li Su was green in the face and did not respond. "I also heard that you are launching an investigation?" Yan Yuan said. "Whether the Candle Dragon has anything to do with you or not, just this alone is enough to prove that you set my brother up. What else do you need to investigate?" At this time, people were coming from the void. They were all extremely powerful figures from Prince Regent's residence. Several cultivators of Li Jing's generation were already saints of true self, and another one was an unblemished saint. The makeup of the group was terrifying. "Yan Yuan, you have gone too far," someone said. Little brother, how many times did the pagoda suppress you? Yan Yuan looked at Yi Futian under the pagoda. 27, Yi Futian responded. Yan Yuan raised his hand, and suddenly a giant palm print fell down. It turned into overlapping shadows, exactly 27, that directly blasted on Li Su's body. Pooh! Li Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the void, causing the ground to crack, and many more bones and tendons were broken. Last time, outside of Dali Academy, when my younger brother had a run-in with Li Xian swore on his life. Since he is now dead, I believe that this was a matter entirely of Li Xian's doing. The others were involved in the heat of the moment and had nothing to do with Prince Regent's residence, so that I won't be pursuing the others regarding this matter. Yan Yuan stepped forward and walked in Yi Futian's direction. He said, I am taking him away. Li Jing saw Yan Yuan coming forward, and he stepped forward also, with a force that shot through the sky. His whole person was like an angry dragon, filled with dominant majesty. The two men walked toward each other, and the momentum was so powerful that it caused a great gust of wind in the surrounding world. A dull sound was heard in the void. It sounded as if it could explode at any moment. The pressure of the might was shocking. As the two men approached each other, the momentum grew stronger, and everyone watched quietly. They all knew that the two were suppressing their own force. Otherwise, if they were really to unleash their power in the battle, the entire Prince Regent's residence would be razed to the ground. Finally, when the two came together, they extended their palms and slammed toward each other. The palm prints of the two landed together, and the pressure of the mighty washed over the space with the forces of mountains and oceans. All the cultivators from Prince Regent's residence stepped out and stood in different directions. The terrible waves landed on them, making their clothing flutter wildly. The force forced them to slide back. Cracks appeared on the ground and extended into the distance. The ground underneath their feet burst open and collapsed. Yan Yuan continued to move forward, and a radiant light exploded from his palm, as if to shatter everything in front of him. Bang! Li Jing's body flew out backward, and his feet tried to break on the ground, creating deep track marks. Do you really want to take him away by force? Li Jing looked up at Yan Yuan. He was indeed the chief disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali. Your Highness invited our younger brother to go to the West Mountain to hunt, and we all agreed to let him go without accompaniment. Naturally, it was a demonstration of our absolute trust in the sovereign family. However, what happened at the West Mountain was no longer a matter of etiquette. Someone crossed the line. I already said that I believe it was the doing of Li Xian alone, and I would let the matter rest here. Yan Yuan looked at Li Jing and continued, I didn't report it to the master. Instead, I have come here myself to bring back my brother. If Prince Regent's residence wanted to stop me from taking him today, maybe won't come next time. If the matter is escalated, are you sure you can afford to pay the price? Li Jing looked horrible. He knew that the whole thing flopped because Yi Futian was not killed, so it was all exposed. He also knew that Yan Yuan was right. If the whole thing was escalated, and the imperial advisor locked horns with the Prince Regent and caused Emperor Li to get involved, who would look good? If the Prince Regent's residence wanted to pick a fight with the disciples of the imperial advisor, what would the people of Dali dynasty think? What would His Majesty think? Let him be taken away. A majestic and authoritative voice came, and suddenly everyone trembled. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Li Jing clenched his fists. Li Xian, his poor child, had died in vain. Yan Yuan looked up in the direction of the voice, and said clearly, Yan Yuan thanks the Prince Regent. Afterward, he stepped forward and walked straight past Li Jing. Li Jing did not stop him. The Prince Regent himself had spoken, so the others would not stop them. Furthermore, unless the Prince Regent came out personally, other people in the residence perhaps would not be able to stop Yan Yuan. Dong! Yan Yuan threw out his palm, and the pagoda made a crystal-clear sound. Immediately following, a divine implement was shattered, and the pressure on Yi Futian disappeared instantly. He looked at Yan Yuan and called out, Brother! Yan Yuan nodded gently and said, Let's go. Yifutian hastened his steps and followed Yen Yen, who had turned to walk away. Mr. Nanzhai and Mu Chunyang cast a glance at the rest of the people, and Mu Chunyang said, "If anyone disagrees with Imperial Advisor's residence, please be open and upfront. The disciples of Imperial Advisor's residence respect the Prince Regent, so I hope that the people of the residence will not shame the name of the Prince Regent." Having said that, the four stepped directly into the void and left. It seemed as if Dali Imperial City was a place that they could come and go at will. Everyone at Prince Regent's residence looked at the sight of Yen Yuan and the others leaving, and they were feeling quite revolted. Some of the elders of the palace, who were of the Saint Plain, had experienced the prosperous days when the Prince Regent's residence was in charge of the kingdom. However, the people of Dali dynasty had long forgotten its glorious past. They only knew of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty, who was just beneath one person, but above all the rest. As to the disciples of the imperial advisor who dared to be so forthright, that after having killed the grandson of the Prince Regent, they dared to defy others' opinions and forcibly taken the one who murdered Li Xian. This was why many of the sovereign family had objections toward the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor had already wielded power that surpassed the power of the sovereign family. But for this, the Prince Regent had never expressed any opinions. In the past few years, he had not bothered with the matters of the kingdom. Many people had said that the Prince Regent was ready to retire and focus on cultivating in peace. At this time, Li Su had gotten up from the ground. The corner of his mouth was still bloody. Even as a cultivator of Saint Plain, he could not hold back his emotions at this moment. Great hatred filled his heart. His brother Li Xian was killed, and now they trespassed and wounded him, destroyed a divine implement, and took away the seventh swordsman. This was what Yen Yuan had done this day. Li Jing did not say anything, but turned around and walked away. After a while, Li Jing appeared in another courtyard. It was very quiet. An old man sat quietly on the ground, his back facing Li Jing, his eyes closed in meditation. There was not the slightest sense of majesty from his person, not at all like the Prince Regent, whose power was once toppling the kingdom. "Father," he called. Li Xian, who was slain, was his son, and Li Su, who was wounded, was also his son. The Prince Regent was still sitting with his back facing him, and there was not a trace of disturbance about him. He said, "Losing is losing. If you lost, you must admit it." Li Su and Li Xian did not complete their mission and left evidence behind. That's why they have to pay the price. In the eyes of the Prince Regent, there was neither right nor wrong, only success or failure. Li Su and Li Xian wanted to kill the disciple of the imperial advisor, but not only did they not succeed, but they were also killed by the target and left evidence behind. This was undoubtedly a failure. Both the Prince Regent's residence and the imperial advisor's residence were in service to Emperor Li. The struggle was like a game. The two sides that played had to abide by the rules of the game and not cross the boundaries. Li Xian did cross that boundary, so he could only die in vain. Otherwise, the dispute between the imperial advisor and the Prince Regent, vying for power in the face of the emperor, that would also be a disgrace to the Prince Regent's residence. Yen Yuan dared to be so aggressive and arrogant as to come to the Prince Regent's residence to take away the prisoner, precisely because he had reason on his side, with all the advantages, so he was not afraid of contention. Li Jing understood this. But the one who died was his son, so it was natural that he was angry. Father has stopped inquiring about the matters of the dynasty for many years. Now, when this matter comes out, how will the world view Prince Regent's residence? Li Jing asked. Even he could not understand his father's mind. What does the view of the world has anything to do with the Prince Regent's residence? The voice of the old man was still calm. It was as if he had experienced a lifetime's worth of trials. Li Jing, you must remember that Prince Regent's residence, or the imperial advisor's residence, both serve His Majesty. That is all. What is the status of my position, and what is the status of the imperial advisor? Today, the imperial advisor is more useful to His Majesty. Whoever disregards the rules is disregarding His Majesty. Do you understand? Hearing this voice, Li Jing's heart trembled, and he looked at his father. The old man in front of him seemed to see things more clearly than anyone else. So over the years, he had stopped inquiring about matters of the outside world and no longer fought for anything. Many people thought that he had chosen to cultivate in solitude instead. But in fact, he had already seen through everything. Whether it was the Prince Regent or the Imperial Advisor, they were all for the sake of the Emperor, nothing more. Remember, some things cannot be obtained simply because you fight for it. The kids thought they were sharper than me. Do you think I need them to remind me of anything? The Prince Regent continued to speak. His extreme coolness was nearly frightening to behold. Even though his grandson had died, it did not seem to upset him much. One day, when His Majesty thinks that I am useful again, I will be present again. The Prince Regent continued. Do you understand? Li Jing sighed in his heart. It was very cruel but very realistic. Go back. Seeing that there was no response from Li Jing, the Prince Regent dismissed him lightly. Li Jing turned to leave. After he left, the Prince Regent opened his eyes, and they were extremely sharp. When he got into a match with someone on the level of the Imperial Advisor, it was not a simple matter of who suppressed whom, but whoever made the wrong move first. What Li Xian did was making the wrong move, and it was beyond stupid. Therefore, death was his destination. Yan Yuan and the others traveled in the air after they left Prince Regent's residence. Mr. Nanzhai asked Yi Futian, "How is your injury?" "I'm fine," Yi Futian responded. All this was still owing to his strong physique that was comparable to that of the saints. If it were not so, he was probably already disabled. That's good to hear. Mr. Nanzhai nodded. Senior brother, I killed Li Xian. Will it involve the Imperial Advisor's residence? Yi Futian asked. Don't worry. Whether you killed Li Xian or not, there is no impact on the Imperial Advisor's residence. Yan Yuan replied. Yi Futian looked up at Yan Yuan and was somewhat puzzled. The world said that the Prince Regent no longer concerned himself with matters of the state and thought that he resides in solitude. But this once powerful prince was far more clever than the world imagined. Li Xian had overstepped the boundaries. His death was unimportant. Yan Yuan continued. He thought that he could change things. But what went on between our master and the Prince Regent was not something the younger generation could resolve. He lacked self-awareness. Yi Futian seemed somewhat befuddled, but still nodded. Yan Yuan turned his eyes toward him. Li Xian thought that he could fight for something, but younger brother, you must remember, the best fight in this world is just to cultivate. Yi Futian looked at Yan Yuan, and for a moment it seemed that time and space had turned back to many years ago. His third brother once told him that whatever was the biggest in the world could claim the truth. If there was anything bigger than the truth, then it had to be a fist. In the world of the cultivators, the best fight was cultivation. These two conclusions had the same meaning. Therefore, the disciples of the Imperial Advisor's residence seemed to have no contention with the world and were cultivating in peace. They did not deign to jump up and down and all around like Li Xian. This was probably a difference in realms. The news that Yan Yuan had taken Yi Futian from Prince Regent's residence quickly spread out, causing huge waves instantly. Many people of the Dali Imperial City felt that they were indeed the chief disciples of the Imperial Advisor and had trespassed in the Prince Regent's residence to take away their person. Below the Nirvana Saint Plain, could there be a second? Yan Yuan and the group returned to Dali Academy. Although the people of Dali Academy were excited, they were not too shocked. Since the senior brother himself had gone, then they would naturally bring back their person. The Dali Academy belonged to those who were friendly toward the Imperial Advisor. As for Yan Yuan, who managed Dali Academy, all of them worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Seventh Swordsman. Li Yao called when he saw Yi Futian returning safely. Gratitude for all the troubles your highness went through on account of me. Yi Futian bowed slightly. Li Yao waved his hand. Your safe return was the most important thing. It was too impulsive of you to have killed Li Xian. Li Xian, after all, was a royal descendant. If the people of Prince Regent's residence were mad enough to kill Yi Futian first, then it would have been too late to do anything. Your Highness, if I did not subdue Li Xian, I would be a dead man already. Since it was destined that one man must die, then this was the only way it could be. Yifutian responded. Liao said nothing more. He added, "Since you have returned safely, I shall be leaving." Once finished, he bowed to Yen Yuan and the others. "Senior brother, I am leaving now." "His Highness returned safely?" Yen Yuan said. "Brother, you have suffered some injuries. Rest early?" Yen Yuan said to Yifutian. "Yes, senior brother." Yifutian nodded and turned to leave. "I am leaving too," said Lu Chuan, who was next to him. He left with Yifutian. He walked next to Yifutian. "What you did was a little too risky. With the master and senior brothers around, what do I need to be afraid of?" Yifutian laughed. "You are not the least bit humble," Lu Chuan smiled and said. "But you weren't wrong. No matter what you did, the brothers will always be there for you." "What if I did something wrong?" Yifutian said. "As long as it is not a great mistake that betrays the master, then it is the same, just like the day when the master promised to accept you as a disciple." Yifutian was silent, thoughtful in his heart. "Do you know anything about the fourth senior brother?" Lu Chuan suddenly asked. "What of the fourth brother?" Yifutian asked. He had always been curious about Wang Zhong. He and the other disciples of the imperial advisor seemed out of place. "The master has the ability to make death warriors. The father of the fourth brother was a death warrior, and he died many years ago. The fourth brother always hated the master, but the master still accepted him as a disciple and passed on his martial arts to him." Slowly Lu Chuan said, "The master is like this. He doesn't even care. Maybe one day, when the fourth brother turns on him, he will still be indifferent. Of course, if there is such a day, I, along with our other brothers, will definitely do things for the master that he does not want to do." Yifutian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wang Zhong to have such a story. He glanced at the Lu Chuan who was next to him and said, "I believe that the fourth brother will not do this." Lu Chuan looked ahead calmly and said softly, "Master took each person as a disciple for a reason. I don't want brothers to stand opposite of each other one day, either." Yifutian thought for a while and said, "Master doesn't seem to like violence, but why does he cultivate death warriors? As Master has said before, there is a price for everything you want to do. Whether there is Master or not, death warriors always exist, serving the army or born and raised for such purpose. What Master does is to make them stronger. There are even some death warriors in the army who knew they were not able to make any progress in cultivation in their lifetimes and rather chose to receive Master's transformation." Lu Chuan continued, "But, even so, Master admits it is against the law of heaven and announces he will only cultivate them when there is war, like the Battle of Empty Realm, or when the sovereign family ordered so. Do you know why King Tiandao has a deep grudge with Master?" "Why?" asked Yifutian. "King Tiandao rules the army of the West, which is the strongest army outside the imperial city. He wants to build an army of death gods and hopes Master can help. He even thinks that the Master can transform not only sages but also saints. King Tiandao has tried to counsel the Emperor many times to give Master pressure, but Master rejected. So to speak, when Di Hao defeated Dong Chun, he requested to become the imperial advisor's disciple. Was this the reason?" asked Yifutian. Di Hao's thing suddenly came to his mind, although at that time, after the imperial advisor asked both of them why they sought the way, imperial advisor chose Yi instead of him. "Maybe," Lu Chuan said. "Then can Master transform Saint Plain cultivators?" Yifutian asked, looking at Lu Chuan. "Saint Plain cultivators have taken the crucial step and refined their physiques. They have infinite potential. Whether yes or no, Master will not do it," Lu Chuan replied. "So, the answer is no." "I see." Yifutian nodded. After they chatted a while, Yifutian went to cultivate alone. Although his physique was powerful, he was seriously injured by the divine implement's will, and he needed time to recover. The incident soon subsided, and no direct conflict had happened between Regent King and Imperial Advisor. Otherwise, that would be a crisis. Year 10,022 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was approaching its end. The finely decorated imperial city of Dali was even busier than usual. The tradition of celebrating the end of a year had lasted for more than 10,000 years since the start of the divine prefecture calendar. Similar customs were widespread throughout all realms of the divine prefecture, though some realms didn't think it as important as other realms did. However, if conditions allowed, having at least a simple gathering was a must for everybody. On the last day of the year, gorgeous lamps lit up the palace of the Dali dynasty. Graceful dancers danced to festive songs. Members of the royal clan and courtiers all gathered in the palace to celebrate the new year. However, the imperial advisor didn't come, and nobody would blame his absence because nobody dared to. All royal clan members knew the imperial advisor didn't like being surrounded by many people. At the end of every year, he would wake up his sleeping daughter and celebrate the new year with her. Emperor Li had asked the imperial advisor about his daughter's issue, but the imperial advisor declined his help. The imperial advisor claimed his daughter's illness was incurable. Even Run Huang couldn't do anything about it. Nobody doubted what the imperial advisor said. If there had been a solution, how could the imperial advisor have wasted his own daughter's time? Everyone also wondered, what kind of illness did the imperial advisor's daughter have? In the imperial advisor's residence, it was cozy and peaceful. The imperial advisor just had a dinner gathering with his disciples. People returned home. The imperial advisor stayed with Fei Shui in the courtyard. Both of them sat on the ground in a relaxed manner and looked up at the stars above. When fireworks exploded, glittering stars seemed to dim, but nobody knew if Fei Shui could see them. "Master, did you want to see me?" Yifutian came and asked. "Come, sit by me." The Dali imperial advisor laughed and said. Yifutian nodded and sat next to the imperial advisor. A slight smile rose on Fei Shui's face. It was the second time Yifutian saw her awake. He felt a tinge of pity and sadness for her. "I heard you went to West Mountain alone a few days ago, and you challenged Demon Saint?" the imperial advisor asked. "It was very hard. When confronting the Demon Saint, I could only survive. My level still restricts my ability," Yifutian replied. "The gap between Saint and Sage is indeed hard to measure. Now, you can battle with Demon Saint and even survive before the Candle Dragon Demon Saint. It is very rare. Perhaps you are the only one in the 100 years history of Dali dynasty," said the imperial advisor. "But I am still just a sage, and I am still unable to enter the Saint plane. Cultivation is an accumulative process. It needs time to grow. To enter the Saint plane, you need a chance that conforms to the Great Path, and there is no need to hurry." The imperial advisor continued, "I haven't taught you anything since you became my disciple. Today, I will teach you one chapter of my cultivation method. Master, I have cultivation methods of my own, and your way of cultivation may not suit me," said Yifutian, who didn't immediately accept with delight. He would have been inwardly thrilled when he had just reached Dali and learned the best teachings about cultivation from the Dali imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor's teaching made him feel shame. "If it doesn't suit you, I will not teach you," imperial advisor said, laughing. "My cultivation method is called the Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which contains all aspects of the world. There are several chapters, including the energy of metaphysical practices, which can help you perceive the existence of all beings, observe the change of stars, and foretell one's fortune. But there is only one chapter that I will teach you, and it suits you best. Through it, you can use your body as a cauldron, your soul as a guide, the 5 elements of the Great Path as the air to produce the power of heaven and earth, and connect you to the great law of the universe and sharpen your sense to the world. When you fight, your body as the cauldron will flame and borrow energy from the law of the world. If I am not wrong, this chapter will suit you very well." In awe, Yifutian looked toward the imperial advisor. It was said that the imperial advisor was extremely knowledgeable and proficient in many skills. There was even hearsay about his uncanny abilities. Yifutian, as a cultivator of such level, of course, didn't believe the rumors and assumed his ability was somehow overpraised. But now it seemed imperial advisor indeed had special cultivation skills. The Deed of Thorough Comprehension should be extraordinary, and the imperial advisor claimed he could see one's fortune from the change of stars. Did it mean he could tell Yifutian's fortune? Did Master take me as your disciple because of not only my belief in swordsmanship but also my fortune? Said Yi Futian. The strength of one's fortune doesn't mean anything. It's not about it, the imperial advisor said. Yi Futian nodded. Even though the mysterious method could measure one's fortune, very likely, it was a rough estimation and could not see one's destiny. Even very powerful astrologers were not able to do so. They could only make a rough guess. I will teach you the cultivation method, the imperial advisor said. Yi Futian nodded, and soon he felt a strong spiritual power that covered his body. Beams of light emitted from the middle of the imperial advisor's eyebrows and shot toward the center of Yi Futian's brow. Suddenly, a lot of things came to Yi Futian's mind. The path was only taught to the chosen one. The law didn't come to unwanted ears. Imperial advisor thought Yi Futian was the one, so he taught him in person. Yi Futian closed his eyes and perceived some moments. The next time he opened his eyes, the imperial advisor was gone. Fei Shui was still there, facing him. If she could have seen, her eyes must have been more beautiful. Where is Master? Asked Yi Futian. He has gone to rest, said Fei Shui. How long did I meditate? Said Yi Futian. Half an hour, Fei Shui replied. Yi Futian nodded slightly and looked toward where the imperial advisor had been. He was going to make more inquiries. My father told me to pass on the message. When you hesitate, just follow your heart and do what you feel in your heart to be right. Otherwise, the imperfection in your state of mind will affect your cultivation, Fei Shui said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart sank for a moment. He looked at Fei Shui and said, grinning, Master has noticed? Have you seen any disciple evade learning from their master? Fei Shui put a smile on her face and said, and don't forget, I can sense the fluctuation of your emotions. Yi Futian shrugged. He seemed not to mind it. Maybe he was indeed full of himself. Nothing in the world could be flawless. Even though the imperial advisor might not know his identity or didn't expect that he came from Emperor Xia's realm, how could he be unaware of anything when you just cultivated beside him? Human beings couldn't be empty of emotions, and emotional transitions were detectable. If the imperial advisor had known he came to the Great Li to kill Liao, would he have told Yi to follow his heart and do what his heart would not regret? So you mean, I have no secrets in front of you? Asked Yi Futian, laughing. Yes. Fei Shui laughed and replied. Since I have no secret from you, shouldn't you share some of your secrets with me? Said Yi Futian. Why does the thing in your body make you keep sleeping to survive? You want to help me? Said Fei Shui. She was surprised by Yi Futian's feeling that she sensed. She chuckled at the idea in his mind. Even her father, a Ren Huang, could do nothing about it, and this guy wanted to help her? Even though there is no solution someday, maybe we will find it, Yi Futian said seriously. Fei Shui could sense his warm-heartedness, which was from the bottom of his heart. She was never wrong about people's feelings. That was the true emotion from the heart. He couldn't fake it. As I told you last time, the thing in my body is inauspicious. In fact, the inauspicious thing is a treasure that has merged into my body. And because of it, my perception is more accurate and sharper than anyone else's. I can perceive not only human emotions but also the existence of everything in the universe and absorb energy from them. However, the energy is too much, and once it explodes, my plane cannot support my body to endure this energy, and I will perish. That's why my father lets me sleep to avoid it. Fei Shui confessed to Yi Futian. She then laughed and said, Now you also know my secret. Last time Yi Futian guessed it right. This thing could make the world tree shake, which had never happened before. Even the imperial advisor and Ren Huang had no solution for the thing in Fei Shui's body, so one could imagine how valuable it was. Is it be possible to take it out? Asked Yi Futian. It has merged into my body and connected to my veins and heart. My father said it could only be taken out if I die. Fei Shui shared her secret calmly. In fact, she had slept for many years, and the actual duration of her life was very short. If not for her father, she might not have cared about life or death. Perhaps now, she lived her life only for her father. Thus, she didn't care about the secret, especially when she perceived Yi Futian's good intentions. She didn't need to hide it. Can I perceive it? said Yi Futian. Yes. Fei Shui nodded, wondering how Yi Futian would do so. Soon, Fei Shui felt him holding her hand. Her arms slightly shivered, and she intrinsically wanted to retreat, but she didn't do it and just let Yi Futian hold it. An invisible life force infused into her body under his palm. There was a moment Fei Shui had a mysterious feeling. It was as if she was very intimate with him. But how could he do this? She was surprised. Meanwhile, Yi Futian was amazed by that kind of feeling, too. The world tree in his life palace waved and rustled, emitting wisps of life force out of the palace, which ran through his body, tentatively entering Fei Shui's body. It was as if his world tree spirit could do more than detect the thing in Fei Shui's body. Tens of thousands of wisps of life force were infused into Fei Shui's body continuously. It was as if they would never end. A dreamy aura surrounded Fei Shui's body. She slightly felt the treasure that had been part of her blood, and her heart seemed to be detached. It was almost ready to emerge. There was even a life flow that ran from her body to Yi Futian's. The change was unexpected by neither of them. Was Yi Futian absorbing the energy from the treasure? But how? Fei Shui was in shock. The treasure had long been merged into her body, and even her father was not able to take it out. But Yi Futian seemed to have made it. In the meantime, Yi Futian's perception of the world was changing. He could hear Fei Shui's heartbeat, sense her anxiety, and was aware of her confusion and shock. Yi Futian even saw the thing in Fei Shui's body. It was a monument without limit, bearing an inscription with no end. It was hard to see it clearly, but the law of heaven and earth seemed to hide inside. But the thing was a part of Fei Shui's body. It was hard to tell what was what, and if there had not been the world tree spirit, Yi would have never perceived its existence. Yi Futian opened his eyes and withdrew his life flow. He looked at Fei Shui. Fei Shui's head was lowered. Although she could not see, she was able to sense all that had happened. It was amazing that the treasure in her body could respond to Yi Futian. So, we have similar secrets, said Yi Futian, grinning. Fei Shui laughed, too. She nodded and said, I will keep your secret. I will not tell anyone, even my father. Yi Futian stared at this young lady's simple smiling face and sighed to himself. Then he looked up into the countless stars in the sky. The imperial advisor had a grudge with Wang Zhong, but he still took him as a disciple. The imperial advisor didn't know Yi Futian's identity and knew he might have his own agenda, but still took him as his disciple and taught him the deed of thorough comprehension. On many occasions, the meaning of life was not all about benefiting oneself. Perhaps this sounded stupid. However, this might be what the temperament of a saint meant. Fei Shui, is there a matrix where you sleep? Asked Yi Futian. Yes, there is a ceiling matrix, Fei Shui said, confused. I can take you to the place you sleep. Let's go, said Yi Futian, standing up. Fei Shui felt his emotions and knew he was not going to send her to sleep, but she still accompanied him to walk toward the place. Soon they came to the place where Fei Shui slept. It was a site full of matrices. Before them stood a cold jade bed. Fei Shui walked up and sat on it. Yi Futian followed her and said, Maybe I can try to take the thing from your body. Fei Shui said that the imperial advisor had told her the treasure had been part of her blood and heart, and unless she died, it was impossible to take it out. However, after Yi Futian's first attempt, he felt he could have a try again. Fei Shui was silent for a second and then asked with a laugh, Are you serious? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. You can do it, Fei Shui said, smiling. If Yi Futian wanted to try, she would let him try. Even though she didn't have high expectations. They crossed their legs and sat in the matrix. Both of them closed their eyes. Wisps of life force were released from Yi Futian's body. He held Fei Shui's hands. She lowered her head but didn't stop him. Soon, the mysterious feeling reappeared. The next moment, bursts of dazzling light erupted. Fei Shui seemed to have perceived something. She softly said, What a beautiful tree. Later, her body was submerged by the giant tree. Countless branches and leaves enveloped her. The world tree spirit clasped her to its bosom. Fei Shui suddenly understood why she sensed the impurity of the seventh sword's sword spirit. Actually, he was not a swordsman in training. His natal spirit was not even sword. Their bodies were wrapped tightly like in a cocoon. The world tree rustled and reflected resplendent luster. After a long while, a breath of horror burgeoned from here, followed by a string of clanging sound. The glare of the world tree suddenly vanished. Yifutian withdrew his natal spirit and looked at Fei Shui, from whom a beam of bright light shot into the sky. Fei Shui, the imperial advisor, called. Yifutian swiftly left the bed and walked away. In a hurry, imperial advisor took a glance at him and walked straight to Fei Shui. Yifutian directly returned to his residence. He would not go away, but he had no idea how to face the imperial advisor either. As the imperial advisor had told him, he just did what his heart felt was right. Yifutian closed his eyes. In his life palace, the world tree rustled in the wind. He wondered what the natal spirit actually was. A radiant beam of light came out of a corner in the imperial advisor's residence and penetrated the sky. People came outside and gathered, wondering what had happened. Yan Yuan, Sir Nanjai, and others came to the gate of the place where Fei Shui slept and requested to see Master. None of them knew what happened. Nothing serious. I am checking Fei Shui's status. You can all leave, said the imperial advisor. Yes, sir. Yan Yuan nodded and said. They saw nothing wrong and soon all returned. In Imperial Xia's palace, Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan summoned Black Wind Condor after she had just returned from a royal banquet to her own princess residence. Sir Condor felt embarrassed to death. Was he her slave? What are you doing now? Xia Qingyuan asked Black Wind Condor. Black Wind Condor knew she was not talking to him, so he sent a message to Yifutian. Soon after, Black Wind Condor closed his eyes and reopened them. He looked kind of different. I am cultivating, said Condor. Today is the last day of the year. You should be in the Imperial Advisor residence, right? How does it feel to celebrate the new year in the Imperial Advisor residence? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yifutian sensed from her tone that she was not very happy. So he said, Not bad. The Imperial Advisor just taught me his cultivation method. Xia Qingyuan was stunned for a second and said, staring at the Black Wind Condor. So the Imperial Advisor really appreciates you. No wonder you don't want to come back. The Imperial Advisor residence treats me very well indeed, Yifutian said and sighed. Don't tell me you were thinking about it, said Xia Qingyuan, staring at the Black Wind Condor. Did this bastard really have some emotional connection with the Imperial Advisor residence? Black Wind Condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and didn't answer. Later, he asked, What's the matter this time? Xia Qingyuan stared at him and said coldly, Nothing. If so, I should go now, Yifutian said. You? Xia Qingyuan clenched her fists and hoped she could punch him. About that thing I found a clue, said Xia Qingyuan. She referred to the last time's incident with Xiao Sheng. Black Wind Condor narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me more. We are still investigating. I will tell you if we have results. Fine. Black Wind Condor nodded and replied, Thank you for your efforts these days, Your Highness. Xia Qingyuan looked into Black Wind Condor's eyes and felt somehow relieved. On the last day of the year, she skipped slapping the condor. It was the first day of year 10,023 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. In the Imperial Advisor residence, Dali Imperial City, Yan Yuan, Sir Nanjai, Mu Chunyang, and others came to visit the Imperial Advisor. When they set foot in the courtyard, they saw a slim figure quietly standing beside the Imperial Advisor. Of course, it was Fei Shui. Fei Shui. Yan Yuan and others showed surprise. She was not sleeping? What had happened yesterday? Fei Shui's thing had been settled. From today, Fei Shui will no longer need to extend her life by sleep, said Imperial Advisor with a heartfelt smile. From now on, his daughter Fei Shui would be normal except for her blindness. Yesterday, he just couldn't believe it when he saw this. He even had no idea what Yifutian had done. He didn't ask, and Fei Shui didn't tell him either. Yan Yuan and others first paused a second, and then every one of them smiled. Did it mean Fei Shui would no longer need to sleep? Although they didn't know what had happened yesterday. Since Master said it was settled, it should have been settled. "Where is the seventh swordsman?" asked the imperial advisor. "Master," Yifutian called from a distance. He came closer, bowed, and said, "The seventh swordsman is here to greet master and brothers." "Good. Have you cultivated on the deed of thorough comprehension?" the imperial advisor asked as if nothing had happened yesterday evening. "Yes, but it is a little abstruse for me, and I am afraid I need some time," replied Yifutian. "The deed of thorough comprehension is indeed not easy to understand. You have to focus on it," said the imperial advisor. Yifutian nodded. Yifutian's eyes turned to Fei Shui. He noticed Fei Shui was also looking at him. "I haven't told my father anything yet," Fei Shui whispered to Yifutian. Yifutian could tell there was something playful about her tone. She must be in a good mood since she finally could live a normal life as others did. From now on, she could always keep her father company and no longer needed to sleep. Yifutian chuckled to himself. Fei Shui didn't tell her father anything, and the imperial advisor didn't ask. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Even those elder brothers had no idea what happened. However, the imperial advisor must have felt something even if he was not told. At least, he knew the seventh sword was not merely a swordsman in training. Even so, the imperial advisor didn't ask. "Thank you," Yifutian replied in a whisper. "Can your eyes be healed?" "I should be the one to thank you," said Fei Shui. "My eyes were damaged by the treasure's energy when it came into my body. I am blind, and it can't be cured, but I am already happy to live a normal life. I shouldn't expect much." As a cultivator, even though she couldn't see, she could still perceive the world. Although it was colorless, her life would not be much affected. She was delighted. The only pity was that she couldn't use her eyes to see the seventh swordman's face. Yifutian didn't say anything, but he felt pity, too. "Have you taken out the treasure?" asked Yifutian. "No," replied Fei Shui. "But it will no longer be part of my body and can exist separately. My father has sealed it. Although it is not completely sealed, it will no longer merge into my veins and heart and make me unable to endure it." She continued, "In my current status, I can depend on its energy to cultivate bit by bit, and as my cultivation makes progress, I can gradually release the sealed energy and grow up with it." Such an outcome was, of course, the best for her. The treasure had been utterly connected to Fei Shui's veins and heart in the past, so sealing it would have meant sealing her life and putting her to sleep. After Yifutian removed it from Fei Shui's body with the power of World Tree, it became independent. Yifutian could even take it away as his own since the treasure was more attractive to the World Tree than to Fei Shui's body, which was the reason why it was taken out. But this invaluable treasure belonged to Fei Shui. Yifutian didn't take it but left right after he did his job, letting the imperial advisor finish the job. Apparently, after the thing was removed, the imperial advisor did a nice job. "Good things come one after another," said Sir Nanjai with a laugh. Master finally cured Fei Shui and would no longer worry about her situation every day. And the junior brother, the seventh swordsman, even got the opportunity to learn about Master's deed of thorough comprehension, which was Master's core cultivation method and contained mysterious knowledge that could change the nature's fortune. Sir Nanjai cultivated on one chapter as well, but so far he had not totally comprehended it. "The first day of the new year is indeed a lucky one," Yen Yuan said, smiling. Apparently, everyone was happy for Master and Fei Shui. Lu Chuan took a glance at Yifutian and thought something might have happened yesterday. However, it didn't matter. The imperial advisor had a smile on his face. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Although his power had spread across the Dali dynasty, imperial advisor was actually quite disengaged with politics. For him, power was nothing but fleeting clouds. Today is the first day of the new year, and the court of Dali dynasty will begin today. "Seventh Swordmans, why don't you come with me?" the imperial advisor said to Yifutian. Since Yifutian had become the imperial advisor's direct disciple, he had gained his status in the Dali dynasty and was supposed to go to see Emperor Li. "Yes, Master," Yifutian nodded. "Let's go then," the imperial advisor said. He smiled and turned to Fei Shui. "You stay at home and rest." "Okay," Fei Shui said, nodding. The imperial advisor gently stroked her head with love and then steered his sword toward the direction of Dali Imperial City with his disciples. Besides the imperial advisor, in Emperorly Avenue District, masters were coming out of residences and steering their swords in the air in the same direction. On the first day of every new year, all the officials in Dali Dynasty came to pay homage to the court. On this day, in the lavish Dali Imperial Palace, a broad path stretched from the sky. All cultivators steered their swords in the air toward the palace following the path. Numerous, rarely seen, big figures all attended this ceremony. The imperial advisor and disciples arrived a little late, and many people were already in the palace. They got off of their swords, and immediately many people outside the palace bowed toward imperial advisor and greeted, "Hail, imperial advisor!" The imperial advisor slightly nodded and led Yan Yuan and others to walk forward. The people walking ahead of them all stopped and stepped aside to let the imperial advisor go first to show respect. In addition to the imperial advisor, his disciples caught many people's eyes as well. Yan Yuan was the imperial advisor's chief disciple. In Dali, his name weighed a lot. Not long ago, he broke into the Prince Regent's residence with 2 junior brothers without the imperial advisor's involvement. How daring! As the figure who had stirred up a storm not long before, Yi Futian was the most famed among young elites and also captured some attention. He hunted in the West Mountain and decapitated Li Xian. How contemptuous! His interest in victory was as keen as his sword. They walked straight to the palace. It was the second time Yi Futian came to the Dali Imperial Palace, but compared with the last time that Li Yao met with Yi Futian and others in a relaxed manner, today the atmosphere was obviously more solemn and tense. That day's meeting was a trial among young elites. This time's ceremony was for all to pay homage to the Dali court. Giant golden dragon patterns engraved on the ground displayed their sharp fangs and claws. The most prominent figures of Dali dynasty stood on both sides of the central path. Behind them were rows of pillars, each carved with one golden holy dragon. In front of them was a lofty staircase that led to a magnificent palace sitting above the clouds. Many royal clan members had also appeared on both sides of the path. They looked in the direction of imperial advisor, with coldness in their eyes. The thing that happened last time let them witness the power of the imperial advisor's residence. After killing the Prince Regent's offspring, Yan Yuan beat Li Su and led his people to leave, and even raved that he would not punish others' wrongs. How brazen they were! Thus, most royal clan members were piqued by them. Even so, when the middle-aged figure walked past them, without a slight essence of life force, nobody dared to look into his eyes. They all lowered their heads. Not to mention the imperial advisor, how many people present today were comparable with the disciple Yan Yuan, who stood behind the imperial advisor. Imperial advisor. People in the crowd greeted and bowed to him. Many people looked toward the Prince Regent, who was standing in the front line. The people of Prince Regent's residence stood behind Prince Regent, including Li Su. Having just noticed the imperial advisor's arrival, the Prince Regent turned around to look at him. He smiled, showing no trace of a grudge. He made a fist salute slowly and greeted, "Imperial advisor." Imperial advisor paused and replied to him with a fist salute, "Your Highness." And then they stood shoulder to shoulder in the front of the crowd. Yan Yuan and others didn't follow behind. Instead, they stood in the crowd at a distance from the imperial advisor. At the front, a prince appeared from the side and showed courtesy to the Prince Regent and the imperial advisor. Li Yao was also present. He looked at the crowd and slightly nodded to Yi Futian when he saw him. Yi Futian nodded to him as a reply. At the same time, another group of people arrived. One of the 2 persons who led the group was the third prince. The other person had a rather imposing physical appearance and domineering manner. He took a glance at the crowd, and many people didn't even dare to face him. They lowered their heads. He strode directly over to the Prince Regent, made a fist salute and greeted, "Uncle." Prince Regent gave a smile and asked, "How did you have time to come here from the land of West this time?" The person was King Tingdao among the 4 kings. "I have some important issues to report to His Majesty," said Tiandao with a laugh. Then his eyes turned to other people and fixed on the imperial advisor. He said, The Imperial Advisor is here too. Imperial Advisor nodded as a reply. King Tiandao stood next to them in the front line. Soon King White arrived too. One advisor and 4 kings of Dali dynasty had all arrived, except King Li. King Li was busy with issues in the lower worlds, so he usually didn't show up. Suddenly, the crowd quieted down and stood back to watch a figure appear on the staircase. He stood there, almighty like a god, as if in this solemn palace, he was the only one. "All hail your majesty," everyone said and bowed. The person standing on the staircase was, undoubtedly, the absolute master of Dali dynasty, Emperor Li. "Feel free to stand up," said Emperor Li. "After 1 year, I am glad to see the graceful bearings of you all." Imperial Advisor governs the court. King Tiandao guards the border. Prince Regent and King White are also in charge. "No wonder our Dali dynasty can prosper," said a courtier, smiling. "Thank you for all your efforts, Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent, King Tiandao and King White," Emperor Li said. The Imperial Advisor and 3 kings bowed and showed their gratitude. "Imperial Advisor, I heard recently you took one disciple with exceptional talent who even defeated King Tiandao's foster son Di Hao. Did he come with you?" Emperor Li asked, looking toward the Imperial Advisor. Imperial Advisor nodded, turned to the crowd behind him and called, "Seventh Swordsman." Yi Futian walked up and bowed to Emperor Li, saying, "Seventh Swordsman is here to greet your majesty." "Raise your head," said Emperor Li. Yi Futian looked up. "His temperament is indeed extraordinary," Emperor Li said with a laugh, nodding. Previously, Imperial Advisor lost his disciple Yuan Jin on the battlefield. "I feel so happy you have a new disciple now. Although she has a boyish nature, my daughter Li Xiao is at the age for marriage, too. Imperial Advisor, what do you think if I married her to 7th Swordsman?" Many people were in shock at what Emperor Li had said. The 7th Swordsman had just offended Prince Regent and killed Li Xian. Now the Emperor was going to betroth his daughter to him. Emperor Li's action indicated that he thought highly of the Imperial Advisor. Of course, there was no doubt that His Majesty betrothed the princess to the 7th Swordsman because he was indeed an excellent man. He was the best swordsman in the lower worlds. He defeated Di Hao and survived in the hands of Demon Saint. He killed Li Xian in public. He had outstanding talent, courage, and charisma, and he was also handsome and the right age. Many people thought from this perspective and secretly admired this abrupt but wise decision of betrothal. Princess had a noble lineage, but the 7th Swordsman as the Imperial Advisor's disciple was extraordinary too. In Dali dynasty, perhaps no one was more suitable than him. Many royal clan members raised their head, shocked at the words, but who dared to question Emperor Li? Yi Futian was also stunned in the crowd. He would never have expected that the first day he came to court with Imperial Advisor and met Emperor Li would betroth Princess Li Xiao to him. This was ridiculous. He let Yi Futian marry Li Xiao and become the Emperor's son-in-law? Not to mention whether he was willing to marry or not, the reason he came to Emperor Li's realm was, and if he married Li Xiao, numerous pairs of eyes fell upon the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor took one step forward and bowed to Emperor Li, saying, "It is the 7th Swordsman's honor to obtain your Majesty's grace. I took the 7th Swordsman as my disciple, and I am aware that although he has an exceptional talent, his personality was unruly and disdainful. I am afraid he may bring offense to Princess. How about we ask about his thoughts? Otherwise, if Princess has discontent in the future, it will totally be my guilt." The Imperial Advisor's words make sense, Emperor Li said, nodding. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "The 7th Swordsman? Are you willing to marry?" Yi Futian lowered his head and stepped forward. He had no choice. Who dared to refuse the marriage Emperor Li arranged for him? It was Emperor Li's blessing, and he was supposed to bow and express gratitude for it. Any inappropriate reply might bring trouble. But of course, according to what Yi Futian knew, even if he declines it, Emperor Li would not be angry at him as the Imperial Advisor's disciple. "Your Majesty, I deeply appreciate your blessing. I have met Princess once. Her beauty and wit are indeed unparalleled, and I am afraid I don't deserve someone like her. Besides, I am already emotionally attached to someone in the Imperial Advisor's residence. I don't dare to disgrace Her Highness, Yi Futian slowly said. One that didn't know the truth would assume he was sincerely afraid he didn't deserve Princess. However, many royal clan members had participated in the recent hunt and still remembered how he bluntly treated Princess and asked her if she could bear his sword. And now he claimed that her beauty and wit were unparalleled, and he didn't deserve her? Wow. Life was nothing but a play. But even though they all knew it, no one dared to expose it. Otherwise, the Imperial Advisor would be offended. Also, everyone had to rethink the intention behind the Emperor's betrothal. Who dared to spread rumors in such a situation might pay for their senselessness at the price of death. Obviously, Emperor Li did so because he thought highly of the Imperial Advisor. Besides, who was the someone in the Imperial Advisor's residence he was emotionally attached to? It was evident to everyone he referred to the Imperial Advisor's daughter. The seventh swordsman had only been in the Imperial Advisor's residence for a few days, and now he wanted to become the Imperial Advisor's son-in-law? However, what else could Yi Futian say? He was sorry for Fei Shui, but at least, Emperor Li couldn't say anything about this reason. Both the Imperial Advisor and Yan Yuan took a look at him after he finished speaking. They knew he used Fei Shui as an excuse. Emperor Li took a glance at Yi Futian and said with a careless smile, "Okay, Imperial Advisor, if in the future these two young people have this thought, I can arrange marriage for them." The matter of Li Xiao had come to an end. Emperor Li valued the Imperial Advisor, and since the seventh swordsman was emotionally attached to Imperial Advisor's daughter, he would not step in and bring embarrassment to the Imperial Advisor. And instead, he promised to arrange the marriage for them, which showed his magnanimity. Others would just let it be since Emperor Li himself no longer mentioned it. Everyone knew how politically stupid it was to give pressure to the Imperial Advisor's residence by such a thing. Nobody would do it. "I am so thankful for your kindness, Your Majesty. I never ask about affairs between young people, but if one day the thing is decided, I will report to Your Majesty," said the Imperial Advisor, bowing. He knew what Yi Futian said was untrue, but he had to admit it had effectively solved the crisis since Yi Futian didn't want to say yes. "Good," Emperor Li said, nodding. He then turned to others and asked, "Is there anything to report today?" "Your Majesty, I have one issue to report," said King Tiandao, who stood in the front line. "What is your matter, my brother King?" asked Emperor Li. King Tiandao was Emperor Li's full brother and was conferred the title of King Tiandao, so Emperor Li called him Brother King. The way he addressed him indicated how intimate they were. It seemed that the Emperor Li equally respected Imperial Advisor and King Tiandao. The martial power of Dali dynasty has reached an unprecedented level. Numerous top figures came out of Imperial Advisor's Dali National Academy and My Daily Mountain, and the number of upper plane cultivators in Dali keeps increasing. If the Imperial Advisor can provide help to the army and we build a Saint Plain iron troop together, it must be invincible, King Tiandao said in a solemn voice. Therefore, I earnestly request Your Majesty to allow the Imperial Advisor to enter the army and build an iron troop for the prosperity of Dali dynasty. The Imperial Advisor has put much effort and work in teaching cultivators for years in Emperor Li's city. I often send people to learn matrix methods from the Imperial Advisor and use the knowledge to train the army. Brother King, you are too straightforward. You want the Imperial Advisor to join the army, said Emperor Li, laughing. King Tiandao said, Your Majesty, these years, the Imperial Advisor has put much effort into his job, and his contribution to the dynasty has been significant. However, nowadays everything in the Imperial City runs smoothly, and the status of Dali Academy is unshakable. I heard that now the Imperial Advisor seldom takes up matters of Dali Academy. Since the third prince has made a breakthrough in the unblemished Saint Plain, I suggest the third princess take charge of Dali Academy for the Imperial Advisor and handle issues in the city. Prince Regent and King White can also maintain the city's stability. The Imperial Advisor and his disciples all have military ability and wisdom. If they can enter the army and cooperate with me, we can build an unparalleled troop, continued King Tiandao. Suddenly everyone's expression turned serious. All the top figures of the Dali imperial city gathered in front of the staircase. But no one let out a sound. King Tiandao wanted to enlist the imperial advisor and his disciples in the army and let the third prince be in charge of Dali National Academy. Didn't it mean asking imperial advisor to hand over the enterprise he had been devoting many years to? However, everything in Dali dynasty was supposed to belong to the royal clan. How could the imperial advisor say no if the third prince came to take charge? I can get your point, brother. If the imperial advisor and King Tiandao cooperate, indeed, an unassailable army can be established on the land of Dali, said Emperor Li, smiling. He turned to ask the imperial advisor, "What do you think of King Tiandao's opinion?" The imperial advisor made a fist salute and said, "Nowadays, Dali National Academy is indeed running in good condition, and I am not engaged with the job. Yan Yuan is in charge of running it. If your majesty would like to appoint the prince and others to the board of the academy, I can relax more and will be delighted to do so. As for entering the army, I am studying the new matrix method, and if there is an outcome, I will send it to the palace and then to the army," the imperial advisor continued. "But directing the army is not my field. I am afraid I will disagree with King Tiandao if we work together." "Is there anything in the world the imperial advisor is not good at?" King Tiandao said after listening to the imperial advisor. "And, imperial advisor, you don't need to worry about disagreement. As long as you are willing to join the army and build it well with me, I don't mind serving as the imperial advisor's assistant. Your Highness is so dedicated to strengthen the army. Are you preparing for the war?" The imperial advisor questioned him. "Dali dynasty is powerful enough to start a war. Why can't we do it?" replied King Tiandao. "A war between realms will cost too much, and once it explodes, the number of casualties will be uncontrollable even if the scale is not large. Dali is far from ready for it," said the imperial advisor. "Exactly. That is why we need the imperial advisor's support," said King Tiandao. Emperor Li didn't speak, so the argument was only between the imperial advisor and King Tiandao. Prince Regent just stood there quietly and didn't say a word. It was as if all that had happened was none of his business. "Please stop arguing, both of you," Emperor Li said, laughing. "Imperial advisor is right. Wars are costly. Once the war begins, the situation will be out of our control. This issue requires further thought and discussion. How about King Tiandao and Imperial Advisor talk after the meeting?" "Yes, Your Majesty," King Tiao and Imperial Advisor said, nodding and ending the quarrel. "Does anyone else have anything to report?" Emperor Li asked and turned to others. Some reported some unimportant issues. However, Yi Futian was still slightly agitated. Did King Tiandao try to provoke a war? Was he aiming at Emperor Xia's realm? At the thought of this, he delivered the message to the Condor and let him pass it on to Xia Qingyuan. But soon, the Condor's message for help came to Yi Futian's mind, which made Yi Futian feel curious. After taking a look at what had happened on that side, he said to himself that this guy deserved it. Didn't he know it was suicidal to irritate Xia Qingyuan by the things that happened today in the court? One could imagine how Xia Qingyuan's mood was like when she found out Yi Futian almost became Emperor Li's son-in-law. He came to Emperor Li's realm for revenge, and now he would become one of them? Yi Futian perceived how violent the scene where Xia Qingyuan and the Scion Argusianist beat the Condor was, and paid a silent tribute for him in advance. This was what his loose lips deserved. Yi Futian could hear Black-Winged Condor's dreadful shrinking even from the infinitely far distance. This time, Xia Qingyuan, that woman, really had no mercy. In Dali Palace, after Emperor Li announced the end of the court meeting, the crowd dispersed. Li Yao took a look at Yi Futian and felt pity for him. If Yi Futian had agreed to become the son-in-law, his power in Dali would have definitely reached its apex. However, he declined the chance. He was, as usual, very special. Li Yao didn't come to talk to Yi Futian, but rather, he walked to King White and King Tiandao. Not long ago, he received a message, and now he needed King White and King Tiandao's backup. Otherwise, the manpower he was able to manage would be not enough. Emperor Li convened King Tiandao, Prince Regent, King White for a meeting, and the rest of the crowd gradually dispersed. Liao walked to Yan Yuan and Yi Futian's side and said, laughing, "The seventh swordsman. Just now if you had said yes. From now on you would have to call me brother-in-law." "I hope your highness didn't mind," said Yi Futian. Liao shook his head and said, "Of course not, since you are emotionally attached to master's daughter. My sister Li Xiao is very unruly. If you had nodded, she would still cause a disturbance." The seventh swordsman was such a proud person, and the first time he met with Li Xiao, the two had already had an intense confrontation. If Li Xiao married Xianxia, the scene must be quite horrifying. Liao guessed they could fight every day. Yi Futian didn't say much. Yan Yuan, who was standing aside, cut in. "It takes a while for His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor to discuss issues. The seventh swordsman and I should return now, Your Highness." "I will see you out, elder brother," said Liao. "Please stay, Your Highness," said Yan Yuan respectfully, and then they returned. Liao watched Yi Futian leave and had a thought in his mind. In the Battle of Empty Realm, Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was peerless, and no one on the battlefield dared to fight him. Today the seventh sword was also unrivaled in Emperor Li's realm. If both appeared on the battlefield, who would defeat the other? The message he received recently was just about Yi Futian. If Liao had known the two people that he was comparing were the same person, nobody could understand how he would feel. Of course, they looked like two utterly different people. Yi Futian was good at using halberds, and the seventh sword was good at using swords. Liao had made close contact with Yi Futian several times, and he felt their life forces were completely different. Liao was smart, but he did not think they were the same person. The thought had never even occurred to him. Anyway, who would suddenly think two completely different people were one for no reason? It was said that after Yi Futian and others left the imperial palace, Li Xiao was furious in her palace, and claimed she would kill the seventh swordsman, who had embarrassed her so much. How could he reject the emperor's betrothal in public? Did he think she didn't deserve him? She heard that the imperial advisor's daughter had a severe illness, could not see, and had to sleep all the time, and his heart belonged to her? Was a princess not better than a half-dead patient? Wasn't it an embarrassment? Even though the patient was the imperial advisor's daughter, it was an open secret. Nobody dared to mention it during the court meeting, but they all knew. The people in princess's residence lived their lives in apprehension, but most people in the palace enjoyed it as a farce. After Li Xiao was mollified, she would soon forget about it. But if the seventh swordsman had promised to marry her, she probably would still make a fuss. Yi Futian wasn't even aware of all this. He didn't care what Li Xiao thought. In Emperor Xia's realm, Black Wind Condor was being beaten like hell. While in the villa where the cottage was located, on the back side of the mountain, the sword saint stood on the edge of a cliff in silence, his black clothes blowing in the wind. Behind him, a person came and asked, "What are you thinking about, brother?" The person was the cottage villa third disciple Gu Donglu. "It has been 19 years, Sword Saint said abruptly. However, Gu Donglu understood what he meant. He walked to Sword Saint's side and nodded. "Yes, 19 years. In year 10004 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the peerless Princess Donghuang came to the Book Mountain of Eastern Barren Territory and took away Sir Du of the cottage villa. Today was year 10023 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. It had been 19 years. Others might not understand what Sword Saint meant, but Gu Donglu understood it. Too many things had happened over these 19 years. They had reached the height they'd never dreamt of before. They had experienced numerous trials. So many times they had been on the edge of death, until they came to be who they were today. Even so, it seemed they still had a long way to go. The Sword Saint looked up at the sky dome and asked, "Donglu, how high do you think the sky is?" When people in the lower worlds looked up, what they saw was the sky. Hen people of the upper worlds looked up, the sky was still there. How high was the sky? "Infinitely high," said Gu Donglu. "How far can we go?" asked Sword Saint again. "Infinitely far as our hearts," said Gu Donglu. Sword Saint nodded, smiling. The sky was infinitely high, as the hearts, as the paths. Once upon a time, people called him a genius and said his state of mind was exceptional, that he could witness history. He didn't care if he could witness history or not. What he cared about was nothing but when he could see Master and achieve his wish with him. However, all seemed too far away. The more he thought, the more intangible everything seemed. Donglu, I am going to enter the Saint Plane, said Sword Saint. Gu Donglu paused a second and grinned, saying, That's great. The brother had finally made a breakthrough on that level. Since he said he would enter the Saint Plane, he would make it. Gu Donglu had no doubt whether or not the brother was a saint. Sword Saint laughed. He reached out one hand. All of a sudden, demonic might pervaded the space, and in the roaring waves of demonic might, a demon sword gradually formed. All the might converged in his body, which made him bawl to the sky and earth. Even though it is infinitely far, I will chase after it. Sword Saint took a stride forward and lifted the demon's sword into the air. Stronger demonic might kept rolling, growling, and merging into the sword. The demon's sword greedily swallowed the terrifying radiance. An aura of force surrounded the whole villa. People in the villa looked up in the sky. Yaya, Lapis Saint, and the village chief all looked at Sword Saint, who was soaring up in the midair as if he was attempting to touch the bound of the sky. Brother! Zhuge Mingyue, Luo Fan, Yi Xiaoshi, and Beitang Xinger also caught sight of Sword Saint and looked toward the sky. As Sword Saint rose higher, the demonic might also grew stronger. The light of catastrophe flickered above the upper sky. The storm and clouds turned dark as if the end of the world would come. The sky transformed. His catastrophe! People in the villa were in shock. Brother is entering his Saint Plane catastrophe. Zhuge Mingyue tucked her hair behind her ears using one slender hand. Her eyes were crystal clear and gorgeous when she looked toward the empty sky. A saint. A cottage villa disciple would become a figure of the Saint Plane. From now on, the older brother would become a sword saint in the true sense of the word. If Master had been able to see the day to come, he must have been very happy. Besides the older brother, Donglu and Yi Futian were also in the last stage of Sage Plane, and one day they would experience this too. Especially Yi Futian. He had caught up with everyone in Cultivation. Maybe he would meet the Master's expectation one day. Today is such a good day, sister. Beitang Xinger walked to Zhuge Mingyue and said, On the first day of year 10023, according to Divine Prefecture calendar, the older brother entered Saint Plane. Yi Futian would also be happy for his older brother if he had been here. Black clouds loomed in the upper sky as if the demon catastrophe was about to come. Everyone's catastrophe differed depending on their cultivation styles. The intensity of Sword Saint's catastrophe was much higher than the catastrophe of Dojan. The force seemed to be able to crush Sword Saint. But no cottage disciples doubted whether or not Sword Saint could pass this catastrophe. Just as what Master had said during the cottage cultivation, although the older brother's talent was ordinary among all brothers and sisters, he continued to make steady progress. Since he was experiencing the Saint Plane catastrophe, he had completed all the required conditions. It was an automatic outcome. Even though the Saint Plane catastrophe might be a tough one, all disciples believed the older brother would overcome it. The Sword Saint continued soaring up in the sky as if he was attempting to run into the catastrophe of law. The sword was held tight in his hand. The boundless reflection of catastrophe light dripped down from the sky. Followed by an appalling thunder, the catastrophe befell him. Sword Saint raised his sword and heaved a heavy strike toward the catastrophe. The catastrophe was chopped up. Even the sky dome seemed to be torn apart. The scene was like a thump on everyone's heart. Soon, the catastrophe converged again. Sword Saint put down his hand and the sword faded away. The light of catastrophe fell upon him and washed across his torso. The catastrophe of the law was dangerous, but it was a necessary path to becoming a saint. One could only become a saint by accepting the purification of the law. That strike was not aimed at destroying the catastrophe. It was a manifestation of Sword Saint's fearless heart. Even though heaven was infinitely high, the path was infinitely far. He must rise up in person and see them with his own eyes. Under the dome of the boundless catastrophe, Sword Saint stood straight up in the air like a god. Even people far from the villa looked up and watched toward the direction, full of awe. In the imperial advisor's residence, Emperor Li's realm, at dusk Yi Futian heard from the condor that the older brother had entered the Saint Plane. He woke up from the status of cultivation, and a grin spread across his face. He stood up on his feet, eyes fixed on the sky. Finally, a cottage disciple set foot on the saint path. The only pity was that Yi Futian was not in the cottage to witness this historical moment. Now the older brother had entered the Saint Plane. One day Yi Futian would too. So would the third brother. They would all reach a higher place. "What makes you so happy?" someone said in a soft voice. Yi Futian turned around and saw Fei Shui, who was facing him. She said, "I can sense how excited you are from a far distance." "A happy thing, of course," Yi Futian said, laughing. "Really? I heard in today's court meeting His Majesty wanted to betroth Princess to you. If you were happy about this, you shouldn't have rejected it," Fei Shui said with a smile. "And when did you fall in love with me?" Yi Futian was very embarrassed. Fei Shui smiled carelessly. She was able to sense emotions, so she knew Yi Futian was never in love with her. Otherwise, he could not hide it in front of her. "Why did you decline the emperor's betrothal? Don't tell me you really have someone you love," Fei Shui said, grinning. She suddenly wanted to know about Yi Futian's thoughts. It must be interesting. Yi Futian heard Fei Shui's questions, and it felt like an icy needle was pricking his heart. Even after so many years had passed, he was still heartbroken whenever it came to his mind. Fei Shui's smile vanished. She immediately realized her curiosity was not appropriate. She lowered her head and softly said, "I'm sorry." She knew she asked a bad question. "Never mind. It's not about you," Yi Futian said. He knew Fei Shui didn't mean to. "I should go now. Please forget it and continue thinking about that happy things," Fei Shui said quietly and turned and left, worrying she would affect Yi Futian's mood. Seeing her leave, Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he easily forget it since it had already come into his mind? But the news that Sword Saint had entered the Saint Plane still made him happy from the bottom of his heart. After Fei Shui left, Yi Futian looked up to the sky. The scene of the palace battle remained vivid in his mind. Jieyu's death was the pain in his heart. They had been together since they were 16 years old. They had gone through ups and downs for so many years, but all became nothing but a memory because of Li Yao. Even though Li Yao was friendly with him in Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian knew it was only because of his current identity as the seventh swordsman, a person useful to Li Yao, instead of the trivial and miserable palace lord at the mercy of him in the land of the 9 states. So he ventured to Emperor Li's realm. However, Yi Futian gradually realized his plan was not as perfect as he first thought. He came to the imperial advisor but discovered that this mysterious and powerful figure in legend was uncommon and common at the same time. He dithered, especially when he cultivated in the deed of thorough comprehension. He found the cultivation method was above the saint level. But the imperial advisor had taught it to him before Yi Futian helped Fei Shui. Besides, from Fei Shui and Lu Chuan's conscious or unconscious indications, Yi Futian came to know that people of the imperial advisor's residence were not unaware of his suspicious identity as the seventh swordsman. However, even so, the imperial advisor was eager to teach him the cultivation method beyond saint level. What kind of magnanimity was it? If Yi Futian had been in the imperial advisor's shoes, he would not have done it. Was it only because the imperial advisor appreciated his passion for cultivation? Yi Futian couldn't stop thinking about what would happen if he killed Li Yao with as the imperial advisor's disciple. Even though the imperial advisor was in power in Dali dynasty, and Emperor Li might not harm him, the estrangement must grow between them. And as what he had seen in today's court meeting, King Tiandao was also very aggressive and was urging the imperial advisor to join the army. Prince Regent's forbearance was unsettling, too. His offspring was killed, but when Yan Yuan took him away in the face of the Prince Regent didn't demand the release. Yan Yuan also said the Prince Regent was very sophisticated. He had his own intention behind the seeming forbearance. What's more, the imperial advisor was against battles between realms. Some people speculated that he could transform saints, and King Tiandao obviously also had this thought, but the imperial advisor didn't do it. Did Emperor Li have the thought, too? King Tiandao was Emperor Li's full brother. If Emperor Li had no opinion on what King Tiandao had said, why should he convene Imperial Advisor, King Tiandao, and others for a session after the court meeting? The harmony between the lord and the ministers in Dali dynasty was nothing but an illusion. The Imperial Advisor was perhaps not at the apex of power in Dali as he appeared to be. Was the Imperial Advisor's status really that stable? Maybe yes, only if no accident occurred. Yifutian was having an inner struggle. If the Dali Imperial Advisor had been a different person, Yifutian would fool the Imperial Advisor and Emperor Li against each other without hesitation, just like before. But he had changed his state of mind after this period of time. The Imperial Advisor once passed the message through Fei Shui to tell him not to waver and do what his heart felt was right. Sir Du also taught him to live a life between sky and earth, following his conscience. Killing Liao was what he pursued, but if he made it, would he be free from guilt? He was not supposed to involve others in his plan for revenge. If he had not known the result, he would not have had so much concern. However, he knew what outcome that would bring. Following my conscience, between the sky and earth. Yifutian murmured and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, his mind cleared. In just one moment, he felt his heart open, and his mind become broad. It was as if his body was connected to the sky and earth, and everything in the world became clearer to him. It was a wonderful feeling that he couldn't tell what it is. It seems that I have touched the saint path, Yifutian thought to himself. Everything became so bright in his eyes. At the moment, he was getting closer to the saint plane. Yifutian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Instantly, his mind connected to Black Wind Condor in the palace of Emperor Xia's realm. In Princess Residence, Emperor Xia's realm, the poor Black Wind Condor had so many bruises. The next time he came in front of Xiaxing, she gave him a cold, brief glance and called, "Xianxia, what's the matter?" "It's me." It was Yifutian's voice. Xiaxing paused a second, but she was still emotionless and replied coldly, "I heard you will become Emperor Li's son-in-law?" She was still thinking about whether Yifutian should belong to Emperor Xia's realm or Emperor Li's realm. If he had said yes in the court meeting, he would immediately become the Imperial Advisor's or Emperor. Li's son-in-law and his status would be equal to that of a noble Dali prince. However, strictly speaking, Yifutian in Emperor Xia's realm was just a princess's servant. The contrast was, "May I know why your highness is not in a good mood?" Yifutian asked calmly. "When am I not in a good mood?" Xia Qingwan asked coldly, expressionless. She would not admit it. "Why did you beat the condor half to death then?" Yifutian was speechless. This woman lied through her teeth. The beast couldn't keep its mouth shut. "Why can't I discipline it?" replied Xia Qingyuan. Yifutian thought to himself that this woman was indeed unreasonable, even though she was the high-born princess of Emperor Xia's realm. "I will come back," said Yifutian. Xia Qingyuan paused a second and stared at Black Wind Condor, asking, "When?" "I will find the right time to tell them I will travel outside Emperor Li's realm for cultivation, and then I will come back to Emperor Xia's realm," said Yifutian. He hoped the seventh swordsman could vanish. Nobody would know his identity. Vengeance for Jiue had to be delayed. Okay. Xia Qingyuan was finally relieved. Even though Yifutian had converted his identity, he was surrounded by top figures in Dali Imperial City, and he even had met Emperor Li. She felt it was not that safe for him to continue. What's more, she was not sure whether the assassination last time was a trap someone set up for Yifutian. But if it was, the message might have reached Emperor Li's realm. Even though the identity of Yifutian in Dali Dynasty was the seventh swordsman, and people might not realize it. But still, there was a risk. Now since Yifutian was willing to come back, she fully supported it. "Do you need anyone to pick you up?" asked Xia Qingyuan. "No, that will alert them. I will use cultivation as an excuse to leave and change my identity. Then come back," said Yifutian. Xia Qingyuan nodded and said, "Okay. Just be careful." "Thank you for your care, Your Highness," said Yifutian. Xia Qingyuan paused a second and said coldly, "I just don't want to see you die in Dali." Yifutian didn't say anything. Xianxia continued, "Are you going to come from the upper worlds or lower worlds?" "From the lower worlds," said Yifutian. "It was safer." "Good. You control demonic beasts in the Holy Ji Palace of lower worlds, don't you?" "I will send people to the lower world palace and take the controlled demonic beast to the border of Emperor Li's realm just in case." Xianxia continued. The black wind condor would stay in the palace, so she could know the latest situation and communicate with Yifutian. "Your Highness doesn't need to bother," said Yifutian. "It's settled. Send a message to me whenever you can after you depart," said Xianxia coldly. Yifutian looked at Xianxia. There was a strange look in his eyes. "Okay." He didn't say much, and soon he exited from Black Wind Condor's mind. In Dali Dynasty, Yifutian had cultivated for some days. He was not able to leave on the first day of the year when Emperor Li's betrothal happened. So he waited and spent the time focusing on cultivating the knowledge in the deed of thorough comprehension. Sometimes, he also sought advice from the imperial advisor, and the imperial advisor explained to him patiently every time. As his cultivation progressed, Yifutian gradually felt his level was getting closer to the Saint Plane. He was very likely to enter the Saint Plane this year. The feeling was very mysterious and indescribable. One day, Yifutian came to the courtyard where the imperial advisor lived. "Master," Yifutian greeted the imperial advisor, who was resting there. The imperial advisor looked at him and asked, "Do you have any questions about cultivation?" "No." Yifutian shook his head and said, "Master, I feel my cultivation has reached the edge of Saint Plane, so I am thinking about traveling around the world and taking occasions to set foot on the Saint Path." "Good. You need company?" asked the imperial advisor. "No need, Master. I want to focus on meditating cultivation paths this time. I will travel the world alone with only one sword in my hand and will not come back until I enter the Saint Plane," Yifutian said to the imperial advisor, but he knew it was not true. From now on, the name of the seventh swordsman would no longer exist in Dali. Yifutian looked at the imperial advisor and had mixed feelings. He didn't want to say goodbye to him. If Dali had not been his enemy, Yifutian would have stayed and cultivated under the instruction of the imperial advisor for a long time. He was indeed a highly respectable old man. "Where are you going?" Fei Shui came toward Yifutian and asked. Yifutian lied. "Anywhere, upper or lower worlds. I want to travel around," said Yifutian. He knew he could not conceal anything from her, but he still said it in this way. He was planning to go to King Li's palace and ask Liu to open the matrix for him, and then he would enter the lower worlds. Liu was his friend. She could do him a favor. Fei Shui didn't say anything. She could sense that it was very likely Yifutian would not come back after leaving. She knew Yifutian had his secret, but why would he not come back? What kind of secret made him do this? Was there someplace outside the imperial palace that was better than the imperial advisor's residence in Dali Dynasty? "Do you have to go?" Fei Shui asked after a short silence. "Yes." Yifutian nodded, serious. Fei Shui fell silent for a moment again, and then put on a smile, saying, "I hope you enter Saint Plane one day, seventh swordsman." She came in front of him and slightly opened her arms. She had no idea when the next time she would see his face. Yifutian knew what she meant. He opened his arms and hugged her and said, laughing, "Now I have to say I was honest to His Majesty." Fei Shui sighed to herself. The guy made a joke again. The hug was, of course, not about love. It was to say goodbye. The imperial advisor looked at them as if he had understood something, but he didn't ask. He just said with a laugh, "The path has no boundaries. Cultivation exists everywhere. I hope you enter Saint Plane soon." The path has no boundaries. Cultivation exists everywhere. Yifutian looked at the imperial advisor and said, "Master, please take care." And then he took a bow to the imperial advisor and turned around, leaving. Before he left, he said, "Please say goodbye to my brothers for me, sir." Yifutian was walking out of imperial advisor's residence. Fei Shui couldn't see, but she still faced Yifutian and had a bright smile on her face. Everything had gone well so far. Yifutian was going out, and at the same time, a group of people was coming in the direction of imperial advisor's residence, and the person who led the group was Liao. Liao saw Yi Futian and paused, greeting, "Seventh Swordsman." "Your Highness." Yi Futian stopped and saluted too. "Where are you going?" asked Liao. "My cultivation has reached a plateau, so I am thinking about traveling outside and strengthening my swordsmanship. I hope one day I can enter Saint Plain," Yi Futian replied. Liao nodded and said, smiling, "By the time you come back, a peerless swordsman in training will rise in our Dali dynasty." Yi Futian didn't respond. He said, "Your Highness, I should go now." "All right." Liao nodded and said, "I have some matters to talk about with Master. Sorry I can't see you out." Yi Futian and Liao parted and walked in opposite directions, respectively. Liao headed toward the Imperial Advisor's residence, and Yi Futian went in the direction of King Li's residence. Outside the Imperial Advisor's residence, Liao and others landed and requested to see him. Soon they were invited in. Liao bowed in front of the Imperial Advisor and saluted. "Master, Your Highness." The Imperial Advisor nodded and greeted him while sitting. "Will the seventh swordsman enter the Saint Plain soon?" asked Liao, smiling. "Yes, he will," said the Imperial Advisor, nodding. "The seventh swordsman's talent is extremely rare even throughout the 100 years of Dali dynasty history. I can't imagine how great he will be after he enters Saint Plain," said Liao, laughing. The Imperial Advisor slightly nodded and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you today, Your Highness?" "Yes." Liao became serious after hearing what the Imperial Advisor asked. He said, "I received a message before that the person who killed Brother Yuan Jin on the battlefield of Empty Realm might have reached Emperor Li's realm. It is undoubtedly extremely hard to find a person in a country. However, recently, I got one more message that this person will probably return from the lower worlds. I am here to ask Master if my brothers can go to the lower worlds with me." The Imperial Advisor took a look at Liao and said, "People die during war. It was Yuan Jin's destiny to end his life on the battlefield. Please don't take it too much to heart, Your Highness." Liao nodded, but he couldn't put it aside. Yi Futian left a too strong impression on him. That year in the 9 states, Liao treated his enemies like nothing, but on the battlefield of Empty Realm, a man who he thought he could trample on like an ant completely defeated him and even threatened his life. Yuan Jin had entered the Saint Plain and was one of the most talented among all brothers, but he was also defeated and killed. If Yi Futian became stronger, he would definitely become a great threat. But as an opponent, Liao must admit that Yi Futian was a very rare genius, just like the seventh swordsman. With these thoughts in mind, Liao bowed to Imperial Advisor and requested to leave. He turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a short distance, he was suddenly hit with a thought like a lightning strike jolting his mind. It stunned him for a few seconds. He froze for quite a while. His face turned pale, and his heart thumped faster and faster. "No, that's not possible." Liao's heart twisted painfully. He tried to deny the thought that came out of nowhere, but he couldn't erase it from his mind. Yi Futian and the seventh swordsman. Both of them were rarely seen geniuses. Both of them were able to defend saint-level attacks. It was said that something detained Yi Futian since he came to Dali. The seventh sword from the lower worlds rapidly gained fame as a swordsman in Dali dynasty. He got the message that Yi Futian was about to leave, and at this time, the seventh sword was going outside to cultivate. Why did he have to choose this time to go outside? Liao had never put these two people together, and he didn't have the idea even when the seventh swordsman said he would travel outside to cultivate. But after he had the conversation with the Imperial Advisor, the connection between Yi Futian and the seventh swordsman suddenly came to his mind. His heart trembled heavily. "Master, where is the seventh swordsman heading?" Liao turned around and asked. Even at this moment, he was still not sure and needed to confirm it with the Imperial Advisor. "I don't know." He said, "Anywhere," said the Imperial Advisor. "I want to take the seventh swordsman to the army for cultivation. Please allow me to do this, Master." Liao bowed and said. Fei Shui seemed to have perceived something, and her face turned ashen. She looked toward her father. The Imperial Advisor said, "Your Highness, cultivation should follow the will of the heart. Since the seventh swordsman wants to cultivate outside, Let him do it. Liao looked at Imperial Advisor and bowed, saying, "Yes, master." He left the Imperial Advisor's residence with his head lowered. He was still not sure about it, so he didn't say it out loud. What if he was wrong? But if he was right, the seventh swordsman would definitely go to the lower worlds. The best way to enter the lower worlds in Dali Imperial City was to go to King Li's palace. Let's go. Liao quickly headed in the direction of King Li's palace with his people. Father, I can sense that His Highness has a desire to kill, said Fei Shui to her father. Her face was pale. The Imperial Advisor looked into the distance and let out a sigh. Now it made sense. Finally, he understood why the seventh swordsman had to leave. If he hadn't left, Liao wouldn't have noticed. If he hadn't left, what kind of ending would be waiting for him? What would happen if the seventh swordsman kept cultivating in Dali, depending on his talent and nature? Wang Zhong also cultivated with Imperial Advisor before the seventh swordsman arrived. But Wang Zhong hated him. Persistence was his nature. But compared with insisting on something, what was more difficult to do was letting go. The seventh swordsman chose the latter. The Imperial Advisor had not expected that he could learn so much from a young disciple at the apex of his saint plane. The law had no boundaries, and according to the nature the seventh sword had shown, the Imperial Advisor believed he could have his achievement. With this in mind, the Imperial Advisor released his soul of Saint Apex and sent it into the distance. It reached Dali National Academy. Yan Yuan was in the academy and perceived it. He raised his head and saluted. Master! Yan Yuan. Imperial Advisor's voice came to Yan Yuan's mind. Please see your brother, the seventh swordsman, off in King Li's palace. Where to? Asked Yan Yuan. To the 9 states Emperor Xia's realm, said Imperial Advisor's voice. Yan Yuan fixed his eyes on the empty sky. He stood still and didn't say anything for a while. Why? Yan Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. He rarely asked Master for an explanation, but this time he did. He is your younger brother, the seventh swordsman, in Emperor Li's realm. But when he passes the border of Emperor Li's realm, the seventh swordsman will no longer exist in Dali. Imperial Advisor's voice again came into Yan Yuan's mind. Yan Yuan closed his eyes and ruminated for a second. The next moment, he opened his beaming eyes. Something seemed to be clear in his mind. He said, I see. Yan Yuan did a flip and vanished from Dali National Academy. King Li's palace, Imperial Advisor's residence, and Dali National Academy were all located on Emperor Li's avenue. So the actual distance was not very far. Yi Futian didn't take a long time to come to King Li's palace. Li Yong and Li Yu were surprised to see Yi Futian come. So they asked, Seventh Swordsman, what brings you here today? I want to go to the lower worlds to travel around and find ways to enter the Saint Path. Your Highnesses, please allow me to use the Matrix and enter the lower worlds, said Yi Futian. He came to the upper worlds by the Matrix in King Li's palace last time after he gained fame in the King Li's palace. King Li ruled the lower worlds, and the Matrix he was in charge of connected the upper and lower worlds. All right. Li Yong and Li Yu immediately approved it. They had no reason to refuse Yi Futian's request. They were friendly with Yi Futian from the beginning. Besides, an Imperial Advisor's disciple's request to use the Matrix was always granted. Do you want to depart now? Asked Li Yu. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I will go with you, Li Yu said, smiling. I want to go to lower worlds to see my father anyway. Then they together headed in the direction of the Matrix in King Li's residence. At the moment, Yi Futian heard the sound of someone breaking into the air behind him. He seemed to have perceived what happened and frowned. Seventh Swordsman, please wait. It was Li Yao's voice. Yi Futian didn't know Li Yao had become suspicious. Li Yong, Li Yu, and Yi Futian, who were near the Matrix, turned around and looked at him. What can I do for you, Your Highness? Asked Yi Futian. I have an important issue, and I need you to come with me to the Imperial Palace and solve my confusion, said Li Yao. Even though he was suspicious, Li Yao didn't immediately accuse him. He had to confirm everything before he adopted a hostile attitude. Because the Imperial Advisor still stood behind the seventh swordsman, he was the Imperial Advisor's acknowledged disciple. If the imperial advisor developed a grudge with him because of this, there was no benefit to Liao. There was a strange look on Yifutian's face, but it soon turned back to normal. He said, "Your Highness can speak here. I will try my best to help clear up any confusion your Highness may have. This matter is extremely important, so I can only tell you in the Imperial Palace. It won't take very long. Please spare some time to go with me for a few hours, and you can cultivate later," continued Liao. Although he was still very polite, Yifutian had already sensed something abnormal. Liao's tone and attitude seemed somewhat strange. Since Yifutian transformed into the Seventh Swordsman, he had been very cautious in behaving consistently with the Seventh Swordsman's personality. Everyone spoke and did things in their personal style, but Liao at this moment acted abnormally. So, had he become suspicious? It shouldn't have been possible since the Seventh Swordsman and Yifutian were two completely different people now. Yifutian didn't know the reason that Liao became suspicious because he was on his way to the lower worlds for cultivation. Not long ago, Liao received a message that Yifutian was likely to return to Emperor Li's realm from the lower worlds. "Your Highness, I have requested to leave and have gotten permission from Master. Please wait for me when I return," Yifutian insisted. He had to go. Liao's heart sunk after hearing his reply. Liao's speculation was getting closer and closer to reality, which made his heart harden. So the person whom he treated with respect these days was the person he most wanted to kill? The atmosphere suddenly became cool, and at this moment, a person arrived from the sky. Yifutian saw it was Yen Yuan. He said to himself that this time he had been exposed. Suddenly his heart sank, too. Would Yen Yuan capture him? "I need to do something in the lower worlds. Master told me to see you off." Yen Yuan came in front of Yifutian and said to him. Yifutian's heart slightly trembled. He looked toward Yen Yuan and didn't know how to feel. Just now, he thought that Yen Yuan had come to capture him. However, Yen Yuan said he came to see him off per the Imperial Advisor's request. Obviously, Liao remembered something in the Imperial Advisor's residence after Yifutian left, which was he stopped Yifutian. The Imperial Advisor had also figured it out. "Thank you, brother." Yifutian nodded and didn't decline Yen Yuan's support. At this moment, he was the Seventh Swordsman. He was not Yifutian. Liao's face took on a strange expression. The Imperial Advisor asked Yen Yuan to see him off? What was his intention? Did it mean that the Imperial Advisor had found out what had happened, but he still let him go anyway? Liao was almost certain that Yifutian and the Seventh Sword were the same person. "Let's go." Yen Yuan came next to Yifutian and said. They stood on the teleportation matrix and uttered, "Launch the matrix." Li Yong and Li Yu were perplexed. Why was the atmosphere so weird? The Seventh Swordsman wanted to go outside to cultivate, and it seemed that Liao didn't allow it. But the Imperial Advisor's chief disciple Yen Yuan came to see the Seventh Swordsman off. The matrix emitted dazzling light. The formidable will of the law erupted from it. "I will see the Seventh Swordsman off too," said Liao. He looked ghastly and walked straight to the matrix with his people. He had no time to hesitate at this moment. Before he entered the matrix, he passed a message to a subordinate, and the person didn't enter the matrix and went in a different direction instead. "I will go with you," said Li Yu. Confused, she also stepped into the matrix. She wanted to figure out what had happened. A dazzling beam of light soared up, and in the extremely strong light, all the people vanished from where they were. They arrived at King Li's palace, the Dali dynasty of the lower worlds. Liao and Yifutian stood together. There was a short distance between them. At the moment, they had their own thoughts and didn't look at each other. In King Li's palace, a lot of people came to them. Many wills were sent here. A voice sent greetings from a distance. "Liao, Your Highness, Sir Yen Yuan, how do you do? What brought you to the lower worlds?" A mighty figure stepped outside a palace and came in front of the matrix. The voice came from King Li. All his people bowed and saluted. "We are here to meet Liao Highness, Sir Yen Yuan." King Li noticed Yifutian and greeted him, too, smiling. Once the Seventh Swordsman gained fame in the lower worlds and entered the upper worlds with Lu Chuan and people of Sword Mountain. Now he had become the imperial advisor's direct disciple and was famous in Dali Imperial City. King Li was, of course, happy to see him have such achievements. However, King Li soon realized the atmosphere was somewhat quite strange. Everyone was silent. Yan Yuan, brother, you have come to the lower worlds with the seventh swordsman. Are you planning to keep escorting him? Asked Liao. He already knew the answer based on Yan Yuan and the seventh swordsman's attitudes. I want to escort him a little longer. Please return, Your Highness, Yan Yuan said, taking Yifutian to stride down the matrix. What if I want him to stay? Liao said. The people behind him came forward immediately and blocked Yan Yuan and Yifutian's way. Your Highness. King Li and Li Yu were stunned. What had happened? Weren't Li Yao and the seventh swordsman good friends? Besides, Li Yao was also the imperial advisor's nominal disciple, so he was supposed to respect Yan Yuan. But why were they almost hostile to each other? I apologize that I can't obey your rule, but my master's order is first, said Yan Yuan. He threw his sleeves and took a step, jumping into the air. Stop them, Liao ordered. People behind him all dashed forward toward Yan Yuan and Yifutian. Uncle, please help me stop Sir Yan Yuan and the seventh swordsman, said Liao to King Li. King Li was confused and hesitated for a while. Catching the imperial advisor's disciples? He had to hesitate even though it was the prince who gave him the order. Uncle, the seventh swordsman is a spy from Emperor Xia's realm. We must arrest him, said Liao. How had he treated the seventh swordsman since he entered Emperor Li's realm? Liao treated him as a confidant, gifted him the sword of Cassiopeia, and took care of him as much as he could. But now, he realized the seventh swordsman was actually Yifutian, the foe he was most eager to kill. How did he feel? As if he was wrapped by Yifutian around his finger. The imperial advisor was the pillar of the country, but he was also trying to help him? Okay, I see. King Li was shocked by what Liao just said. The seventh swordsman was a spy from Emperor Xia's realm? It was from his palace that the seventh swordsman entered the upper worlds. Releasing abundant life force, King Li also immediately led his people to chase them. Sir Yan Yuan, please stop, King Li shouted, his voice resonating throughout the sky. But Yan Yuan's speed was faster, and no one was able to catch up with him. Please forgive me for this offense. King Li saw this and moved his fingers into a claw and swung in the air. Suddenly the might of law shrouded the place. A blurred image of a giant holy dragon showed up above the clouds, and it raised a terrifying sharp claw and smashed toward Yan Yuan and Yifutian. Yan Yuan drew a circle using his left hand, and suddenly, numerous swords of the great laws floated up and scattered all over the space with his body as the center. Go! Yan Yuan threw down his sleeve and unleashed the swords, which all aimed at the dragon and stabbed through it. People on the ground looked up to the upper sky, shocked. Wasn't that person King Li? Who was fighting with him? When I am determined to leave, you will not be able to keep me. Please stop here, Your Highness, Yan Yuan said. A dazzling beam of light flared up from his body and shook the sky and earth. It was still expanding, speeding up, outpacing anyone else. Witnessing the scene from a distance, Li Yao's face was ghastly white. Yan Yuan was considered the strongest cultivator below the saint plane of Nirvana, and he did deserve the title. If there was no saint of the fourth holy plane Nirvana present, who would be able to stop him? Follow him, Li Yao let out a shout. King Li and others fixed Yan Yuan as the target of their wills and continued chasing after them. At the same time, in the Prince Regent's residence, Emperor Li's realm, the Prince Regent was usually not interested in such matters, but this time, he opened his eyes, and anger flared up in his eyes. He could understand that the imperial advisor was detached from worldly complications, which made him a real saint. It was his virtue, but this was also his flaw. How could he make a mistake like this? If he had been in the imperial advisor's position, he would have captured the seventh sword. The Prince Regent stood up like a giant dragon waking up from his slumber. Suddenly, his will engulfed his villa and spread even further. The next moment, he jumped into the air and disappeared from the Prince Regent's residence like a furious dragon having stormed into the ninth sky. Many people of the Prince Regent's residence looked up to the sky, full of excitement. The Prince Regent was finally ready to take charge. The life force was so powerful that even the people in extremely distant places were able to perceive it. Of course, the Dali dynasty imperial advisor was able to sense it in his residence. The imperial advisor looked up in the sky and told Fei Shui, "I will see him off." After saying so, he took a stride and vanished into the air. In the lower worlds, Yan Yuan took Yifutian, and they kept going. They were swiftly crossing the empty realm. At the moment, Yifutian kind of felt bad. He didn't expect Liao to figure out his identity before he left. He had already given up his plan, and he would accept it if the imperial advisor's residence had just ignored him. But now Yan Yuan was escorting him to leave in person and even had a conflict with Liao. Didn't it mean that Yifutian had the involved imperial advisor's residence in his own issues? Yifutian couldn't understand how Liao figured it out. Liao hadn't even perceived it when he met Yifutian outside the imperial advisor's residence. Was it because he told Liao he would go outside to cultivate which made Liao suspicious? He knew what happened in Emperor Xia's realm, and Liao might know Yifutian was not in Emperor Xia's realm, but how could he know it was him? The only possible reason was that Liao knew he was going back. But since Xia Qingyuan promised to send people to meet him, these people should have been reliable and shouldn't have attracted anyone's attention. What went wrong? He looked at Yan Yuan next to him and asked, "Does Master know who I am?" Yan Yuan took a look at him and said, "You are the seventh swordsman, Master's direct disciple." Yifutian's stare froze for a moment, and then he seemed to have understood. He nodded. "I see." He was the seventh swordsman. In Dali Dynasty, he was just the seventh swordsman, the imperial advisor's direct disciple. That was all. That was why the imperial advisor sent his chief disciple Yan Yuan to escort him out. Their speed was so fast that others behind them were falling further and further behind, but these people's life forces were still fixed on them, and they refused to give up. A gust of depressing air befell the earth from the upper sky. Numerous people on the ground looked up but only heard a continuous deep roaring sound. What is that? A miracle! Numerous hearts trembled. People looked up to the sky, bewildered. Tens of thousands of golden dragons marched forward grandly, enveloping the sky. What a thrilling scene! Yan Yuan sensed the force and took a glance at the numerous holy golden dragons above. His life force had reached the climax at this point, and he was ready to take action. "Yan Yuan, keep going." A voice came from the figure that was standing above the sky. Suddenly, numerous dragons ceased their advance and let out a thundering roar. The figure appearing ahead stood still in the upper sky. It was as if no one could cross his shield as long as he was there. Yan Yuan said nothing and continued going forward. "Master," Yifutian murmured. The next moment, he saw a boundless, astonishing pattern form around the imperial advisor's body. It was like a sacred matrix containing the 5 agents of yin and yang and the law of sky and earth. All the spirits of the world were suddenly sucked up. The magnificent matrix was erected in the upper sky and formed a barrier, blocking everyone's way. "Imperial advisor, your disciple is a spy of Emperor Xia's realm. Do you still want to keep me from capturing him?" The Prince Regent said loudly, his voice resounding between the sky and earth. It was as if he raised his voice intentionally so that everyone could hear it. "The seventh swordsman is my disciple. What did he do that let your highness come to arrest him in person?" "He didn't do anything, but he belongs to Emperor Xia realm. Do you still want to be on his side?" asked Prince Regent. "My disciples are my disciples, regardless of their origin or background. All I know is the seventh swordsman is my disciple. Since he is my disciple and didn't do anything wrong, I will not allow anyone to harm him, even if the one who wishes to harm him is the Prince Regent," the imperial advisor announced. King Li and others gradually all arrived, but none could pass the imperial advisor's barrier. At this moment, the man who stood in front of them was the imperial advisor, second only to Emperor Li in Dali Dynasty, who dared to step forward. Liao looked toward the Dali imperial advisor, who was standing in front of him. This man was like a natural barrier that no one was able to cross. The imperial advisor wanted to protect the seventh swordsman. Liao didn't understand it. Yuan Jin was also imperial advisor's disciple. Even though he didn't study with the imperial advisor for long, neither did the seventh swordsman. The imperial advisor didn't know the real identity of the seventh swordsman, but he still wanted to protect him. Liao just couldn't understand. It was not until he told the imperial advisor about Yi Futian's identity that the imperial advisor came to realize the reason why Yi Futian was requesting to leave. Because Yi Futian had let it go. The imperial advisor knew it was he who influenced the seventh swordsman and taught him to let the past go. The seventh swordsman even revealed some of his own secrets and put himself in danger to heal Fei Shui until he made up his mind to leave. Was it because of gratitude or vengeance? It was not easy to draw a conclusion, but the imperial advisor could see a rare virtue from the seventh swordsman. Yi Futian was Yi Futian in Emperor Xia's realm, and the seventh sword was the seventh sword in Emperor Li's realm. Vengeance was vengeance, but gratitude was gratitude. The seventh swordsman was able to tell the difference. Why couldn't the imperial advisor do so? The imperial advisor was the destined one, born with the ability to predict destiny. He was able to influence the fortune of Dali dynasty. The great law was boundless was the belief he held. The seventh swordsman inadvertently became his disciple less than 1 year ago. Still, the imperial advisor had a hunch that he would probably become the most eminent one among all his disciples in the future. Good. As the imperial advisor of Dali, you keep me from capturing a spy from Emperor Xia's realm. Are you trying to betray Dali? The Prince Regent's voice echoed in the sky, reaching very distant areas. Numerous people heard what he said. The people of Dali's hearts trembled. Was the venerated imperial advisor a defector to Dali? The ordinary people on the ground didn't know what had happened, and the Prince Regent's words were appalling to them. Even King Li was in shock. He stared ahead and felt that the Prince Regent was too ruthless. If the seventh swordsman really belonged to Emperor Xia's realm, it was likely that imperial advisor protected him purely out of a master's care for his disciple. In Dali, the imperial advisor was very trusted and respected by people, and he couldn't possibly commit treason. However, the Prince Regent, who had retired for many years, suddenly convicted him of treason, which might destroy the imperial advisor's reputation in Dali. But did the Prince Regent really care about Yi Futian? Not at all. The Prince Regent had no idea how outstanding Yi Futian really was. All he knew was that among all cultivators below St. Plain, Yi Futian was the strongest. But he was at most a sage, and the gap between Yi Futian and the Prince Regent was still huge. The Prince Regent's intention for this accident was to frame the imperial advisor, or at least undermine the reputation imperial advisor had established and Emperor Li's trust in him. Anyway, at the end of the day, the last name of Dali Imperial City's owner was Li. The imperial advisor could work for the dynasty, but he was not supposed to surpass any members of the Li clan in power. I will request to meet His Majesty after this affair is resolved, said the imperial advisor calmly. He stood there firmly, his body as the center. The colossal pattern that fell from the sky dome to the ground sealed the world and devoured all the roads, sucking up life forces in the space. The true dragon roared above the sky. Hundreds of thousands of divine dragons howled. They rushed forward and tried to shatter the imperial advisor's barrier. Numerous people looked at the shocking scene in the sky, their hearts racing. The Prince Regent and the imperial advisor, two legendary figures of Dali dynasty, were fighting. What did they fight for? Yi Futian didn't have a chance to witness the battle, but he knew that unless Emperor Li came to the lower worlds in person, he was safe under the imperial advisor's protection. Emperor Li didn't know what happened in the lower worlds, and even if he had known, would he enter the lower worlds just to arrest a young person of the Sage Plane? What would the people of Dali dynasty think of him? If the seventh swordsman had killed Liao, Emperor Li might do it. Even so, Yi Futian was not satisfied in his knowledge that he was safe, but rather he felt burdened. He had given up killing Liao and made up his mind to leave Emperor Li's realm because he didn't want to involve the imperial advisor's residence in it. Still, he had never expected the imperial advisor to fight for him personally. Liao wasn't killed, so things weren't that serious. But in the end, it would still affect the imperial advisor. Now Yi Futian knew the imperial advisor didn't really care about repercussions since he had already taken action. Imperial advisor didn't care about fame and what people thought of him. Yan Yuan was in the ultimate status of the third Saint Plane, unblemished Saint Plane, so he could cross the void at a very fast speed. He was able to cover a very long distance in one stride. They didn't spend much time coming to the border of Dali dynasty of the lower worlds. On the border, many people were standing on a mountain. The demon beast, which shared a mind with Yi Futian, was there too. Those people had received his message and were waiting for him. "Your people?" asked Yan Yuan. "Yes," said Yi Futian, nodding. Yan Yuan teleported to the front of the mountain and slightly pushed forward with his hand. Suddenly Yi Futian's body floated up and landed on the mountain. Yi Futian turned around and looked at Yan Yuan. "Brother," Yi Futian called. "Master said you are the seventh swordsman in Dali, but after you crossed the border of Emperor Li's realm, I am no longer your brother," said Yan Yuan. "The next time we meet, I don't have to show mercy to you." Yi Futian recovered his original countenance and his silver hair. His eyes were dark and bright. Although he didn't have the seventh sword's stunning looks, Yi Futian was more spirited and full of charisma. Yi Futian didn't mind his words and put on a smile, saying, "The next time we meet, whether you want to show mercy or not, I will." Yan Yuan took a long look at Yi Futian, turned around and walked away, saying, "No need." Seeing the statuesque person leaving, Yi Futian bowed at Yan Yuan and said, "It was my great honor to have entered the Imperial Advisor's residence. If, one day, the Imperial Advisor's residence faces difficulties, I will definitely come back to help." That figure was silent as he walked further and further away. After a while, a voice came. "No need." The short reply put a bright smile on Yi Futian's face. It was fortunate for the world of cultivation to have the 33-stroke swords master of Lihan Heaven in Emperor Xia's realm and Dali Imperial Advisor in Emperor Li's realm. It was also Yi Futian's fortune to meet these two elders who truly changed his state of heart. "Goodbye, brother," Yi Futian said and then turned around. The name, the Seventh Swordsman, was well known all over Dali dynasty of the lower worlds. He has been famous when he was still in the lower worlds. He was the man with a sword who defeated all others in the Dali 9 states. No one had expected that he would still be peerless after he entered the upper worlds. He was considered the strongest below the Saint Plane. The Imperial Advisor took him as a direct disciple. Emperor Li betrothed his own daughter to him, but he declined. What was more amazing was that the seventh swordsman belonged to Emperor Xia's realm, and after his identity was exposed, the Imperial Advisor escorted him out in person. What a dreamy story. What kind of being was he? A man with so much talent and charisma. In Dali Empire, the atmosphere of Emperor Li's imperial city was very depressing. The Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent Liao, Yan Yuan, and others had returned from the lower worlds. Rumors of what had happened spread across the city. People were in shock. The strongest cultivator of Sage Plane, the Imperial Advisor's disciple, the Seventh Sword, was Yi Futian from Emperor Xia's realm. This name sounded unfamiliar to many in Emperor Li's realm. Still, people who experienced the Empty Realm battle all knew that it was Yi Futian who contributed to the victory of Emperor Xia's realm. Peerless talent. He changed his profession to study swordsmanship and gained fame in Dali dynasty, but nobody had even figured out he changed his identity. Emperor Li had been unaware when he met Yi Futian in person. What tricks had he used that deceived everyone? What was more astonishing was that after his identity was uncovered, the Imperial Advisor helped him leave. His charisma was truly amazing. With these experiences, the Seventh Swordsman was a real legend. At this moment, the people of Dali Imperial City fixed their eyes on Emperor Li's palace. Would Emperor Li rage at the Imperial Advisor? Although no one would believe that the Imperial Advisor committed treason, and Emperor Li could understand and trust the Imperial Advisor, it was inevitable for His Majesty to be concerned. In Emperor Li's palace, the Dali Imperial Advisor, the Prince Regent Yan Yuan, Liao were all present. They stood there without a word. Emperor Li stood on the stairs and looked down at them. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Advisor let the spy of Emperor Xia's realm go and even stopped us from capturing him. I suspect he has committed treason. Your Majesty, please convict him for his crime. The Prince Regent said loudly. He knew he couldn't destroy the Imperial Advisor by using the thing that happened today. Others knew this as well. But even though he couldn't destroy the Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent still wanted to sow the seeds of alienation in His Majesty's heart. Emperor Li was the ruler of Dali Empire. He allowed no betrayal. Your Majesty, the seventh swordsman cultivated in the Imperial Advisor's residence, so he was my disciple. He never did anything improper during his stay. As his master, when I saw His Highness go to capture him, I asked Yan Yuan to escort him to safety. Your Majesty, please convict me of my crime, said the Imperial Advisor. He confessed. I know that Imperial Advisor cherished him as a talent and didn't have the heart to see him arrested. But the seventh swordsman belongs to Emperor Xia's realm, and he will be a potential danger after he goes back, said Emperor Li. How will you deal with him if you meet him in the future? He was my disciple, the seventh swordsman, in Dali. Since I have escorted him out, from now on, he will no longer have any relationship with me, replied the Imperial Advisor. Emperor Li nodded and looked at the Prince Regent, asking, Do you have anything to say, Uncle? Your Majesty, the Imperial Advisor emphasized their master-student relationship and deliberately ignored mentioning his own defects, said Prince Regent. Your Majesty fully trusts and reveres the Imperial Advisor. When he decided to establish Dali National Academy, Your Majesty made all efforts to support him educating talents. But isn't he helping Emperor Xia's realm now? I am willing to resign my position as the Dean of Dali National Academy. Yan Yuan followed my orders and was involved in the issue today, so he will also go back to Imperial Advisor's residence for cultivation to avoid bringing controversy to the Academy, said the Imperial Advisor. It shouldn't have been considered a severe misdeed, but rather something brought about by negative influence. There was no choice but to give up something. The Imperial Advisor had sensed the result before the actual events occurred, and now what he was doing was following the trend of things. Since the Imperial Advisor said so, Uncle, how about putting an end to it? Let someone else take over the job of Dali Academy, Emperor Li said to the Prince Regent. Since Emperor Li had given his opinion, the Prince Regent immediately understood what to do next. He took a bow and said, Always regard your wisdom. You may leave, announced Emperor Li. The Imperial Advisor, the Prince Regent, and others soon all left. Li Yao turned around and looked into the distance, perplexed. He was the most pitiful one in this incident. It was in Emperor Xia's realm of the upper worlds. Outside Emperor Xia's palace, a group of people came over. Below the palace, numerous people looked up and saw the young man at the front. They murmured, It's Yi Futian. Yi Futian hadn't been seen for many days. People said he was cultivating in Emperor Xia's realm, but now he came from outside the palace. Where did he go? People of Emperor Xia's realm hadn't heard about Yi Futian for a while. The last time people talked about him was when Longlinger and Phoenix were in trouble. Someone walked out of the palace to meet him. That person was the little princess, Xia Qingyuan. Did Princess come to welcome him in person? What kind of reception was this? Did Yi Futian go outside for cultivation instead of cultivating in seclusion? A broken black shadow whipped in the wind, fast as lightning, and flew directly to Yi Futian. It was the Black Wind Condor. Black Wind Condor rushed in front of Yi Futian and said to him, its eyes watering, Master, finally, you are back. These past days, Black Wind Condor was in hell. Yi Futian put his hand on the condor's head and said, I am sorry to have made you suffer. Yes, yes. The condor kept nodding. He had suffered a lot indeed. Sir Condor made up his mind that one day, he must ride on that pheasant. He would not call himself Condor if he couldn't get revenge on it. But Sir Condor didn't expect to take revenge on Xia Qingyuan. He just hoped his master could whip her harshly for him one day. Sensing the thought in Black Wind Condor's mind, Yi Futian gave a knock on the condor's head. This brat held too many grudges. Yi Futian looked up and saw Xia Qingyuan standing outside the palace. So he walked up to Xia Qingyuan and saluted, Your Highness. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She had already known about how Yi Futian's identity was exposed, and he was chased in Dali. She raised her head and looked at others, saying, "Thank you all for your effort. Please stay in the palace and wait for my order." "Yes, Your Highness." The people nodded. Xia Qingyuan was expressionless. She looked at Yi Futian and turned around to enter the imperial palace. Yi Futian followed her. They walked into the palace, followed by the black wind condor. "Since Sir Condor's master has returned, will that woman beat me again?" he thought. People who saw them from a distance felt they looked like a couple. They came to the princess's palace. Xia Qingyuan said, "I will investigate all the people in the lower worlds and anyone who knew about this affair." Yi Futian told her through the black wind condor on his way back that someone might have revealed that he was returning to Emperor Xia's realm, which made Li Yao suspicious. The people who went to pick him up were all direct descendants of the Xia clan, and they entered the lower worlds through the matrix in Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan had never considered the possibility that it was leaked to Emperor Li's realm. The situation was worse than what she had expected. The whole thing seemed confusing from the beginning. "Your Highness, could you please let your people in Emperor Li's realm collect information for me?" said Yi Futian. Although he knew nothing serious would happen to the imperial advisor's residence, he was still worried and wanted to know what had happened. "All right." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "Where is Xiaoshang?" asked Yi Futian. "He is in the Xiao house. I have asked people to watch over him. I am sure he doesn't have contact with the outside world, even with other people of the Xiao house," said Xia Qingyuan. "Does it mean that we have been wrong since the beginning?" They had watched Xiaoshang since the beginning. But from what had happened then, they could deduce that Xiaoshang couldn't do so many things. But Xiaoshang wasn't involved at all? Impossible. It was more likely that someone else helped Xiaoshang in the beginning. So who would cooperate with Xiaoshang? It only could be someone close to the imperial palace. In other words, there was a traitor among all direct descendants of the Xia clan. "Last time Your Highness said there was a clue. How is it going now?" asked Yi Futian. "I learned that when Xiaoshang was a child, there was an old servant taking care of him, and the servant went outside for cultivation after Xiaoshang grew up. During that period, he came back and met Xiaoshang once. I sent my people to track down who he had contacted. Still later, he made a breakthrough in cultivation and experienced the divine catastrophe and died in it," said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian laughed after hearing what she said. "I don't think Xiaoshang is the head of the whole conspiracy either." Yi Futian didn't believe Xiaoshang had done all this by himself. Although he used to be considered the successor of the Xiao house, after all the events that had happened, his status was undermined, and he was no longer as strong as before. The scheme was almost perfect. Every clue was flawless. Saint Shihua's attack seemed to have been driven by revenge, and if nothing happened after it, Yi Futian would have no suspicion at all, because they were always enemies. How could anyone relate Saint Shihua's revenge to Xiaoshang? Afterward, Linger was almost killed by an admirer who held a grudge against her because of her rejection. His love turned into hatred, and then he tried to use poison to let Long Linger die with him. He had ended up killing himself. Long Linger and Phoenix were lucky and survived thanks to Long Etienne and Phoenix's special cultivation. There was no flaw in this case either, and now Xia Qingyuan found a clue and wanted to investigate it. But the suspect died in a divine catastrophe. Was it just a coincidence? But how could a person devise someone's death in the way of divine catastrophe? The plot had no flaws. However, making the plot too perfect itself was a flawed thing. However, if it was flawed, how was the divine catastrophe designed? Was it just a coincidence? Did it mean that the person knew he was going to enter the Saint Plane, so he sacrificed himself to help Xiaoshang? Besides, all that the person had done was not meant to kill Yi Futian. Now, when Yi Futian thought about what had happened, he felt that that person was just trying to test him. That person guessed that Yi Futian probably was in Emperor Li's realm. But who revealed when Yi Futian was coming back? "What is Xiaoshang doing recently?" asked Yi Futian. "He has been cultivating in the Xia house quietly," Xia Qingyuan said. "He must be either completely disappointed by Princess or Xiao clan, otherwise he wouldn't be so quiet. Which do you think is more likely to happen in the light of Xiaoshang's personality? If Xianxia remained quiet even when he was wronged, the only possibility was that he was completely disappointed. Otherwise, he must have been involved in the incident, and that was why he was so quiet. Xia Qingyuan understood what Yi Futian meant. She thought for a moment and said, I think the latter is what happened. It was more possible that Xianxia was involved in this, and that was why he remained quiet and didn't go to others for help. Yes, said Yi Futian, nodding. For some things we don't have proof, but we don't need proof. It is inconvenient for your highness to approach Xianxia because of his identity, but I can do it. Last time, it was because of Queen Zhao's mediation that Yi Futian agreed to reconcile with Xianxia. That was his only choice because Queen Xiao was his weapon to deal with Xianxia. He couldn't offend her. No matter how famous he was in Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Futian's status was not comparable with Queen Zhao's. Not to mention that Queen Xiao had never used radical approaches. Her way was more mild, like rewarding him. But what about this time? Saint Xihua led his army to the barren state to attack the Holy Ji Palace, and Linger and Phoenix were almost killed. Yi Futian almost died in Emperor Li's realm, too. Although he was lucky to come back, the imperial advisor's residence was involved. How should they pay for these debts? Xia Qingyuan looked toward Yi Futian. She understood that Yi Futian couldn't let it go after all these things had happened. He wanted to get rid of Xianxia now. Maybe it was not convenient for her to do it, but it was for Yi Futian. I will leave and go to the villa first, princess, said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and soon, Yi Futian left Emperor Xia's palace with Black-Winged Condor. Here was the cottage villa. Nobody knew Yi Futian would come today, and neither did they know about the soul-stirring things that had happened in Emperor Li's realm. Because the condor had been with Xia Qingyuan was the only person who knew about it. When Yi Futian and the condor came, Yaya and the glass saint first noticed and looked at him as they were cultivating. Soon the village chief and the sword saint saw them too. Little brother is back, said the sword saint. Very soon, his voice spread across the villa. People heard and teleported to him. By the time Yi Futian arrived, the people he couldn't be happier to see all showed up. He didn't stay in Dali Empire for a long time. Although he had planned to stay longer, he decided to give up after the state of his heart changed. However, he still felt it had been a long while since he had been to the cottage. And the coziness of the cottage was nowhere to be found in Emperor Xia's palace. His home was the cottage where the palace people stayed with him. Elder brother, Yi Futian greeted the sword saint. It was a pity that he couldn't witness the elder brother enter the saint plane. The sword saint nodded, smiling. They were all worried about him going to Emperor Li's realm. Many things must have happened to you during this trip, right? Said the sword saint. Brother, you are underestimating Yi Futian. He must have hit on many women while he was there, said Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. Sister, I am not that kind of person. Yi Futian was awkward and couldn't say anything. No matter how much he had changed, he was always the little brother to be mocked whenever he was in front of Zhuge Mingyue's sister. Okay. Zhuge Mingyue made an expression that meant, I am pretending to believe you. Yi Futian was embarrassed and had to look away. The third brother Gu Donglu was standing next to Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. Yushang and Wuchen stood beside them quietly. A girl rushed to him and called, Brother! Yi Futian looked at this graceful young lady and put his hands on her shoulders. He stroked her head and said, I am back. Great. Long Linger nodded. She had really thought she would die back then. But luckily it was a blessing in disguise. Yi Futian took a look at Phoenix, who was standing back. She looked quite calm. Phoenix was a palace disciple, so she had already experienced many dangerous battles. However, she and Linger were almost fatally poisoned. Whenever the thought came to Yi Futian's mind, it sent a chill down his spine. Whether it was Xianxia or the people behind Xianxia who did this, Yi Futian had to figure it out. Since he couldn't find a clue, Yi Futian would start with Xianxia. At the Xiao clan's manor in Emperor Xia's realm, Xianxia was training in silence. Someone came, and Xianxia opened his eyes. It turned out to be his father, Xiao Qianhe. Xiao Qianhe looked at his son, whom he had once placed high hopes in. He had hoped that one day, Xianxia would be able to be in charge of the Xiao clan. As such, Xianxia did everything he could to lay out the path for his son, hoping that Xianxia would enter the royal palace and be put at Xiaqingyuan's side to serve her, thus getting as close as possible to the center of political power. However, everything changed when Yi Futian came into the picture. Xianxia did something stupid during the Battle of the Empty Realm. The matter would have been settled if Yi Futian had died. Yet none from Emperor Li's realm proved capable of killing Yi Futian, and that failure came with the cost of having Xiaoxiang's future cut right off. In a conversation that followed at a later date, Xiaoxiang seemed to have been able to guess Yi Futian's whereabouts, and things happened in Emperor Xia's realm. No one else from the Xiao clan knew about it, but Xiao Qinhe knew a thing or two. As such, Xiao Qinhe came to understand that Xiaoxiang had something to do with what happened. There was no denying it. Yi Futian has returned, Xiao Qinhe said. The corner of Xiaoxiang's eye twitched. He actually made it back alive? He thought. Seems like no one can kill him, then. Never mind. It's not like the matter has concluded. The princess received him personally outside the royal palace. Furthermore, she sent people down to the lower worlds. Xiao Qinhe continued. With Yi Futian back, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Everything could have been laid out in the open, and Xiao Qinhe was naturally able to learn what transpired. Why are you telling me all this, father? Xiaoxing asked. Who is the one helping you? Xiao Qinhe's eyes were fixed at Xiaoxiang. The one who knew the son best was none other than the father. As Xiaoxiang's father, he knew Xiaoxiang better than anyone else, and he was the only one who knew all of that. Xiaoxiang would not have been capable of something that intricate right now. There was no way Xiaoxiang would have been able to pull all of that off with the resources he had on his hands after the incident from back then. If Xiaoxiang was behind all that, there was no way he would not have found out, although the others might not have been able to. As such, there was definitely someone helping Xiaoxing out. I don't understand what you're getting at, father. Xiaoxiang took a look at Xiao Qinhe. Even his father did not know what he actually did. What happened before gave him a profound lesson. He came to trust no one at the moment. The Xiao clan was a family and, furthermore, a very renowned clan. If the old man were able to obtain the prosperity of the clan simply by casting Xiaoxiang away, he would not have hesitated at all. His status fell considerably since that incident back then. Even the marriage alliance with Divine Cloud Valley was voided altogether. Xiaoxiang remembered all of that. There might still be a chance for you to turn things around, so long as you're not the one executing these plans, Xiao Qinhe said again. Xiaoxing smiled, hearing Xiao Qinhe's words, and said, Are you concerned about me, father? Pity that I have no idea what you're getting at, indeed. Turn around? There is no turning around, he thought. Furthermore, he was indeed uninvolved with that matter. There was no way Xia Qingyuan would have stormed her mother's family's estate without any evidence and take her cousin away to force a confession out of him. Things would have been interesting if that were to actually happen instead. Xiao Qinhe took one good look at Xiaoxiang, finding that he came to know less and less about that son of his. What happened back then had probably incited him. You have been at the pinnacle of Sage Plain for some years, and Wang Chuan has already broken into Saint Plain. You are someone who is known to be edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, yet you are still unable to break into Saint Plain after all this time. Your state of mind might have been affected, and maybe I shouldn't have arranged for you to get to Emperor Xia's palace in the first place. I should have let you train in peace instead. Xiao Qinhe sighed. Xiaoxiang did not say anything else. It had been 2 years since Wang Chuan had broken into the Saint Plain. He had once been someone who was on par with Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven in terms of renown, and both of them had been edges of pinnacle below Saint Plain. However, the Saint Plain was a threshold, and many who were at the same level broke through at different times, potentially separated by many years. At that moment, someone else came from outside. Xiao Qinhe frowned and said, Who let you in here? Sir, Yi Futian has come to visit, asking to see the young master. The one who came said. Xiao Qinhe was dumbfounded upon hearing that while Xiaoxiang's eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Yi Futian coming to pay him a visit? What the hell is this Yi Futian up to? Xiaoxing thought. Who else is here? Xiao Qinhe asked. So Princess Xia Qingyuan didn't show up. Then? There is another swordsman other than Yi Futian, the messenger answered. Xiao Qinhe nodded and guessed that it would have been that sword servant of that sword saint of the void, coming here as Yi Futian's escort. That meant that it was Yi Futian alone coming to pay a visit. He turned his eyes to Xiao Shang and said, "You deal with this on your own." He left as soon as he finished. Xiao Shang chuckled and stood up, pacing back and forth, wondering why Yi Futian showed up. At that moment, he wanted very much to meet Yi Futian, that person who had taken him from the clouds and thrown him into the depths of hell, and that person whom he failed to kill twice. Xiao Shang did not wait for long before that extremely handsome silver-haired young man showed up. His bearing was just as extraordinary as it had always been. He stepped into the Xiao clan's manor as if he was walking into his own home, natural, unperturbed, and carefree. Yi Futian saw where Xiao Shang was, and both of them stood across from each other. They gazed at each other, neither of them bothering to avert the other's gaze. "Disappointed, I take it?" Yi Futian asked Xiao Shang. A smile was seen at the corner of Xiao Shang's lips. He did not say anything. If Yi Futian thought he would get a confession from Xiao Shang by merely showing up, he thought wrong. "I heard that you were very interested in me going to Dali?" Yi Futian continued, seeing how Xiao Shang was in no mood to talk. "I was in Dali Dynasty as a swordsman, and I trained at the Imperial Advisor's residence, with the Imperial Advisor of Dali as my teacher. I came to be acquainted with Liao, and he gifted me with training methods. Emperor Li wanted to marry off his daughter to me, and I refused." Xiao Shang felt like being strangled deep down. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He was seemingly jealous of Yi Futian. Despite being in Dali Dynasty, Yi Futian was surprisingly living just as well as he did in Emperor Xiao's realm, with all that about studying under the Imperial Advisor of Dali, getting acquainted with Liao, and refusing marriage with Emperor Li's daughter. Is he saying that he could have been a prince of Dali, the emperor's son-in-law, if he were to simply nod? Xiao Shang thought. Interesting. Xiao Shang's voice was rather cold. "But I'm hardly interested in your affairs." "That's so? I thought you'd be very interested." Yi Futian smiled and said, "I heard that you have been put under house arrest all this while, and you couldn't go anywhere, not even taking one step outside of the manor. You couldn't even choose who you got to see. After what happened the last time, Queen Xiao summoned me and gave me free access to the Golden Hall of the Lotus in the Royal Palace to train, as well as to pick 10 training methods to share outside. At the same time, she had the people of Divine Cloud Valley craft divine implements for my people, just to trade for your life. You might be the young master of the Xiao clan, but you can only live in the shadows. I truly pity you. Are you here just to humiliate me?" Xiao Shang looked at Yi Futian and said, "Of course not. I'm just here to tell you that even though you might think that just because I can't do anything about you, just because you won't admit it and there is no evidence found, you need to understand one thing. There are many times where there is no need for evidence to get things going." Yi Futian continued, "Even if I don't kill you now, what do you think will become of me in 10 or 20 years from now? From here on out, I'll keep a close eye on you. I'd like to see how you weasel your out if I really try to kill you." The smile on Xiao Shang's face had disappeared altogether. He glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. He knew that Yi Futian was telling the truth. It was easy to tell what Yi Futian's status was at the moment and what would become of him in the future. If Yi Futian were to really keep a close eye, there would be no way he could escape. Xia Qingyuan was already keeping a close eye on him as they spoke. Xiao Shang smiled all of a sudden, seemingly having recalled something. His smile was unervingly cold as he said, "That depends if you're able to live that long." "You mean the ones backing you?" Yi Futian glared at Xiao Shang and said, "Rat them out yourself, and I just might actually spare you." Xiao Shang continued to glare at Yi Futian. Is he coming all the way here to threaten me? He wondered. "Men," Xiao Shang said. Someone came, and Xiao Shang looked at Yi Futian and said, "See our guest here off." Yi Futian turned around and left right away. He already knew what he came to find out, as well as having verified certain matters. While he had been confident that Xiao Shang definitely had a part in it, he had to come and see Xiao Shang personally before he was able to truly verify anything. The conversation between them confirmed his speculations that Xiao Shang had played a part. No evidence, no reasons. Xiao Sheng's current attitude and what transpired in the past were more than enough to confirm his thoughts. Xiao Sheng did not bother to conceal anything deliberately. With the exception of his unwillingness to admit to what he did not bother to conceal that devil-may-care attitude of his. With everything confirmed, things were a lot easier. After Yi Futian left, Xiao Sheng went back to the place he was training in. He sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. He became a student of the imperial advisor of Dali after going into Emperor Li's realm. He even had Emperor Li offering him a chance to become the emperor's son-in-law. He was held in high regard by Emperor Xia in Emperor's realm and earned the princess' trust, so much so that it eclipsed her mother's family, earning him absolute protection. He might have only been the princess valet, yet he gained free access to the royal palace, the princess residence, and the golden hall of the lotus. It was a status many would have found unimaginable. What about me, Xiao Sheng, then? He wondered. Yi Futian was right that he was only able to live in the shadows. He set up plots to have Yi Futian killed, yet he failed while Yi Futian's status rose by the day. Xiao Sheng, on the other hand, even had his actions restricted. It was irony like none other. Maybe I was wrong. Xiao Sheng sighed. It seemed as if Yi Futian's sarcasm had woken him up. He had been wrong right from the start. He should not have chased after fleeting power and status. He should not have wanted to have a marriage alliance with Divine Cloud Valley. He should not have wanted to be the #1 figure by Xia Qingyuan's side to gain higher prestige and more training resources. What Yi Futian did was the exact opposite of what he did. Yi Futian never chased after any of that, yet all of those things fell into his hands all the same. Even the relationship between him and Xia Qingyuan paled in comparison to that between her and Yi Futian. Why has everything turned out like this? He thought. Could be said that he had lost everything. The status and reputation of the Xiao clan, none of that had anything to do with him anymore. But then again, why should it all matter? Power and status were all fleeting things to begin with. When one chases after them, it's almost guaranteed that they never find them. On the other hand, if one simply dedicates themselves to training with a pure state of mind, all of that could be theirs. Everything has its time and place. Everything is like a dream and little else. At that moment, Xiao Sheng seemed to have put everything down, and his state of mind was pure and crystal clear. Yi Futian then began to train in isolation once he returned to the cottage villa. There had been changes to his state of mind once he decided to give up at Dali Imperial City. The imperial advisor and Yan Yuan sent him off later, escorting him to the 9 states. Yi Futian's mind was opened up, and he came to develop an even more significant comprehension of the world around him. It seemed as if there were signs of a breakthrough in that space measured in square inches. As such, he sensed that he was not far away from attaining sainthood. It was probably because he had not arrived at the pinnacle of Sage Plane for long, and his plane had yet to stabilize, that he was unable to make the breakthrough right away. Everyone came to different realizations when they broke into Saint Plane, after all. There was a myriad of ways of practice throughout the world, yet all led to the path heading towards sainthood. Time flew and several months had passed. The silver-haired figure clad in white sat cross-legged at the mountain behind the villa. Mystical aura ebbed about him, and his entire being seemed to glow with a holy sheen. At that time, Yi Futian's eyes were shut. He felt as if his will permeated the world around him, making him feel as if he was traveling through the void, and that his will had melded as one with the world around him. Will of the great path flowed around him, and there were people behind him who were watching him. Both Yaya and the Glass Saint were there. Yi Futian became shrouded by holy light at that moment. Yaya and the Glass Saint were able to clearly sense Yi Futian's will in their surroundings, touching the wills of their own. It was a mystical feeling, and only saints were capable of emanating such a mystical feeling. Yaya and the Glass Saint both knew that Yi Futian was getting increasingly close to the Saint Plane. All he had to do was to wait for his plane to stabilize. When his plane reached the true pinnacle, and his will was able to communicate without hindrance, that would be the day he made the breakthrough. The Sword Saint back then knew that he was about to make a breakthrough, as some people were able to sense something when a cultivator around became able to make the breakthrough without fail. It was the same with Yi Futian. He came to have the same feeling about himself. It meant that the distance between where he was and the Saint Plane was no longer that of a chasm nor even a barrier. He was simply one thought away from it. That was how it had been with Wang Chuan back then. He knew that he was only one step away, and it was not a step in terms of plane but a step in terms of state of mind. That was why he was able to make the breakthrough into Saint Plane through the battle with Yi Futian. The Sword Saint watched Yi Futian train from afar. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and the others stood by his side. Our little brother is not far away from Saint Plane. He should be able to make the breakthrough soon, the Sword Saint said. Gu Donglu smiled and said, "So, our little brother is going to break into Saint Plane before I do. It seems like the trip to the Dali dynasty did a lot to elevate his state of mind." Indeed, the Sword Saint nodded. They came to know something about what happened in Dali dynasty. While Yi Futian was training, the weather changed above the Shao clan's manor. Terrifying clouds of calamity actually gathered above. Countless in the Shao clan looked up, and their minds were shaken. Who is the one making the breakthrough? Countless were confused. It was the Divine Path's ordeal. Who is it that was about to break into the Saint Plane in the Shao clan's manor? Elders flashed, and their wills were felt all over the place. They turned their eyes in one direction. It was a compound in the Shao clan's manor that was almost forgotten at the time. Few paid attention to that place. The one who had once been known as the #1 genius among the younger generations in the Shao clan lived in that compound of the manor. It was none other than Shao Sheng, who had once been known to be one of the handful of extreme, top-notch geniuses known as the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. He had been nurtured as the future leader of the Shao clan. However, the incidents that happened with him as of late caused Shao Sheng's status to fall in the Shao clan. Many had begun to slowly forget that genius who was known as edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane, thinking that his future was no more. The royal palace no longer liked him, and his clan no longer bothered to nurture him. His state of mind would have been affected, hindering his path in cultivation. But then again, just as Shao Sheng was about to be forgotten, he was visited by the divine catastrophe. Shao Sheng was actually about to make the breakthrough into Saint Plane. Well, the people in Shao clan's manor were shaken. Even old man Shao took to the air, looking where Shao Sheng was. The light of catastrophe of the great path rained from above at where Shao Sheng was. An intense rumbling was heard. It was as if it was doomsday right there. Shao Qianhe flashed and came to old man Zhao's side. He looked in that direction as well. He was just as shaken deep down. Shao Sheng was actually about to make the breakthrough into the Saint Plane under such circumstances. His state of mind should have been affected, yet he was able to reverse the flow and make the breakthrough. What happened to him? Old man Shao sighed. He had doted on that grandson of his, as he was chosen as one of the candidates to take over the leadership of the clan. It was due precisely to having high hopes for him that he had been made to enter Emperor Xia's palace and was put at Xia Qingyuan's side to train. He should have had a challenging time as of late. Old man Shao felt pity for him at that moment. Xia Qingyuan was, for better or worse, Shao Sheng's cousin. However, she placed him under house arrest for Yi Futian's sake. It almost robbed Shao Sheng of his freedom, despite having no evidence for their suspicions. That, coupled with how the clan had been treating him since that incident, meant that Shao Sheng seen his darkest times. Yet, Shao Sheng was able to make the breakthrough under such circumstances nonetheless, which made the breakthrough all the more rare and precious. Perhaps the clan had been too harsh towards him? What happened to Yi Futian later had nothing to do with him after all. The raging divine path's ordeal continued to rain down on him. Every beam of light seemed to be striking on the minds of the people of the Shao clan. "Qianhe, do you think we should give Shao Sheng another chance?" Old man Shao asked. Shao Qianhe was dumbfounded. He knew that the matter had something to do with Shao Sheng. However, Shao Sheng was his son. As such, when old man Shao said that, he was apparently moved. If the old man was willing to vouch for him, then there was still hope to turn things around. Shao Sheng might be able to rise again. Queen Shao was Xia Qingyuan's birth mother, and the old man was Queen Zhao's birth father. If the old man is willing to vouch for Shao Sheng, then little sister would have to yield one way or another, no? Even Emperor Xia would have to give face to his father-in-law, after all. If they were able to prove that Xiaosheng had no part in the incident, then the case would be settled, and Xiaosheng would have had a chance to rise again. If you're willing to give him a second chance, father, I'm sure he will make good use of it, Xiaoqin has said. Old man Xiao did not say anything and continued to look where Xiaosheng was. The divine path's ordeal continued to reign, and the beams only dissipated a short while later until they were all gone. One figure after another flashed and went to his side. Old man Xiao came to the sky above and cast his gaze there. In that broken ruins of a compound, slivers of holy light were seen coursing about Xiaosheng's body. He had achieved metamorphosis after braving the ordeal. Xiaosheng, it is extremely commendable that you were able to rise above the bonds of your state of mind and make it into Saint Plane. You will be able to serve His Majesty after becoming a saint. I'm willing to vouch for you to the Queen and have you train within the army. What do you think? Old man Xiao asked. Xiaosheng looked at Old man Xiao and said, I'll leave it to you, grandfather. Right? Old man Xiao nodded and said, Do you have any wishes or anything that you'd like the clan to do for you? Xiaosheng turned his eyes around and shook his head. No, he was a cultivator. Eventually, only cultivation mattered. He had once chased after fame, benefit, power, and status, wanting to become someone of importance, someone that Xiaqing would have held in high regard, but his priorities had actually been upside down. He got nothing in the end. At that moment, he no longer cared what his clan, the authorities, and even Xia Qingyuan thought of him. As for Yi Futian, he would someday fight the man in earnest. Good. Old man Xiao nodded satisfactorily. Being able to make it to the Saint Plane was a testament to some things, among them being that Xiaosheng had seen through it all. He was getting ready to have Xiaosheng distanced from the center of political power in Emperor Xia's realm. That way, it would have invited less trouble, and it would have probably allowed him to dedicate himself better to his training. There might be a day where a top-notch figure was to emerge from the Xiao clan. His actions were considered to be one giving a chance to Xiaosheng, and he was hoping that the young man would not let the Xiao clan down again. The news of Xiaosheng becoming a saint rocked things. There was news about old man Xiao visiting the royal palace and met Queen Xiao. The queen allowed to have Xiaosheng train in the army. That news astonished many. From the looks of things, it seemed that Xiaosheng had truly seized the opportunity to turn himself around by becoming a saint. If he proved to be excellent enough, he might just have been able to return there one day, standing at the center of the Xiao clan yet again. The punishment of forbidding him from entering the palace might even be revoked someday. After the matter was settled, the Xiao clan was getting ready to give Xiaosheng a send-off as he left the clan to join the army. Many of the adjoining forces of the Xiao clan came to pay them a visit that day. Some other forces acquainted with the Xiao clan, like the Divine Cloud Valley, paid a visit to the manor to see Xiaosheng off. Despite not having deliberately sent out invitations, guests swamped the manor of the Xiao clan on that day. All of them showed up at their own volition. Judging from how old man Xiao went to the royal palace to vouch for Xiaosheng and how Queen Xiao allowed him to join the army, it seemed that there were signs that Xiaosheng had regained the trust of the Xiao clan. The queen was willing to give him another chance. As such, many were willing to show up at the send-off. Xia Qingyuan stood on a tower in her place at Emperor Xia's palace, gazing far away. The wind blew at her clothes, and yet, she remained standing unmoving, like a statue, sighing deep down. From her understanding of Yi Futian, the man would not just let things slide like that. He already told her that whatever she, a princess, found inconvenient to pull, he would do it in her stead. At that moment, the Xiao clan was about to send Xiaosheng off, and Yi Futian would show up. Let's head to the Xiao clan's manor. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and said. At that moment, Yi Futian, who was training in the cottage villa, opened his eyes. Slivers of holy light coursed about him. Despite having yet to become a saint, he was extremely close to making the breakthrough. He rose and turned around. Many were looking at him at that moment. Xiaosheng had become a saint, and the Xiao clan was giving him a send-off. The news of his departure would reach the villa as well. Yi Futian cast his gaze far away. You're a saint now, huh? He thought. Do you think you can just wipe everything you've done away now that you're a saint? He stepped forward. His silver hair billowed in the wind, and his deep eyes were devoid of emotions. There was only one plain line heard from him. Head to the Shao clan's manor and give Xianxia a send-off. Guests filled the Shao clan's manor, and the scene was extremely lively. Old man Xiao sat at the leading seat, and Xianxia sat quietly, not far away below him. Many came to greet him, toasting him as a gesture of his send-off. Xianxia would have returned the gesture whenever people came to toast him, appearing amicable and humble. However, there was a tinge of indifference below all that amicability and humbleness. That indifference felt rather alienating to many. Many were able to sense that the young master of the Shao clan felt rather different than before. His entire bearing seemed to have changed after making the breakthrough and becoming a saint. Xianxia used to be smooth and well-rounded, which made others feel congenial. He had once been silently proud underneath all that well-roundedness. However, at present, there was only that indifference. He seemed to have held all those social rituals with little regard now. Xianxia, as he was now, had indeed come to put a lot of things down. The guests notwithstanding, he had come to hold little regard of what the clan itself thought of him. Only one's training proved to be the most fundamental path in all paths of the world. Xianxia. A gentle voice was heard at that moment. An elegant figure stood before Xianxia, and it was none other than Gongsun and I. She once had an engagement with Xianxia. The Shao clan and the Divine Cloud Valley had arranged a marriage alliance for them. However, that was voided after what happened during the incident in the Empty Realm. Congratulations on becoming a saint. Gongsun and I smiled and said. Xianxia nodded and said, I owe you for all that happened back then. He did not hold any resentment against the Divine Cloud Valley for voiding their engagement after breaking into Saint Plain. That was a price he had to pay for what he did, and he had caused Gongsun and I a lot of trouble. Gongsun and I smiled and said, What's past is past. She was able to tell that Xianxia had put the past to rest, and he looked even more extraordinary than he used to now that he became a saint. There may have been a day where he would regain enough recognition to allow him to assume leadership of the Shao clan. Gongsun Zhong came to congratulate him as well. Gongsun Xian, Gongsun Ni's younger sister, did not go to greet him. She asked her sister telepathically after Gongsun and I returned, Don't tell me you head over heels in love with him again now that he is a saint. Gongsun and I glanced at her, and she continued, What is done is done. I do not forgive him for all that. Gongsun and I did not say anything else. The scene remained lively. Old man Xiao took note of the attitudes of the guests, as well as Xianxia's, feeling rather gratified. He hoped that Xianxia would make something out of his time training in the army. At that moment, however, old man Xiao looked outside of the Shao clan's manor. Powerful aura was sensed closing in. A storm howled from the sky far away, heading straight for the Shao clan's manor. His will extended out there and quickly caught what was happening far away. His expression changed somewhat. Old man Xiao was not the only one who felt it. Other saints had also sensed what was happening, and all of them looked up. A group of people descended from above and landed outside the manor. They were the people of the cottage. Yifutian was at the forefront. He eyed the Shao clan's manor as his silver hair continued to billow in the wind. He said, Yifutian, here to pay a visit. He stepped forward as soon as he finished, entering the Shao clan's manor. Yaya, the glass saint, the sword saint, and others were at his side. One mighty one after another flashed about. The people of Shao clan intended to stop them before hearing old man Zhao's voice. Welcome. The others all parted to make way for the group upon hearing that. Yifutian and the others walked straight and came to where the banquet was being held, appearing before all the guests. Yifutian. Someone murmured his name, and everyone eyed the silver-haired young man clad in white. He looked incredibly handsome, and even though he had yet to make it into Saint Plain, his bearing was comparable to Xianxia's, so much so that he seemed to look even more extraordinary. Yifutian caused Xianxia's downfall back in the day. He disappeared for quite some time after that, and then there he was, appearing before everyone again. Furthermore, Yi Futian came right before Xianxia was about to leave the Xiao clan's manor. What was he up to? Based on what had transpired between Xianxia and Yi Futian, no one present thought that Yi Futian was there to send Xianxia off. Furthermore, he had brought the sword Saint of the Void with him, and one could easily feel that ready-to-fight tension within the group. They were up to no good. Yi Futian did not look at Xianxia after he came, but instead bowed to greet Old Man Xiao, saying, "Yi Futian, here to greet Senior Xiao." Old Man Xiao nodded and asked, "May I know what business you have, bringing your people here? I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Senior," Yi Futian said. "Ask away," Old Man Xiao said. "During the period where I seem to have disappeared, I have made a trip to Dali Dynasty." "Did you know that, Senior?" Yi Futian asked. "I learned of it as of late," Old Man Xiao responded. "Someone tried to do something against the Holy Ji Palace, then tried to harm 2 young women, almost killing them with poison while I was away at Dali Dynasty." "Did you know that, Senior?" Yi Futian asked again. Old Man Xiao frowned and continued. "I heard that the incident was caused by someone who was infatuated with a young woman from the Holy Ji Palace. His love turned into hatred before doing something crazy. Xia Qingyuan had investigated Xianxia due to that. There was no way he would not have known." Yi Futian did not explain as he continued. "When I was at Dali Dynasty getting ready to return to Emperor Xia's realm, someone sent a message to Liao, Prince of Dali Dynasty, blowing my cover, almost killing me there. Did you know of that, Senior?" Old Man Zhao's expression worsened. He said, "I would say the same thing. I have only learned of that as of late." "What are you getting at? Since you already knew all that, Senior, did you think it was all simply a coincidence?" Yi Futian asked again. "The princess is already looking into those matters. Whether they be coincidence or not, the princess will find out," Old Man Xiao said. "The princess is half a member of the Xiao clan. There are things she knows well, but is unable to do anything due to her relationship with the Xiao clan." Yi Futian continued, "As such, I'll be the one to do it. All of it has to do with Xianxia. Yi Futian, Xianxia was training here all that time, and there would have been no way he could have participated in whatever was happening outside." "Watch your words," Xiao Qianhe, at the side, said coldly. They were about to send Xianxia off that day, yet Yi Futian showed up at the manor. "Yi Futian, do you have any evidence that any of this has to do with Xianxia?" Old Man Xiao asked coldly. While the princess trusted him and Emperor Xia had rewarded him as well, the Xiao clan was the clan where Queen Xiao was from. Yi Futian's actions looked incredibly unruly, and it seemed that he did not hold any respect for the Xiao clan. Even the queen herself had agreed to let Xianxia leave and train in the army. "I'm here today to prove it," Yi Futian replied before turning his eyes to Xianxia, who was sitting quietly. He then continued calmly. "You have stepped into St. Plain, and since you wanted me dead so badly, I shall give you a chance to do so today. If you can win, it will be the end of the fiasco. The princess shall no longer look into it, and I shall die." Everyone present looked up, and their minds were rattled as they gazed at Yi Futian. Is he nuts or something? While his bearing was extraordinary, he was nonetheless at the sage plane, while Xianxia was already a saint. Yi Futian is about to fight Xianxia? Many wondered. Furthermore, he is saying that he will let it all slide if he dies in battle? Gong Sun Zhong, Gong Sun and I, and the others from Divine Cloud Valley looked at that silver-haired figure, finding him to be crazy indeed. Xiao Qinhe's eyes were gleaming as he glared at Yi Futian. As for Xianxia, he looked up and gazed at Yi Futian with a cold expression. He was getting ready to venture out to train to fight Yi Futian in earnest in the future. He never expected Yi Futian, who was still a sage, would challenge him, a saint. "Yi Futian, watch your words. His Majesty and the princess trust you. The odds are stacked against you. If you die in battle, the princess shall blame us for it," Old Man Xiao said coldly. Yi Futian appeared rather insolent. Saints were saints, after all. However, as soon as he finished, a powerful aura was sensed in the air. The blue phoenix sacred beast dove down, and many mighty ones descended from above. A voice was heard from the sacred beast. "Grandfather, I agree to this arrangement. All eyes were drawn to the sacred beast that descended from above. Xia Qingyuan was right behind the beast. All of them felt shaken deep down. So, even Xia Qingyuan thinks that Yi Futian is able to fight a saint. Then, Xiao Qinhe looked at Xia Qingyuan and felt speechless. Xiao Sheng, if you lose, then you shall give me the answer I seek. If you refuse, I shall seek it on my own. Yi Futian looked at Xiao Sheng and said. Xiao Sheng looked at Yi Futian. He had broken into the Saint Plane, but Yi Futian actually wanted to fight him despite being a sage. He turned to look at Xia Qingyuan, and it was apparent that Xia Qingyuan thought that Yi Futian, despite being a sage, was able to fight Xiao Sheng, a saint. That was some level of trust. He had made it through that chasm and broken the shackles in his mind, becoming a saint, yet that silver-haired young man continued to be as unruly as ever. Xiao Sheng did not say anything. He rose up and stepped forward before flashing and shooting into the clouds, standing in midair. Saintly aura shrouded the place at that moment. The will of the great path was extremely overpowering. He looked down at Yi Futian below and said, "Come up then." Yi Futian took one look at the sky. His body was covered in dazzling brilliance as he stepped into the air. Both of them came to stand in the sky. Countless rose up and looked at the sky at that very instant. Xiao Sheng of the Xiao clan had broken into the Saint Plane. Yi Futian, a sage, was about to fight a saint. Xiao Sheng's eyes glanced at Yi Futian in midair. Powerful might of the great path expanded in an instant, seeping everywhere, and pressing onto Yi Futian. In that instant, Yi Futian felt as if Xiao Sheng had become one with the great path, and he was everywhere. Xiao Sheng lifted his hand and grabbed at Yi Futian. The pressure of the great path pressed down in an instant. The palm of the great path descended from above, heading straight at Yi Futian. Their surroundings rattled as the power of the great path seemed to be in Xiao Sheng's control. One thought was all it took for him to put all the powers in his surroundings to use. Stifling might of the great path pressed onto Yi Futian, and the palm print squeezed the space around him, preventing him from escaping. The ones below saw the incredibly huge palm coming down right away in a direct, overbearing fashion. Saints were able to shake their surroundings simply by lifting their arm. Dazzling golden brilliance burst from Yi Futian's body at that moment. Matrix images materialized, and the might of the great path of all attributes circled about him. The power within him seemed to have resonated with the great path. In that instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to have become a furnace of the great path, capable of refining the great path of the world around him, siphoning power into his physical body. His body melded with the great path, and holy light shot up. His aura continued to climb and had gotten infinitely close to the Saint Plane. It was the training method that the imperial advisor of Dali imparted to him, the deed of thorough comprehension. What? The people in the Xiao clan's manor all looked at the dazzling figure in the air. He seemed to be stepping onto images of matrices. Beams penetrating their surroundings emanated from the round matrix images, circling about. The beams coalesced into dazzling pillars of golden light. Extremely brilliant golden characters hovered on the beams. Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li. The golden characters seemed to be imbued with the might of the great path as they were melded into the beams of light, circling Yi Futian's body and emanating light around him. All of the spectators saw that wherever the beams passed, the might of the great path was sensed, with Yi Futian in the very center of the phenomenon. Yi Futian was like a furnace of the great path at the time. The power of the great path resonated with his body. He was of little difference to a saint at that moment. The world tree in Yi Futian's life spirit continued to sway as if it was responding to the attacks being used. Power of all attributes poured and melded with Yi Futian's body, providing him with the powerful will of the great path. As predicted by the imperial advisor of Dali, Yi Futian was a suitable candidate for training the deed of thorough comprehension. The people below were all in awe, watching the extremely formidable power at work. They gazed at the dazzling light in the sky. All of them wondered if that was some training method he had learned in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. If it was indeed so, they wondered why the princess had not been trained in this method. Furthermore, They never saw any mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace demonstrate the use of such powers. Did His Majesty teach Yi Futian his own training method? If that turned out to be the case, it spoke volumes of just how highly His Majesty thought of Yi Futian. All of them were wondering if that training method was something that had surpassed saint level, and if it was something above the saints as he was able to bring that much power to bear. None of them knew that Xia Qingyuan, who was watching from the sides, was feeling astonished as well. She naturally knew that it was not something imparted by her father, and the Golden Hall of the Lotus did not have something like that either. It was something Yi Futian learned in Dali Dynasty. Furthermore, it was something imparted personally to him by the Imperial Advisor of Dali. She never expected that the Imperial Advisor of Dali would have imparted training methods to Yi Futian, let alone one of the Imperial level. At that moment, even she came to see the Imperial Advisor of Dali differently and wanted to see for herself what kind of a person the Imperial Advisor, who had imparted training methods to Yi Futian and sent him off personally, truly was. Huge palm attacks capable of blocking the sky rained down from above, coming right before Yi Futian as if to destroy the dazzling golden light. However, Yi Futian took one step forward, which resonated with the great path of the world around them. He put his arm forward and threw a punch. The will of the punch was ferocious. The light of the letter of Qin moved along with the attack, tearing through space and shredding the power of all methods before it. That golden light of the punch streaked through the air and clashed with the palm attack coming at him. Rumbling noises were heard, and a ring-shaped light exploded in all directions up in the air. The phenomenon was blinding, and no one knew how powerful that clash had been. Huangting Fist Will. The people of the Shao clan recognized the art. Princess Xia Qingyuan was trained in the Huangting Fist Will after all. There were 33 layers to Huangting Fist Will, and one layer was stronger than the other. The Fist Will of the Great Path gathered raging force from the user's surroundings, and with all 33 layers of Fist Will bursting, the art shredded all paths of heaven. The spectators were all astonished to find that the Huangting Fist Will that Yi Futian brought to bear was extremely formidable. It was far more powerful than the one used by Xia Qingyuan. It was a terrifying sight to behold. His methods came with the effect of amplifying the power of the great path of his own, enhancing the power of other offensive skills. The powers of the great path were interconnected, and they resonated with the world around. The spectators thought it would have required Yi Futian to use considerable measures to break the palm attacks of Xiao Shang, who had broken into Saint Plain. No one expected him to be able to do so with only one punch. Yi Futian, at that moment, did not look a sage at all. He looked as if he was a saint, just like Xiao Shang, capable of standing opposite Xiao Shang and fighting him on equal footing. Xiao Shang, too, cast his gaze at that person before him. He had thought of fighting Yi Futian in the future, but he never expected Yi Futian to want to fight him before breaking into Saint Plain. I, who have broken into Saint Plain, lost against Yi Futian, who is still a sage. Xiao Shang thought incredulously. The line between sage and saint was like a heavenly chasm. It was a consensus shared by all cultivators. If Yi Futian wanted to take Xiao Shang on, he needed to break that consensus and achieve the incredible feat of having a sage beating a saint. Xiao Shang refused to yield. Xiao Shang took one step forward and moved his palms as well, bursting with the dazzling light of the divine path all of him. There was rumbling all over the place, and huge palm attacks of dazzling brilliance manifested everywhere, shrouding the entire sky. The palm attacks were all infused with overwhelming, shattering powers, putting a lockdown on their surroundings with the might of the great path. Prajna. The mighty ones of the Shao clan looked up at Xiao Shang. He waved his hands about before him, and then extended them at Yi Futian. Boom! Heaven-splitting rumbling explosions were heard as the palm attacks arrived one after another. All of them slammed onto Yi Futian at unimaginable speeds. Beams of light from Yi Futian's body coursed to his legs. He then took one step forward and seemed to have sunken the space around him. It was as if towering force burst from that one step of his. Those bursting palm attacks seemed to have been stifled, and the force on Yi Futian grew even mightier. That footwork was none other than the extremely formidable footwork of Shenyuan. Yet another punch was launched, and the Huangting Fist Will tore through the air, bringing the power of the footwork of Shenyuan with it, causing the palm attacks to crumble and explode. The palm attacks of Prajna bombarded wave after wave. If looked up from below, it would have seemed that the endless palm attacks had shrouded the sky, burying Yifutian in a very tight space. Yifutian did not mind his opponent's attacks at all. A harrowing sword will coalesced about him, and his left hand drew a line in the air. A streak of a dazzling flash of the sword came and went within an instant, breaking down that palm attack. He extended his finger. The swords of Kasayapa coalesced, tearing apart all palm attacks that came at him. Yifutian continued to step out with his footwork of Shenyuan, and the force about him continued to climb, getting increasing mighty. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension circled about him. His left hand coalesced sword will, bringing Huangting fist will and using footwork of Shenyuan, while backed by the power of the deed of thorough comprehension as he advanced. Those incoming bombardment of palm attacks were unable to stop him in his tracks at all. The Huangting fist will had gotten increasingly powerful, and the footwork of Shenyuan had gotten increasingly overbearing. More and more swords of Kasayapa coalesced around him, and the swords circled him as he moved, tearing through space and shattering all incoming palm attacks. The spectators watched with awe as Yifutian continued to move forward, getting increasingly close to Xiaosheng. Is that some power capable of being brought about by a sage? They wondered. Xiaosheng's eyes were locked onto Yifutian, and he was just as astonished. He continued to step forward instead of retreating, advancing as holy light burst from his body. He came to bring the full might of his powers as a saint to bear. He extended his hand and performed madras. A divine shadow appeared behind him. A giant was manifested in the air, one that had a myriad of arms, taking control of the powers of the world around them. The countless arms moved at the same time, throwing down countless palm attacks at Yifutian. Yifutian acted as if he was unable to see any of that. The swords of Kasayapa circling him continued to cut out, and a terrifying screen of swords appeared before him, tearing everything apart. The Huangting fist will was also getting increasingly powerful. The sixth step of the footwork of Shenyuan was made. The world around them shook as extremely raging pressure was launched at Xiaosheng. Yifutian, who continued to advance at that moment, was enveloped by the holy light emanated from the deed of thorough comprehension, sweeping forward like a tidal wave. The gigantic shadow behind Xiaosheng closed its arms, seeing that dazzling figure continue to advance. The power of the great path compressed the place as countless palm attacks stacked on top of each other, burying Yifutian's body. 6 directions. A line was heard from Xiaosheng. At that moment, it seemed as if his power had been brought to the limit. Boom! Yifutian took another step out, and the world around him shook. His extremely dazzling body shot at Xiaosheng. The palm attacks thrown at him continued to crumble in a frenzy, yet countless palm attacks from his flanks seemed to have melded together in walls of the great path, burying everything caught between. Xiaosheng pointed forward, and the same phenomenon took place before him. 6 directions of the world melded with the great path. All of the palm attacks became one as they buried the heavens. The spectators saw that Yifutian gradually disappeared as he was being buried by the 6 directions, making them unable to see him. Xiaosheng closed his palms, and the world around them shook violently. The crowd was only able to see the palms of the heaven-burying 6 direction bury Yifutian right there and then. Rumbling noises were heard from within, but no one else knew what was happening inside. No one interfered with the fight, and even Xia Qingyuan watched in silence. No one knew what was going on in her mind. She trusted Yifutian, and he was appointed as her valet. Many knew that the princess held Yifutian in high regard. The one whom Yifutian was fighting was her cousin. Everyone understood the words that Yifutian said before, that there were things that Xia Qingyuan would have found inconvenient to do. But could he carry those things out? Palm attacks continued to rain around them, becoming a part of that wall of the great path as they closed. Everyone had their eyes fixed at the sky above. The rumbling continued to be heard, and people gradually saw cracks on that wall of 6 directions. The cracks continued to extend and spread in all directions. Extremely brilliant light was seen unleashed from within, and the hearts of the spectators raced. Intensely blinding light was seen, and with an earth-shattering rumble, the wall crumbled, and all of the palm attacks were no more. Yifutian emerged from within, clad in holy light. His towering sword tore at the space around him. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, arriving right before Xianxia, who was no longer able to bring attacks of greater power to bear. Yifutian threw a punch, and Xianxia threw a palm attack without retreating. Boom! A rumble was heard as the sky shook. The spectators saw Xiaoxiang's body rattled violently, and his internal organs felt as if they had been rattled. Cracking sounds were heard from his bones. The light of the divine path remained glittering, yet his aura continued to weaken. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained fixed on Yifutian. "Do you admit?" Yifutian shook his arm and burst with another fist will. Xiaoxiang's body rattled violently yet again. Yifutian continued to glitter with holy light. His silver hair billowed, and he looked tremendously mighty. Everyone knew at that moment that Yifutian, as a sage, had beaten Xiaoxiang, who was a saint. Despite there being a chasm between sages and saints, Yifutian made it through, nonetheless. There were countless living beings in Emperor Xia's realm, and there had been many legendary figures throughout the ages. However, none had been capable of defeating a saint while they were still a sage. No one would have expected that Xiaoxiang, who had only made it into Saint Plane a short while ago and showed signs of rising again, was met with one unspeakably legendary figure. Despite having broken into Saint Plane, there he was defeated. The Xiao clan wanted to change Xiaoxiang's fate, and Yifutian was against it. The clansmen of Xiao clan gazed at the two figures high up in the air. They looked incredibly awkward. Xiaoxiang became a saint, and Old Man Xiao went to the royal palace to personally request Queen Xiao to give the young man another chance. All of which led to what happened just now. Many came to congratulate them, and yet, despite having become a saint, Yifutian was still able to beat him. Up in the sky at that moment, blood continued to spill from Xiaoxiang's mouth. Yifutian's fist seemed to have punched right through his body. Xiaoxiang's long hair and clothes, which were blood-stained, billowed. The people from Divine Cloud Valley were speechless as they watched the scene unfold. "Do you confess?" Yifutian wanted a confession from Xiaoxiang. He wanted to hear that the losing young man was guilty of those horrible actions. The relations between Xia Qingyuan and the Xiao clan meant that she was unable to pull something that extreme if she did not have the evidence to back her claims. As such, Yifutian came to see it through personally instead. There were no such restrictions between him and Xiaoxiang. More than that, what Xiaoxiang pulled twice prior was deemed unforgivable. Yifutian's party almost perished during the Battle of Empty Realm, and they were only able to barely survive due to Yaya, his eldest brother, Yi Wuchen, and the others holding off their assailants by putting their lives on the line. The second time Xiaoxiang's attempt on his life required the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan to send him off, just so that he was able to leave Dali dynasty, getting the imperial advisor's residence embroiled in his matters. Yifutian learned from Xia Qingyuan that the imperial advisor had resigned from his position as the chief of Dali Academy. Even the students of the imperial advisor left the academy to train elsewhere. The prince regent emerged again, and his powers seemed to be about to eclipse those of the imperial advisor. King Tiandao and the prince regent became close allies, supporting the third prince to take the position of chief of the Dali Academy, taking charge of the academy that the imperial advisor had painstakingly built. Both figures were to be the third prince's advisors then. Many from Daily Mountain were even allowed to train in the Dali Academy. The imperial advisor would have definitely predicted those turn of events at the very moment he had decided to make a move for Yifutian's sake. While Emperor Li would not have done anything to him simply because he let one person go, there was no way the emperor could just let everything slide. The imperial advisor was still a subject of Emperor Li's realm, one who played a crucial role in determining the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm. In both attempts to take his life, someone from Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaoxiang, had colluded with Li Yao, a prince of Emperor Li's realm. Such actions meant that even if Xiaoxiang had truly confessed and repented, Yifutian would still not have forgiven him, let alone that Xiaoxiang had only become a saint. There were things that one could not merely let slide, things that did not deserve to be forgiven. If it had not been for Queen Zhao's intervention before, Yi Futian would not have let the matter slide back then. All of that had nothing to do with one's state of mind or magnanimity. Xiao Shang, at that moment, looked at the silver-haired figure right in front of him, the figure that was basking in holy brilliance. At that moment, Xiao Shang felt as if Yi Futian was the saint while he was the sage. Despite having become a saint, Xiao Shang was still unable to beat him, and any talk of besting him in the future was now pointless. Do I confess, then? He wondered. While Xiao Shang had not done anything himself, he was still involved in those incidents. It was due to him that the attempts at Yi Futian's life came to be. Seeing how Xiao Shang was looking at him without saying anything, Yi Futian lifted his arm and sent a burst of dazzling sword will through Xiao Shang's body without hesitation. The force raged throughout Xiao Shang's body, making him shudder throughout. His face was ashen. He continued to look at Yi Futian, who then threw punches at him. Every single punch worsened his condition as the powers of the punches ravaged his internal organs. Countless who were watching below were shaken at that scene. Yi Futian was taking care of things his way. If you're not going to confess, I'll keep doing it my way until you yield, Yi Futian said. His voice was cold and overbearing. Even the ones below came to be confused about what was going on. Who among the two was the saint again? Who among the two was the sage again? Yi Futian was truly ravaging Xiao Shang's will by then. Boom! Another punch landed, and Xiao Shang's body seemed to have been penetrated. He looked very wobbly. Not only did his aura feel shriveled, but it also seemed as if his spirit and vital signs were quickly disappearing. It was only then that Xiao Shang realized that until Yi Futian got the answer he sought, there was no stopping what was going on. Enough! A voice was ringing throughout the air. Many looked at the one who spoke and saw old man Xiao step forward with cold eyes, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian, are you going to use such means to make him confess to something he didn't do? Old man Xiao asked coldly. If he truly is innocent, I shall be willing to pay the price with my life. But if he truly is guilty, what will you do then? Yi Futian glanced at old man Xiao and answered in an equally cold tone. Old man Xiao understood from Yi Futian's eyes that he was sure that Xiao Shang was behind all those attempts on his life. Only through a transformation of one's mind, reaching completion and flawlessness, can one achieve sainthood in one's training in the great path. Xiao Shang has been of such a state of mind, as he was able to make it into sainthood. How can you be so sure that he was the one behind all of that? Old man Xiao asked again. After Xiao Shang was able to make it to Saint Plain, the old man came to think that he might have been wrong and had misunderstood Xiao Shang. The princess was unable to find out anything after all. They had restricted Xiao Shang's mobility, and yet what followed still happened, which meant that Xiao Shang could not have been the one behind it all. Even some things that happened before could not have been pulled off by Xiao Shang, judging by the resources he had at his disposal. Flawless state of mind? Yi Futian chuckled sarcastically and continued. While I have no idea why he had been able to let go of his obsession and make the breakthrough, there were multiple ways of breaking into Saint Plain. Even if he had truly been able to let go, that does not mean that he did not do any of those things. You claimed that he was of a flawless state of mind? What about me, then? The holy light on and around Yi Futian turned even more dazzling as soon as he finished. He threw yet another devastating punch, rattling Xiao Shang's internal organs so severely that they were almost shattered. Xiao Shang looked even more broken. At that same time, Yi Futian's aura intensity climbed to a critical point, and beams of glittering light shot to the heavens. It brought forth a terrifying, stifling aura all of a sudden. It was as if a storm was brewing. The hearts of many were shaken furiously. The beams of light shot to the heavens, and his will seemed to have merged with the great path. His mind seemed to have melded with the world around him. Yi Futian looked up to the sky and said with a brimming voice, I now ask the heavens, is my conscience clear? His voice resonated with his surroundings. Countless heard that voice throughout the vast space. Many outside the Shao clan's manor gathered around. They looked up at that figure in the sky, at the silver-haired man who was a sage yet had bested a saint. Catastrophic clouds rolled about above him. Beams of the divine light of calamity ebbed in the heavens. Black clouds filled the sky, and the scene looked like doomsday. Stifling pressure shrouded the entire place. Old man Xiao looked up. His gaze was fixed on the scene unfolding midair. I now ask the heavens, is my conscience clear? The catastrophe of the great path could not have been evoked if one's state of mind was patchy. Xiao Shang looked up in the sky at the terrifying might of the gathering catastrophe, which proved even more powerful than the one that he had braved through. He grinned all of a sudden. Yi Futian, a sage, had bested him, a saint. The catastrophe of the great path was evoked soon after, giving the one who bested him a chance to break into the saint plane. It was an irony like no other. He had thought himself a truly changed man from head to toe when he broke into saint plane, enabling him to start anew. Yet there was someone who refused to let him do so. The one who refused proved to be better. So much better that there had never been one such person emerging in history throughout all of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian used him as a catalyst to break into the saint plane. I Xiaosheng have broken into saint plane, but so what? He thought. What he did in the past were things he would have never do again with his current state of mind. Yet so what? The fact that he had done all those things remained unchanged. Yi Futian kept his eyes on Xiao Shang and said, I led Emperor Xia's realm to victory in the Battle of Empty Realm. Yet someone wanted to see me dead. After the Battle of Empty Realm, I went to Dali Dynasty to train, and the imperial advisor of Dali imparted his ways to me, teaching me the ways of the Great Path. Yet, someone in Emperor Xia's realm still wanted to see me dead. The imperial advisor knew that I was from Emperor Xia's realm, and he escorted and sent me off back to the 9 states all the same. I would have died in Dali and would have never made it here. Tell me, all of you, does that someone deserve death? Violent clouds of the catastrophe rolled in increasingly great intensity. Even those who watched from outside were shaken to their core. The catastrophe was truly powerful. All of them seemed to have sensed all manners of the might of the great path imbued within. It was as if the catastrophe would bring about doom below as soon as it rained. What Yi Futian said, however, proved even more earth-shattering. His methods were actually imparted to him by the imperial advisor of Dali. He went to Dali Dynasty to train, and the imperial advisor took him in. His identity was discovered, and the imperial advisor escorted him to Emperor Xia's realm. It was surprising enough that the imperial advisor of Dali Dynasty would have gone to such extents for him, yet someone in Emperor Xia's realm wanted to see him dead. Some irony indeed. All of them seemed to be able to understand what Yi Futian had gone through. It was of no surprise that he went on to ask the heavens if his conscience was clear. If Xiao Shang had truly been the one doing all of that, then he truly deserved death. All of them understood why Yi Futian had come in such a forceful manner to take Xiao Shang. Anyone can come to vouch for him, and still I will not yield, Yi Futian said coldly. Xiao Shang looked at him and then at the sky. One could have only guessed what was going through his mind right there. He closed his eyes and opened them again, sighing before saying, I am indeed guilty. The world turned completely silent in that instant, with only the catastrophe continuing to howl. Xiao Shang confessed to his crimes. Everyone looked up into the sky. Dark clouds were gathering, making everything more and more frightening. The light of catastrophe was falling from the heavens. Yi Futian's light of catastrophe seemed to consist of many different colors. Layer upon layer of will was immersed in the light, as a terrible brilliance flowed out from him. But he still stood there like a statue. In front of him, Xiao Shang was doing the same, and he had admitted his fault. He had admitted everything. Xiao Shang had broken through to the divine path, and the Xiao clan had pleaded to Queen Xiao for his life. They were ready to send him to the army to train. Many guests had come to see him off, and his future was very bright. But the most dazzling figure in the past few years in Emperor Xia's realm had come to criticize him. As a sage, he had still been able to crush Xiao Shang, who was at the saint level, and forcibly break through to the divine catastrophe. The people of the Xiao clan went pale. They had wanted to fight for a future for Xiao Shang. Since he had entered the saint plane, his heart must have changed, and he would very likely become one of the most prestigious figures of their clan in the future. Thus, Old Man Xiao had once again placed all his hopes upon him. But now they all understood. Xiao Sheng was finished. Everyone had heard what Yi Futian had just said very clearly. He had worked with people from Emperor Li's realm twice all to kill Yi Futian, who had achieved victory in the Battle of Empty Realm and gone by himself to Emperor Li's realm. This was an unforgivable offense. Even Xia Qingyuan could not let him get away with this, and neither could Yi Futian. The people from Divine Cloud Valley also looked up into the air. Gong Sun and I, Gong Sun Zhong, and the rest were all conflicted. They still remembered the first time they had seen Yi Futian. It was in the Xiao clan's household, at Old Man Zhao's banquet. At that time, he had only recently arrived in the upper worlds and had just made a name for himself. He had launched a surprise attack on Lihan Heaven, which made everyone think he was too arrogant and did not know his own power. He had provoked Lihan Heaven and had swept away all their heroes at that banquet. Afterward, he had set out on a path that no others could match. On the 33rd layer of Lihan Heaven, he had defeated Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan had used this battle to become a saint, but he said that Yi Futian stood alone among those below the saint plane. Afterward, in the Battle of Empty Realm, he had seized victory all by himself and then had joined with Princess Xia Qingyuan to defeat Yuan Jin. The swordmaster of Lihan had given his sword to Yi Wuqian because of him, to save him from an attack by cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. And now, he had defeated a saint-level cultivator as a sage, accomplishing a feat for the ages, and now was using the majesty of this battle to step onto the divine path. Those who had been called the greatest figure below the saint plane in Emperor Xia's realm, those dazzling, unparalleled heroes seemed to lose their luster before him. He seemed to be the only person who mattered in that generation of cultivators from Emperor Xia's realm. He was absolutely without equal, and eclipsed everyone else's glory. No one could compare with him. Some people looked at Princess Xia Qingyuan not far away. Once, it had been said that she stood alone in her generation and that none could compare with her. But now, what about Yi Futian? Could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the princess? At that moment, everyone understood what Xia Qingyuan had seen in Yi Futian, and why she appreciated him. Perhaps Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia had known of Yi Futian's talent from the start. Even the imperial advisor, who was from an enemy power, treated him like this. A truly outstanding figure could perhaps make those who stood before him give up their own status. This was sincere appreciation. It did not matter whether or not they stood in opposition to him. Boom! A rumbling sound pulled everyone back from their reveries. The light of catastrophe was falling from the sky and crashed violently upon Yi Futian. His white hair was dancing in the wind as his white robes fluttered. The brilliant light around him became even brighter as the light of catastrophe flowed across his body. But he still stood up straight without wavering even a little bit. His body was not moved even an inch. With a start, many people realized that not only was terrible will flowing around Yi Futian, but his flesh itself was also suffused with a powerful will. The terrifying light of catastrophe baptized his spiritual willpower and changed it. At that same time, it baptized his flesh, making it divine. In front of him, Xiao Sheng was also suffering the waves of the divine catastrophe. His weak flesh trembled, and he spat up another mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. Xiao Sheng's breathing was growing weaker and weaker. He looked at the impossibly brilliant figure before him and felt a burst of sorrow. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would not have done the things he did. That way, the incomparably brilliant Yi Futian would have had nothing to do with him. He could still have become a saint. Given his status, he could have done anything that he wanted to. Princess Xiao and Xia Qingyuan would have promised him anything. Why had he decided to compete with Yi Futian and worry that he would steal his position? Now he understood that there were some things you should not strive for, as to do so would be meaningless. It was only a momentary slip, but it had made it so that there was no way to escape and had led him to this point. He felt sort of pitiable. He naturally understood that Yi Futian would not give him another chance. He would do the same regardless of his mood or his amount of tolerance. Who else? Yi Futian asked Xiao Sheng. He naturally knew that Xiao Sheng had not done all of this by himself. It was not something he could have done alone. Xia Qingyuan had told him always to watch Xiaoshang and the Xiao clan. She had even placed Xiaoshang under arrest. No news could have gotten out, so they could not know the news of his return. He trusted Xia Qingyuan, and so did not doubt what she had said. If it was not Xiaoshang, then there must have been someone controlling him from the background. Moreover, they were much more powerful than Xiaoshang. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get even a little bit of information. But everyone else trembled when they heard his question. There was someone else? Who had been involved in this besides Xiaoshang? Everyone involuntarily looked at the people from the Xiao clan. This had made Old Man Xiao Qianhe, and the others look worried. This affair did not only concern Yifutian. If it had just been him, they would not have cared so much. He had conspired with Emperor Li's realm to harm one of his own people, and it was someone that His Majesty and the princess regarded highly. Even someone from the Xiao clan could not get away with something like this. Qingyuan, Old Man Xiao looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "I'm not that senile yet." The Xiao clan was at the height of power in Emperor Xiao's realm. With the emperor as an in-law and Queen Xiao as the queen mother, their status was very high. Would he betray Emperor Xiao's realm and collude with Dali dynasty? Obviously, he could not just sit still and take what Yifutian was saying. It was too serious. That's not what he meant, grandfather. But you must understand that he could not have done this alone, said Xia Qingyuan. Old Man Zhao's eyes flashed when he heard this. When he had seen Xiaoshang become a saint, he had thought that Xia Qingyuan had been mistaken about him. But he did know that there were many things he could not do. But now, even Xiaoshang admitted that he had done this. Thinking about it in detail, it was apparent that someone else had to be involved. He swept his gaze over the people of the Xiao clan, then looked at Xiao Qinhe. The other person would have to be as bold as him, right? The light of catastrophe rumbled down yet again. Yifutian was completely immersed in the divine catastrophe and looked nearly celestial. However, the catastrophe of the divine path could not shake him one bit. He still stood up straight, calmly bearing its power like a god up in the sky. Everyone in the palace stared at him. They all knew that after becoming a saint, Yifutian would undergo a change. In that past, his talent had been outstanding, but in the end, he had only been a junior, and so his power was limited. But after this change, he would truly come into his own. But at that moment, all Yifutian wanted to know was the truth. Thus he questioned Xiaoshang about who else was involved. Xiaoshang suffered the waves of the divine catastrophe. He coughed up blood, then looked at Yifutian, but his eyes seemed calm. He shook his head and said, "I did this by myself. I sent the information to Liao. I did all of it alone." Yifutian looked at him and saw that he did not look too distressed. It was as if he were still ready to face anything. He seemed sincere. Obviously, he did not want to say who had been backing him. Who was it? Xiaoshang had admitted his guilt but was still protecting them. Was it someone from the Xiao clan? "You could not have done this alone," said Yifutian coldly. "I said I did it alone. If you don't believe me, that's fine," said Xiaoshang. He still would not confess. Yifutian looked at him. Since Xiaoshang had already confessed, everything that would happen next was very simple. Saint Xihua had suddenly attacked the palace. Linger and Phoenix had been poisoned. His information had been leaked, including a lot of sensitive details. This was not something that Xiaoshang could have arranged all on his own. There must be someone extremely powerful in the background controlling everything. This matter was not over. Up in the sky, the light of catastrophe burned brightly. Xia Qingyuan said, "You should become a saint first." Yifutian nodded. His figure flashed up into the sky. Dark clouds covered everything, making an apocalyptic-looking scene. The divine catastrophe descended, and his spiritual willpower suffered a terrifying assault. But each assault baptized him in the great path. His will became one with heaven and earth, and he could sense will more clearly. That was not all. His body underwent powerful assaults as the light of catastrophe bathed his flesh, making him seem to transform. His flesh became divine. His whole body became the path. Everyone saw Yifutian sitting there, cross-legged with eyes closed, bearing everything calmly. He was once baptized in medicine, and his spiritual will and physical body were extremely strong. There was no fear that he would not cross through the divine catastrophe. Everyone looked up at the white-robed youth sitting there. As the light of catastrophe fell upon him, his bearing changed little by little. In the end, he was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Divine light flowed from him and covered everything. Rays of morning sunlight filled the vast sky, dispersing the terrible light of catastrophe. The divine catastrophe grew weaker and weaker. The dark clouds dispersed, and morning sunlight came down from the ninth heaven. The white-haired youth opened his eyes. They were deeper than before, and divinity seemed to shoot out from them. He rose and looked out at the crowd. He was suffused with a supernatural aura. Yifutian had become a saint. Yifutian stood calmly in the sky, and with a single breath, he sucked in the chi of heaven and earth. His heart and mind moved together and could roam freely throughout heaven and earth. It was as if everything was moving in conjunction with his spirit. Although it was not as brilliant as before, divine light still flowed across his body. His flesh and his spirit had both undergone the baptism of the divine catastrophe and had changed, becoming better than before. At that moment he felt his body stabilize. His internal organs had become extremely powerful, and they quivered as he breathed. His limbs and bones were completely unobstructed, and he could see extremely far away with his naked eyes. In his life palace, the world tree swayed with divine radiance. The other life spirits curled around it as if it was supporting them all. After all, the world tree was Yifutian's original life spirit. The others had all grown out of it. Will flowed around the world tree, and in his life palace, Yifutian could faintly feel it connecting with his thoughts. It seemed to be in both his body and his mind. The trunk of the world tree seemed to be his body, and it provided him with a constant stream of the breath of life and strength. Yifutian felt like his life spirit had been set free, and could actually touch heaven and earth, turning into an incomparably holy tree that would touch the sky. Unfortunately, he had not truly released his full life spirit in combat as of yet. He was a saint. He had extraordinarily become a saint. This was a barrier. Most people were stopped by this barrier. Many people in the world of cultivators thought that advancing through the first 3 tiers of the saint plane was not as difficult as advancing from a sage to a saint. It was a huge test of one's character, and thus it was one of the most important steps. By taking this step, he had stepped over the barrier. From now on, he just had to steadily increase his level. Now that he had reached the saint plane, his state of mind had improved so that he could break through even higher levels. This step was a huge change. From now on, he would be advancing. Of course, crossing from the 3rd tier of the saint plane, flawless sainthood, to the 4th tier, the holiness of nirvana, was also an incredibly difficult step to take, and it prevented countless heroes from reaching the 4th tier. To break through to that plane, one needed a lot of luck and a lot of perseverance. After reaching the saint plane, Yifutian felt much stronger than before. Even though it was only a single step, that single step had brought great changes. Divine radiance shot out from his eyes as he swept his gaze over Xianxia below him. Before starting on the divine path, he had already been able to defeat Xianxia. Now that he had become a saint, he could easily and swiftly crush him. He did not need to expend as much energy as he would have before. Even those below them could tell where Yifutian and Xianxia stood in relation to each other. Even though they were both saints, the difference in their auras was great. If Xianxia was a supernatural saint and had completely changed, then Yifutian was like a god who was even greater than a saint. They would never have thought that even after they had both become saints, there would be such a great difference between them. Everyone sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was truly a hero whose name would be heard around the world. Before taking that step, he had been able to crush Xianxia. Now that he had taken it, Xianxia could only despair. They even sort of felt that someone who had been a saint for many years would be crushed if they fought with Yifutian, even though he had just become a saint. They even wondered about Yifutian's family background. Could he truly be just a cultivator who had come from the lower worlds? Why would he be so outstanding? His aura was even more powerful than the juniors of the greatest houses of the upper worlds. There was even wonder in Xia Qingyuan's eyes as she beheld Yifutian. He was truly dazzling right now. She wondered when she would be able to become a saint. She wondered what he would be like now that he was a saint. If he was like he was now, what would be the outcome? Everyone from the cottage looked on in reverent silence. Seeing his elegant demeanor, they all felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Their little brother had become a saint. Long ago, Yi Futian had come to the cottage at age 18 and was pampered by his sworn brothers and sisters. Now he had become a saint while he was still young. When he returned to the 9 states, he would stand at the peak and look down upon the whole world. It all seemed like a dream. He was a saint. He had attained what had once been unreachable. Now, after his sworn brother, he had finally taken this step. Now, he would not need Yushang and the cottage to protect him anymore. He was the strongest disciple of the cottage now. Yi Futian, the saint, stepped forward, traversing the sky in a single step. He descended before Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang looked at him. At that moment, he felt unworthy to be in his presence. Once, he had been the heir of the Xiao clan and Queen Zhao's niece. Therefore, even though Yi Futian was an outstanding talent and was becoming famous throughout the upper worlds, he had not paid him any mind. He thought that by merely blocking his path he could get rid of him. Now, looking back, he saw that the gap between them was huge. To become a saint was to be detached from the ordinary. However, Yi Futian's detachment had advanced by leaps and bounds much faster than other people's. Even though no one knew what his family background was, he was in Emperor Xia's good graces, and the princess treated him favorably. As far as he knew, Xia Qingyuan had never treated anyone else like this. Even without this incident, Yi Futian would still not be comparable to him. Now, Yi Futian's future was limitless, and Xiaoshang was a criminal. Maybe if he had seen things clearly before becoming a saint, this would not have happened. Who was it? Yi Futian asked coldly as he stared at Xiaoshang. His voice carried an unmistakable meaning. Xiaoshang may have confessed, but this matter was not over yet. Someone was helping him behind the scenes. The person who was secretly arranging all this from behind the scenes was no ordinary person. But he could not think of anyone other than Xiaoshang, who hated him. I said that it was only me. Xiaoshang stared calmly at Yi Futian. Even though he was in turmoil, he now saw many things clearly. It had all come to this, so he would confess. Since he had done all this, he would pay the price. He knew that even though he had become a saint, now that things had come to this point, he was finished. All his former glory had passed by like clouds of smoke. His cultivation and his future were gone now. Yi Futian grabbed Xiaoshang, and in a flash, a terribly bolt of lightning descended towards him. It slammed into him, violently destroying his internal organs. Not only that, but his eyes became very sharp, and lightning will shot out of them into Xiaoshang's eyes. At that moment, Xiaoshang's brain trembled violently as his spiritual will came under serious attack. His whole body shook. He swayed as though he were about to fall, but he was held up by an invisible force. Xiaoshang may have confessed that he had done everything, but if he wanted to hide anything else, it would not be that easy. Yi Futian would destroy his will. Having confessed to his crime, Xiaoshang had no right to resist, and the Xiao clan had no right to question it. Below, everyone was looking at the two of them. They saw the terrible lightning flashing around the two of them. The lightning struck Xiaoshang, destroying his flesh bit by bit and numbing his spiritual will. Who was it? Tell me. Yi Futian's voice was like thunder as he began to crack open Xiaoshang's mind. His brain trembled fiercely, and it seemed that Yi Futian would completely destroy his will. A voice repeated over and over in his head, telling him to say who it was. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Xiaoshang, who had no power resist, could truly be called wretched. But this was the price that he had to pay for everything he had done to Yi Futian. But everyone was still wondering if there was someone else with ill intentions towards Yi Futian. If there really was, would it be someone in the Xiao clan? The Xiao clan would not have needed to do this. But if it was someone else, why would Xiaoshang admit his guilt but not say who had helped him? Xiaoshang. At that moment, another figure stepped forward. It was Old Man Xiao. He walked towards him, and when he looked at him, he sighed inwardly. With all that Xiao Shang had done, it would be impossible to obtain a pardon for him. Now all he wished for was that he could live. If there was someone else involved in this, tell me who it was, said Old Man Xiao. He knew everything that had happened. It was definitely not something that Xiao Shang could have done. But he knew that Xiao Shang had done it. But now Xiao Chang had admitted his guilt, which implied that Yi Futian's suspicion was not without reason. He also wanted to know who it was. Now Xiao Shang had to speak. It was only a matter of time. If he did not confess, Yi Futian would not agree to spare him, nor would Xia Qingyuan. Xiao Shang looked at Old Man Xiao and bowed slightly with his trembling body, saying, I have admitted what I did. I did it all myself. There was no one else. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, cutting into Xiao Shang's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood as endless lightning swirled around him. If you confess, I will go easy on you. If you don't, you should know that there are those who can make you tell the truth. Yi Futian did not know why Xiao Shang was being like this. Who was he protecting? Xiao Shang should understand that Xia Qingyuan had not acted against him before was because of the relationship between them, not because it was inconvenient to do so. And now that he had admitted his guilt, how could Xiao Shang not tell the truth under the ministrations of all the cultivators of Emperor Xia's palace? The person behind Xiao Shang was much more sinister than him. Yi Futian could not let him go. Xiao Shang knew that Yi Futian was telling the truth. He could not conceal this forever. Powerful cultivators would have ways of making him talk. But from the moment he had made this decision, everything had been predetermined. Nothing could be changed. He looked at Yi Futian, then at Xia Qingyuan and said, Yi Futian, I hope that you can serve the princess with all your strength. You will do that which I hope to do but never could much better than me. Yi Futian frowned. What did he mean by that? At that moment his face suddenly changed. Before him, Xiao Shang's body suddenly blackened. His whole face suddenly seemed to have countless dark lines flowing over it. Not only that, but they covered his arms and his body as well. His vitality drained away with frightening speed. There was almost no more chance for him to talk. Suddenly, jade-green vines spread out from Yi Futian towards Xiao Shang and wrapped around him. They had a powerful breath of life within them. They poured into Xiao Shang's body, but Yi Futian found that as soon as they did, they turned black, corroded and withered. Their vitality peeled away, and there were even dark lines stretching out towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian cut the vines and saw that Xiao Shang was covered in a dark fog. His whole body had turned black. Xiao Shang, Old Man Xiao, Xiao Qianhe, and the other members of the Xiao clan had all gone pale. They tried to rush forward, but Xiao Shang's body was already descending to the ground. There was no breath of life left within him. His life force had been completely cut off. He was dead. Below them, everyone's eyes were fixed on where they were, staring at Xiao Shang's corpse as it fell. He was dead? Yi Futian had not even done anything, and Xiao Shang had still died? They all trembled on the inside. They finally understood. No wonder Yi Futian had come here with so much force. It looked like he was already sure about many things. He did not know who was helping Xiao Shang. And had Xiao Shang killed himself or had he been killed? But no matter if he had done it actively or passively, Xiao Shang had known everything. He had calmly met his death. He knew that since things had come that far, Yi Futian would never let him go. Even if he agreed to spare his life, he would take something to pay Xia Qingyuan back with. He had collaborated with people from Emperor Li's realm and attacked the greatest contributor to the victory at the Battle of Empty Realm. Even if he didn't die, he would be reduced to a mediocre and unambitious life. To a cultivator, that would be even more miserable than death. Especially to a cultivator who had touched the Saint Plane. Xia Qingyuan's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Xiao Shang, a slightly ugly look on her face. At that moment, she was extremely conflicted. Xiao Shang had died like this. He had obviously been hiding his maliciousness, but she did not know if he had actively done this, or if he had been led into it. But no matter which it was, Xiao Shang had known all along. He had let someone plant poisonous seeds within him, leading him to this violent death. Yi Futian descended beside Xiao Shang. Behind him, Zhuge Mingyue said. Linger and Phoenix were poisoned as well. This was clearly the work of the same person. This person must be a powerful cultivator. Even using someone else, he had almost managed to kill Linger and Phoenix with poison, and in the end, Emperor Xia had gotten involved. Not to mention, Xianxia had let them plant toxins within him, causing his death. Linger's admirer had probably died in that same way. But the difference was that he probably did not know he was being poisoned. In his prime, Xianxia could maybe have resisted him for a bit, but under Yi Futian's attacks he was extremely weak. He had lost the power to resist the poison's infection, and so he had died to the poison in an extremely short period. But even so, it was still evident that the poison was powerful. Princess Xia Qingyuan, are there any powerful saint-level cultivators who are skilled with poison? Asked Yi Futian. The person who did this was powerful and was outside the control of Emperor Xia's realm, so they must be someone famous. There are many poison saints, but I can't think of who it might be. I looked into the affair with Linger and Phoenix but haven't reached a conclusion yet. Moreover, since he dared to use poison, it must be someone who is hidden very well, answered Xianxia. Yi Futian was silent. He naturally understood what Xia Qingyuan meant. Since Xianxia was only one of the participants, there must be someone else behind him. This person must be very skilled, much more so than Xianxia. He acted meticulously and did not make mistakes. If he had not forced Xiaodong to act, there would not be enough evidence to prove anything now, like a knot that could not be untied. What was more frightening was that every incident seemed to be just a pure coincidence. If he had really died in Dali Dynasty, then everything would have ended there. There would have been no disturbance in Emperor Xia's realm, just as if the people of Dali Dynasty had uncovered his identity, and he had been killed. Qing Yuan. Old man Xiao stood before Xiaosheng. A faint sense of sorrow could be detected from him. Among the juniors of the Xiao clan, Xiaosheng was the most talented. Previously, he had been the most cherished disciple of the third generation, and now he had become a saint. He had once again given everyone high hopes but had come to a tragic end like this. He had admitted his guilt and been executed by poison. Moreover, this turmoil would certainly drag in the whole Xiao clan. Even though due to Queen Zhao's status, Emperor Xia's palace would not do anything against them. But what had happened, and they could not pretend like it had not. The people of Emperor Xia's palace knew it for sure, as did the powerful forces of Emperor Xia's realm. After today, the Xiao clan would still be a powerful family, but they could not continue to advance. Old man Zhao's banquet had probably been the height of their glory, unless a miraculous figure appeared in the Xiao clan, giving them a chance to fight back. Of course, this all presupposed that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with Xiaosheng's actions. Otherwise, they would be dragged in, and the turmoil would be far from over. Xia Qingyuan looked up at old man Xiao and heard him say, Xiaosheng was involved in this affair, and how he has paid the price. But I promise you that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with this. I will help you investigate this. If I find out who else was involved, I will not let them escape. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, he still had to show this kind of attitude. He was furious at the one who had helped Xiaosheng and made him take this drastic step, and who had dragged the Xiao clan into all of this. If it were truly someone from the Xiao clan, he would certainly not let them go. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Although the things that Xiaosheng had done were terrible, he had paid the price for them. But the person who was acting in the shadows was even more contemptible. Xiaosheng was not powerful enough to have arranged all of this. So it must have been the one working behind the scenes who had done it. Their skill was so great that even she was shocked. It had been such a long time, and they had still not made a mistake. When Xiaosheng had died, all the threads had been severed. Yi Futian stood there silently. Many people from the Xiao clan were looking at him furiously, especially Xiaosheng's father, Xiao Qinhe. No matter what Xiaosheng had done, he was still his son. He had become a saint and should have had a limitless future, but he had come to grief instead. Xiaosheng may have done some things that he should not have done, but he had not really wanted to collude with Emperor Li's realm. He just wanted Yi Futian to die. That was all. And now he had been hounded to death by Yi Futian. Before, No one could have imagined that a junior cultivator of Emperor Xia's realm could kill Xiaoshang and even weaken the Xiao clan. Given the Xiao clan's power, even an exceptionally talented junior cultivator would not be able to disturb them in the slightest. And even if they wanted to kill him, so what? But Yi Futian had been able to ruin them due to his outstanding talent, which could not be found anywhere else in Emperor Xia's realm. Even when he went to antagonize the Dali dynasty, he had had a meteoric rise. Yi Futian turned and left. He felt that the Xiao clan had not been involved. It was only Xiaoshang who hated him, and Old Man Xiao was not that stupid. But he still had to investigate. Xia Qingyuan would continue to search for more clues. Xia Qingyuan looked at the people from the Xiao clan, then at the retreating figure of Yi Futian. Then she turned around indifferently and followed him, whispering, "What are you planning to do next?" Yi Futian kept walking, and his fellow palace members followed him. They left with Xia Qingyuan. Below, countless people watched the two of them walking side by side. There seemed to be a particular meaning to this scene. There were countless cultivators in the vast Emperor Xia's realm, but none of those in the same generation as her had the right to stand beside Xia Qingyuan, except perhaps for that white-haired youth. Yi Futian did not think too much about it. When he heard what Xia Qingyuan asked, he was silent for a while, then answered, "Princess, previously, I wanted to seize Xiaoshang by force and wrest the answers from him. But now he is dead. As for clues, we only know that it was a saint-level cultivator skilled in the art of poison. But you already said that we could not find such a man, so there is only one clue left." "What clue is that?" asked Xia Qingyuan. "Saint Xihua," said Yi Futian. "We've already proved that what happened to Linger wasn't just a coincidence. Saint Xihua chose that time to suddenly take revenge on the Holy Ji Palace. But you said that it was only a casual attack and then they fled. They had no determination at all. So, someone must have been directing things behind the scenes. If it weren't for the things that Linger and Phoenix had encountered, no one would have suspected that there was someone behind the scenes pulling strings. After all, vengeance would have been served. But looking back on it now, things weren't so simple. Everything had probably been to test whether he was there or not. Saint Xihua has had people watching you all along. They must have had a part in this. Let's grab them," said Xia Qingyuan. "They are still in the 9 states now, lying low and cultivating in the Endless Sea." "Excellent, we will go there," said Yi Futian. The Endless Sea was vast. It was indeed a good place to hide from the world and cultivate. If it had not been for Xia Qingyuan having people watch them, it would not have been easy to find them. In the sacred war of the 9 states, the great Holy Lands had laid siege to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace had taken heavy casualties. This was all set off by Saint Xihua. At that time, the only enemy of the Holy Ji Palace had been the great Zhou Sacred King. Saint Xihua had entered and allied with the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and afterward, the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs had gotten involved as well. As for the palace itself, a terrible holy war had broken out there, and Jeyu had died. Now Saint Xihua was involved in these matters once again. Old debts and new debts would have to be paid back together. The group continued forward towards Emperor Xia's palace. A great matrix for sending people directly to the 9 states was there, which would speed things up considerably. Not long after, Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others activated the matrix, and amidst a swirl of light, the whole group disappeared from the upper worlds. The sky above the Endless Sea was as blue as the water. One could not see the end of it in a single glance. The wind and waves howled as a beam of powerful light descended. A group of people was coming from the sky. There were countless islands in the endless ocean. Among these islands were many island cities of various sizes. In the eastern portion of the endless ocean, there was a small, unknown island. People were scarce here, with a population of 100,000 or so. On the mainland of the 9 states, this would amount to only a small village. At that moment, on the eastern edge of the island, an old man was wearing a long robe, sitting peacefully on the rocks fishing. He had a plaited bamboo hat on his head, under which his face was sharply angled. He had his eyes closed as if he were dozing off. "I see you've come here fishing again, old Shi," called another dark-skinned old man from not far off with a smile. He was getting ready to go out into the ocean to hunt monsters. There were countless sea monsters in the endless ocean, and each of them had many cultivation resources. Since these resources were extremely scarce in this island, these sea monsters were the only source of them. The old man, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, nodded slightly. He opened his eyes lazily, then smiled at the other old man and said, "You're getting ready to go out into the ocean? I can see that there are huge waves out there. There must be a big monster out there causing trouble. Why don't you stay in today?" "That's no problem. My son and my son-in-law are quite powerful cultivators. If we run into a fierce monster, that will be excellent." The old man spoke clearly and honestly. He seemed to be very proud of his children. There were several other people behind him. One of them was shirtless, and his skin was dark all over. He was very strong. The other two people were a couple, both of them seeming very fierce. People's appearances could change due to natural processes or due to cultivation, but they could also do because of environmental effects. "But old Xi, you're probably not going to catch much here. Your disciple looks a bit delicate. He probably hasn't experienced much turmoil. Why don't you let him come out into the ocean with me?" said the old man with a smile as he looked at a figure in the distance. That man was handsome, with fair skin and not even a trace of aura coming off of him. He seemed to be a scholar. No wonder the old man had said what he did. "My disciple is very lazy, so I just let him sit there," said old Xi with a smile. The old man nodded, then brought his son, daughter, and son-in-law into a boat and sailed out onto the sea. They waved to old Xi up on the rocks. When a lone boat went out into the ocean, its fate was determined by heaven. This was a popular saying on the island. As he watched the boat sail away, old Xi whispered, "Sometimes I envy them. They may not know the ways of heaven, but they are still able to smile at everything." The people of the island say that you never know what day you will die, so you should face every moment of your life with a smile. Behind the old man, the young disciple opened his eyes and looked out at the boat. Their environment may dictate their attitude, but it's still a kind of optimism, continued the old man. "I have a bad feeling. You two should leave." Another figure walked towards them from a mountain far away. "Brother," he said, "if you want to leave, you can. I will stay here and accompany our master," said the young man. Old Xi sighed, then looked up into the distance. The sky that had once been as blue as the water was suddenly covered in dark clouds, looking very frightening. The sea was vast, endless, and capricious, could change its face at any time. How could the people who lived on this small island understand? "If I had known that things would turn out like this, I never would have started down this path," whispered old Xi. He had once been a giant in the 9 states. He had mastered all heaven and earth, and his voice shouted commands that could lead to the deaths of thousands. But now, he had fallen to this level all because he had tried to get revenge on a junior. Was there anything he could say about that? Who would have thought that that junior cultivator was not just exceptionally talented, but was, in fact, the most talented of his generation? Even since he had gone to the upper worlds, he still commanded the wind and rain. In both the upper and lower worlds, there was no one like him. He vividly remembered the sacred war at the Holy Ji Palace. The youth who gave off dazzling light was still firmly imprinted in his mind. At that moment, he had realized that that man was not simply incredibly talented. And after that, his fate seemed to have been set. But he had not thought that it would happen so fast. The violent wind whipped up huge waves, and dark clouds covered the sky. The lone boat floated in the sea and was swept into the storm by a large wave. A terrible monster appeared in the storm. It appeared to be a flood dragon. It rose into the storm as it stared at the few people in the small boat. It opened its mouth as it struck out to swallow them. At that moment, a burst of incomparable majesty descended from the sky, covering the whole area. Everything seemed to freeze, and the storm slowed. The dragon looked to the shore in surprise, and a fierce sense of fear could be seen in its giant eyes. It suddenly lowered its proud head. The people in the lone boat watched this scene in surprise. They rose into the air, but it seemed that they had been slowed by something. The dragon before them and the terrible storm had been slowed as well. It seemed that the area around them had frozen. "Begone, vile beast!" came a voice from the sky. In the next instant, the dreadful power dissipated, and the dragon tuned in fear and fled, diving back into the sea. A giant hand descended from the sky and pulled the lonely boat, and the people in it back to shore. When the old man and the others returned to shore, they were a bit shaken. They recovered from their shock and looked at the old man, who had been sitting there, fishing. They saw that the bamboo hat he had been wearing had blown off. He stood up straight, not seeming old in the least. There was an overpowering majesty about him. As far as the old man was concerned, he was like a god. And it was not only the old man who had changed. Even his young disciple now had an extremely sharp aura that billowed up to the clouds. Divine brilliance shone from his eyes as he looked up into the sky. The old man and the others knelt to the ground and kowtowed. They did not know what to say. Were they gods? Up in the sky, the clouds had changed color as a suffocating power descended. The old man and the others were still kneeling, but they seemed to feel something and looked up. They saw a group of figures appear like gods in the sky. The two in front were a man who looked heroic and had an incomparable aura, and a woman who, although she wore man's clothing, was still extremely beautiful. To the people from the small island, she was like a goddess. Emperor Xia's daughter was indeed like a goddess to the people of the 9 states in the lower worlds. Those who should come have finally arrived. Saint Xihua sighed in his heart. Ever since the day when the mysterious man had made his threat, he had known this day would come. But he had not expected that Yi Futian would have already become a saint. He was a saint, a supernatural figure. How many years had he been in the upper worlds? The princess had not yet become a saint, and yet he had. "Greetings, Your Highness," said Saint Xihua as he looked up at Xianxia. The old man who was kneeling on the ground's heart trembled even more fiercely. Those who were like gods in their eyes still needed to greet the ones who had come. Then who on earth were these people who had come from the sky? "Saint Xihua, who ordered you to attack the palace?" said Yi Futian as he looked down on them. Saint Xihua looked up at Yi Futian. There was no trace of disturbance on his face. He seemed very calm. Since he had known this day would come and had worried about it for a long time, now that the day had truly come, he was unperturbed. "During the Sacred War, you ordered people from the palace to destroy Xihua Sacred Mountain. Did I need someone to order me to attack the palace?" answered Saint Xihua calmly. "Yi Futian, there is also something that I would like to know. Who on earth are you?" This was a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Once, Emperor Xia had summoned all the people of the 9 states and forbade them from asking it. But now it no longer mattered. "I am Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State in the lands of the 9 states, under the rule of Emperor Xia's realm," said Yi Futian clearly. Saint Xihua was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and did not ask again. He was Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. That was enough. The enmity between them had sprung up from that. Thinking back to when Lu Zong wanted to fight with you, it seems a bit ridiculous now. First, it was Saint Ji, then Chess Saint, then finally the great Zhou Sacred King. Who would have thought that you'd mature so quickly? If we had known that you'd have such success after only a few years, perhaps no one would have looked at the Barren State as weak," said Saint Xihua with a smile. He spoke casually and seemed incredibly calm. Rain Saint rose into the sky, and a brilliant radiance bloomed from him. His long robe flapped in the wind as divine majesty swept out from him. Dazzling brilliance shone from his eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since you are a saint now, I must ask you for a fight." As he said this, he stepped forward towards Yi Futian, who was in the sky. He lifted his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Time and space seemed to freeze, becoming solid. It was as if that area had been petrified and became incredibly dense. "Are you up to it?" Yi Futian took a step down and pointed his finger at Rain Saint. As he did so, an incredibly powerful storm of swords swept out, cutting through the air. The tip of his finger descended towards the ground, and a heaven-slaying sword descended, cutting through the power that was freezing heaven and earth. Boom! There was a loud noise as the great path solidified. Countless large stones appeared and formed a wall. They covered Yifutien, but they were destroyed as he pointed his finger at them. Not only that, but the terrible storm of swords wrapped around Rain Saint. Divine light flowed around Yifutien, becoming brighter and brighter. The tip of his finger kept descending towards the ground, and the heaven-slaying sword followed it. The air trembled violently as everything was destroyed, and the sword rushed towards Rain Saint. Rain Saint waved his hands, and a powerful defensive force appeared around him, seeming to freeze the air around him. A stone wall made from the divine path appeared, crossing between the heavens and the earth. Yifutien took another step downward, and his foot pressed down upon the heavens and the earth. He continued to press down with his finger, and suddenly sword will cut through the stone wall, shattering it and piecing through it. There was a crackling sound as golden lightning cut across, and the brilliant sword will slashed into Rain Saint, piercing through his body. In the next instant, brilliant light bloomed from Rain Saint's body. He shattered into countless pieces that disappeared from the face of the earth. He had destroyed a saint with a single finger. Saint Xihua watched the figure disappear in the air. His eye twitched slightly, but he was not as agitated or angered as one might imagine. He calmed down after a momentary flutter in his heart, and he looked at the magnificent figure before him. When Rain Saint had become a saint, Yifutien was nothing more than a minor figure. He remembered those days. That was when Exihua Sacred Mountain had held the 9 States Forum. Yifutien, who was still a noble-level cultivator, had brought the destitute people from the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. After missing so many forums, they had finally come to participate in that one. At that time, the group of people from the Barren State was tiny. As far as the people from the other Holy Lands were concerned, the people from the Barren State were unnecessary. He still remembered that they had been seated in the last seats, and they were very unhappy about this, feeling like they had been humiliated. The people of the 9 states had just laughed and not thought it was anything serious. But later, they had taken first place in the forum and made everyone else look at them with newfound respect. But even so, the other Holy Lands still did not really worry about the Barren State. How many years had passed since that 9 states forum? The one who was once a noble had slain Rain Saint, upon whom he had once placed such high hopes and made Saint Xihua accept his fate. If he was not experiencing it himself, he would not have believed it. The old man beside trembled with fear as he watched the scene unfolding in the sky. He and those with him were kneeling on the ground. Everything that had happened today went entirely against what they would have imagined. Before, Saint Xihua had saved them from the storm, and he had seemed like a god then. But in a flash it seemed like this man, who they looked at as a god, would be killed. What kind of person was the brilliant, incomparable figure in the air? And that woman, old she had even called her princess. Was this the princess of the 9th heaven? Up in the sky, Yifutien looked down on them all. He fixed his gaze on Saint Xihua. Whoosh! Another figure rose into the sky. It was Saint Xihua's sworn brother, another saint-level cultivator of Xihua Sacred Mountain. He had been a saint for a long time, but he was still stuck at the first tier of the saint plane. When they had fled from the upper worlds, they had realized that this day might come, and thus they had left a few people behind in the upper worlds. The reason he had not returned and had hidden away in the endless ocean was so that his juniors would not be dragged into all of this. Since the outcome of all this was already fixed, there was no reason to struggle. He could face it all honestly. He had understood as soon as he saw Yifutien kill Rain Saint. Although they were on the first tier of the saint plane and had been saints for many years, there was still a gap between them that neither time nor level could fill. Some people were destined to stand out from birth. Although Yifutien had not been a saint for very long, the combat power that he could bring forth was not something that saints from the lower worlds like them could match. After all, they had relied on outside power to become saints. But Yifutien had been without match in the upper and lower worlds even before he had become a saint, save perhaps for Princess Xia Qingyuan. They even suspected that even Xia Qingyuan was not as good as Yifutien. That day at the battle at the Holy Ji Palace, The divine light that he had called forth was like that of an emperor as it covered the world. Yifutian saw his opponent shoot into the air, and a powerful airflow surrounded him. His sword whistled as it shrieked through heaven and earth. Xianyuan stepped out, and the sky trembled. He pressed his finger forward, and 10,000 sword wills pierced the sky, shattering everything in their path. Looking down in it, it looked like an endless radiance descending. And right in the middle, there was a giant, holy sword that cut through the sky towards the saint-level cultivator, who had rushed towards Yifutian. Cut through him, killing him in midair. The second saint-level cultivator had fallen, and it had, once again, only taken a single attack. Of the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Xihua was the last one left. Saint Xihua was saddened by this. Once upon a time, Xihua Sacred Mountain had dominated the 9 states and was even slightly stronger than the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the eastern state. But because of him, it had all been destroyed by one man. It was a tragedy. He raised his arms, and suddenly, there was an incomparably fierce airflow in the sky. A bunch of boulders was pulled out of the ground on the beach as loud booming sounds reverberated. The cliffs seemed to be uprooted, and in a flash, huge boulders were floating over a 100-mile area. The old man trembled as he knelt. His heart went numb as he watched this indescribable scene. Saint Xihua rose into the air, and the countless boulders rose with him, high up into the sky. Yifutian and the others were still standing calmly in that infinite sky, with brilliant light shining from them. They watched this happening peacefully. Several figures stepped forward, blocking the rest of the group. Yaya's long hair flew in the wind, and countless sword wills descended from her, cutting through the boulders. A huge sword matrix was formed that gave off a frighteningly bright light. Numerous sword shadows seemed to be reflected on Saint Xihua's body. The figures behind Glass Saint and Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, indifferently watching Saint Xihua far below them. Saint Xihua was still moving forward, causing the heavens to tremble. He gave a great cry and shook his hand towards the sky. Everything seemed like it would be buried by his boulders. "Take him," ordered Xia Qingyuan coldly. As she said this, several saint-level figures acted at the same time. Saint Xihua was the last saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain, so naturally, he could not be allowed to die. There was a brief but violent burst of combat in the air above the little island, which made the whole island shake. Countless people looked up and watched the short but brilliant battle. In the end, Old Shi, who had fished on the cliffs, was captured and taken away, leaving only ruins behind. The man and his family pulled themselves out of these ruins. The waves were beating against the shore, making them shiver from the cold. They looked up into the sky and saw that everyone had disappeared. They were still trembling. What had they just witnessed? This was something they would probably never forget as long as they lived. The Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State could be called the most prestigious holy land of the 9 states at that time. There was none like it. The sacred war had shaken the 9 states. 10 holy lands had participated, which made it a spectacular event. Later, at the Battle of Proving Holiness, the palace had produced 5 saints, which was another spectacular event. This was in addition to Yifutian's fame. Countless heroes from around the 9 states had rushed to the Barren State, wanting to ask to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Later it was rumored that Yifutian had helped Emperor Xia achieve victory in the Battle of Empty Realm, making him a highly regarded figure. The saints of the Holy Ji Palace had brought 10 sacred methods to the lower worlds and taught them to the core disciples of the palace. Even Moon Saint of the Yu clan had sent the most talented juniors of his clan to the Holy Ji Palace. This showed how outstanding they were. Since there were too many cultivators who came seeking admittance to the palace, they had to raise the threshold for acceptance. Their disciples were getting more and more outstanding, and in these few short years, many heroes had emerged. At that moment, the palace was bustling as many of the disciples were there cultivating. In the air above the palace, a burst of divine power suddenly descended. Everyone faintly felt it and looked up into the sky. Dozhan walked out of the palace and looked up as well. He saw a brilliant light coming down, and then a group of figures descended from the sky. The 2 people at their head were heroic and magnificent. It was Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. There were many cultivators behind them, as well as a wounded Saint Xihua. The palace lord has returned. Everyone looked up into the sky and called out greetings. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace, the thing they set their hopes on. Welcome, Palace Lord. Everyone bowed in Yi Futian's direction, overlooking Xia Qingyuan beside him. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Given her status, she should be the most respected person everywhere she went. But Yi Futian was unequaled within the palace. None could match his prestige, not even Princess Xia Qingyuan. He had once fought with everything he had to save the palace. He was undefeated in the sacred war and had built up the palace's current glory. Yi Futian nodded to everyone, then walked towards Dozhan, calling out, "Master!" Dozhan stared at Yi Futian for a bit, then smiled and said, "You've become a saint, Palace Lord." Yi Futian nodded. Suddenly everyone in the palace was shaken. The Palace Lord had become a saint. No wonder his bearing was so magnificent. Many of his disciples had felt that something was different. The Palace Lord had finally stepped onto the divine path. And Saint Xihua, who had once launched a surprise attack on the Holy Ji Palace, had been captured. Everyone looked at the wounded, dejected figure behind Yi Futian, and their hearts were filled with many emotions. It was Saint Xihua, who had once been the Lord of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and before whom the Holy Ji Palace had once been insignificant and easily crushed. Now he had been captured by the Palace Lord and brought back to the palace. Such was the modern Holy Ji Palace. Who could resist them? "Keep doing what you were doing before," said Yi Futian to the people of the palace. He brought those who had come with him into a hall. Saint Zhang's figure flashed over, bringing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan with him. A bright smile appeared on Little Butterfly's face when she saw that Yi Futian had become a saint. "Elder," called Yi Futian. "Palace Lord," called Saint Zhang. "Greetings, Princess," he said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Beside her, Yi Futian said, "I need you to help me interrogate someone, Elder." Saint Zhang naturally knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Saint Xihua. "Will you really humiliate me so, Yi Futian?" asked Saint Xihua. Yi Futian ignored him, but Dozhan said coldly, "You must have forgotten what you did. If he is not willing to talk, then make him wish he was dead," said Yi Futian coldly. "If he didn't talk, would that be enough?" "Please, Princess, grant me a boon," said Saint Xihua to Xia Qingyuan. He was Saint Xihua. How could he be humiliated like this? "I know that you have sons in the upper worlds, and I already have people watching him. I will do all I can to guarantee their safety. If someone is secretly threatening you, now they won't dare to act against them," said Xia Qingyuan. She guessed what Saint Xihua desired. Saint Xihua's face paled, and he felt powerless. He sighed and said, "Princess, if I tell you all that I know, it will still be meaningless." He did not know the identity of the man they sought. He could only be sure that none of this was a coincidence. It had all been deliberately planned. Saint Xihua finally talked. He had no other choice. Right now, it was not just Yi Futian who wanted to get payback on him. Princess Xia Qingyuan had brought others with her. There was no escape. There was an area in the Holy Ji Palace where there were usually very few people. The area was filled with tombstones, and names were carved onto each one. These were the names of cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace who had died in battle. Saint Xihua was escorted there and was placed on a punishment platform in the middle of all the tombstones. He knew what was about to happen. His face grew extremely pale. Many people from the Holy Ji Palace gathered there, standing behind Yi Futian. They all looked very solemn. As Saint Xihua was escorted to the platform, chains appeared out of thin air. They were locked onto his body, and even directly penetrated his bones, making him unable to stand up firmly. "Kneel," said Yi Futian coldly. "Yi Futian, no matter what I've done, I was still once the Lord of Xihua Sacred Mountain, one of the titans of the 9 states. You've captured me now, so if you want to kill me, go ahead. Why must you humiliate me like this?" Saint Xihua snarled. Would he kneel to be punished and then killed? No, he was Saint Xihua. the hegemon of the Eastern State. You instigated the alliance between the great Zhou sacred king and Saint Ji, which caused the sacred war of all the holy lands of the 9 states. Many people died because of this. Even 1,000 deaths would not be punishment enough for this. What does who you are and your status have to do with anything? Said Yi Futian calmly and coldly. Kneel and confess. As he said this, a terrifying sword shrieked past, cutting into Saint Shihua's legs at the knees. His bones snapped as he knelt to the ground. His face twisted as he looked at Yi Futian in fury. Princess, I once held Shihua Sacred Mountain in the Eastern State in His Majesty's name. How can you let this happen? He roared. You were defeated and fled Shihua Sacred Mountain without any regard to your honor. What right do you have to call yourself Saint Shihua? Said Xianxia indifferently. A group of figures appeared above Saint Shihua. They were Dozhan, Sushang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the other saints of the barren state. The divine power within them spread out, and a terrible destructive power descended upon Saint Shihua's body. Today, Saint Shihua's blood would be sacrificed to those who had died at the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace gathered together, staring at the scene before them. All of them appeared extremely solemn. Those among them who had experienced several sacred wars all had red eyes. There were many tears, especially from the older people whose feelings ran deeper. Those great wars had been so tragic. The first time, the great Zhou sacred king had led a great army to attack the palace, threatening to destroy it. At that time, Dozhan had faced the divine catastrophe, not fearing for his own life, to win the battle and ensure the safety of the palace and giving them a chance to recover. This had lasted until the outbreak of the most tragic of all the sacred wars, in which the palace lord's wife, Hua Jieyu, had died. Even though it had been many years since, when they thought back to it, it was like it was happening right before their eyes. They would never forget. Those who had entered the palace later knew of this too. Although the palace was now in its golden era, these events had all become legendary, and every person newly admitted to the palace memorized this piece of history. Now, as they gathered in the cemetery, they were struck by emotion, and all looked very solemn. Terrifying divine light fell upon Saint Shihua's body, just like the light of the divine catastrophe. Shihua looked up at everyone angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Were they really going to let him die in such a humiliating way? He had waited for this to happen peacefully. He had prepared himself for death. But Yi Futian would not let him die peacefully. He would first carve Saint Shihua's name onto the barren state's pillar of shame. Kill him, spat Yi Futian. Suddenly, the 5 palace lords of the barren state launched devastating attacks at the same time. The sky looked like the end of days was coming as terrible power shot down, piercing right through Saint Shihua's head. Saint Shihua's body trembled violently. His eyes were open wide, still showing his humiliation and unwillingness to die like this. He roared as blood poured from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. But the destructive attacks continued to fall on him. This was his punishment. In this way, the life of Saint Shihua, who had once dominated the Eastern State, was brought to an end. The life force of a saint-level cultivator was powerful, and so Saint Shihua struggled for a long time. But his life force was eventually completely exhausted. His body fell to the ground slowly and became a corpse. A hegemonic figure had died in the cemetery of the Holy Ji Palace. He was still kneeling there as he died, his head bowed in confession, and his body chained to the tombstone. It was an extremely miserable way to go. Yi Futian watched this all happen calmly. He had no sympathy, no pity. This was the punishment that Saint Shihua deserved for all he had done. Someone behind Yi Futian handed him a glass filled with wine. He dropped the wine glass in front of the cemetery and then bowed to all the tombs. The barren state was not like it had been before, and the Holy Ji Palace even less so. The Holy Ji Palace would one day become the greatest power in the 9 states, an unmatched holy land for cultivation. Its disciples would cover the earth. The cultivators of the palace, particularly those who had fought in the sacred war, would receive their own cultivation resources and would have a bright future. But the dead were dead. As far as he knew, they would never see the Holy Ji Palace's current glory. nor would they ever have a way to experience what that glory would bring. Even saying that they had died contently was nothing more than self-consolation. Death was death. There was only one life. As if affected by this emotional atmosphere, all the disciples of the palace bowed along with Yi Futian. All were serious and solemn. If the families of those who died in battle are still here, give them the best cultivation resources, and have them be trained by elders and treated with special favor, said Yi Futian. Don't worry, Palace Lord. We have already done so, Sword Demon said as he and a few others came up to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. This would let him rest a little easier. Now, all that is left is Saint Ji and the others from the Hall of Holy Light, whispered Yi Futian. He wanted to see how long Saint Ji could hide for. Waiting for death must not be a comfortable thing to do. Let's go. Yi Futian turned to leave, and the people of the palace made a path for him. At that moment, Yi Futian had a thought. He should pass on the title of Palace Lord. The palace's position in the 9 states was as unshakable as a mountain. No one would be able to threaten them again. Everything was on the right track, and now that he was a saint, it was even more so. The other holy lands would know about what had happened in the upper worlds. And now that Saint Xihua was dead, once he had destroyed the Hall of Holy Light, he would no longer need to be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace. After all, he seldom came back to the lower worlds. The reason he had not abdicated his position was that the palace still needed him. He was a symbol, the symbol of the palace. Yi Futian looked at Dozhan beside him. Other than here, 5 other palaces had been established by the Holy Ji Palace. Master Dozhan commanded the Central Palace, and he had once been the master of Battle Sage Palace, which was second only to Holy Sage Pavilion. If he were to step down, his master would be the most natural choice to succeed him. He had always believed in the Holy Ji Palace. As for what went on in the upper worlds, although Saint Xihua had come clean, he was farther from the end of this matter than he had thought. Saint Xihua had known too little. He only knew that a mysterious person had sought him out and made him get involved. But he did not know who this person was. Moreover, they were good at hiding and being unpredictable. They had arranged everything seamlessly. All that they were sure about now was that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. They had already known this, so it was not too important. They still had not found any key evidence. It could be said that there were no flaws to be found in their opponent's plan. When Saint Xihua was hiding in the upper worlds, I had people watching him, but he was in contact with too many people. After so long, it would be impossible to have all of them watched. Our opponent is skilled at hiding his identity, and can even conceal his saint-level aura. It may be impossible to find him now, said Xia Qingyun. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Now, we can only rely on conjecture and the process of elimination. Think, Princess, how many people in the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm could play this sort of game? Xia Qingyun looked at Yi Futian. She naturally knew what he meant. Who could arrange everything so secretly, not leaving any holes, and make an alliance with Xiao Sheng that he did not dare to divulge? There were not many in Emperor Xia's realm who could do this. Only those at the very top could have such power and skill. When we return, I will investigate this in detail, said Xia Qingyun. Thank you, Princess, said Yi Futian. These days, Xia Qingyun was indeed doing a lot for him. News of Saint Xihua's death spread quickly throughout the 9 states. Everywhere, people experienced mixed emotions. Saint Xihua was a hegemon whose fame had once shaken the earth. He had called the great Zhou sacred king to attack the Holy Ji Palace in a sacred war. No one could have imagined that, in the end, he would be humiliated and killed like that. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace made everyone respect it. It was said that Yi Futian had become a saint. On that day, a powerful aura descended upon the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. Many figures walked out of the palace and heard voices. The Ocean Palace in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The North Deep in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The Celestial Cliffs in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The voices rang out, sounding very humble. Not only had 3 great holy lands come, but their lords had come as well. Their attitude was very respectful, and they trembled with fear. They had finally caved in. They had heard the news that Saint Xihua had been found by Yi Futian on a small island in the endless ocean. The people of the island said that Yi Futian had killed a saint with one finger. The Yi Futian of today was not like the Yi Futian of the past. They had once submitted to the Holy Ji Palace, but they did this without any sincerity. After all, the enmity left over from the sacred war was still there. Now, when they saw how strong Yi Futian was, how could they not feel afraid? They feared that Yi Futian would come to them to settle old scores, and they would come to the same end as Saint Xihua. At the Holy Ji Palace, many cultivators looked up into the void. They knew that this was because the lords of the three holy lands of the endless ocean got scared and came to visit preemptively. The deaths of the three great saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, especially the death of Saint Xihua, seemed to have had a huge impact on the 9 states, and with great rippling effects. "Go to the palace cemetery and repent for 3 days," Yi Futian said. When the lords of the three holy lands of the endless ocean heard this, they were stunned. There was no preaching, just the one sentence. Let them repent by themselves. This kind of directness was difficult for them to get used to, but soon, they took a deep breath of relief. Still, their hearts were conflicted. Yi Futian did not see them, and it seemed to be a gesture of slight disrespect. But they had vowed to submit to the Holy Ji Palace and swore loyalty to Yi Futian. Moreover, it was unrealistic to say that Yi Futian did not hold any resentment against them. In doing so, Yi Futian probably wanted to put an end to the matter. Henceforth, the storm of the sacred war was now ended with no further repercussions. If so, repenting for 3 days, though somewhat humiliating, was not a big deal. After all, given Yi Futian's position today in the 9 states, traveling to the lower worlds with the Princess Xia Qingyuan personally accompanying him, this was not usual treatment for someone from the 9 states. Even the highly respected Saint Xia had to pay respect to the little princess when he saw her. In the land of the 9 states, who could walk shoulder to shoulder with the little princess? Only Yi Futian of the barren state. What was the status of Yi Futian in the past, and what was the status of Yi Futian today, and what would be the status of Yi Futian in the future? Once the 3 thought about that, they looked at each other and replied, "Yes." After that, they stepped out and headed toward the cemetery, prepared to repent. At this time, from a palace, Yi Futian stepped out. Here, Dozhan, Yuqi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were all here. Yi Futian walked to the front of the staircase and looked down at the vast land of the palace beneath. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked up at the sky, where a battle of destruction took place once. Many cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace had perished, which also ruined the Holy Ji Palace. Now that great Zhou sacred king had died, and Saint Xihua, the culprit, had received his just punishment, should all this be over? After a long period of silence, Yi Futian said, "All these years, the 9 states was in chaos. I put an end to the 3 great holy lands. Although the Holy Ji Palace has now risen, the land of 9 states has suffered a setback, especially the eastern state." Dozhan and the others listened quietly without saying anything. Of all 3 holy lands of eastern state, the glass saint was now with Yi Futian. Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had both been destroyed. Sky Saint came and went as he pleased, without belonging to any place. It had indeed fared the worst. The old palace lord hopes that the Holy Ji Palace will be strong and become a holy land to pass on our crafts in the barren state. Now that the first step has been completed, Master and all you elders will complete the rest, Yi Futian said. Futian. Of course, Dozhan and the others understood the meaning behind Yi Futian's words. It seemed that he had an intention to resign. Futian, you have to know that whether you are at the Holy Ji Palace or not, even if you are cultivating outside, you carry the belief of the palace as long as you keep the title of the palace lord, Dozhan said. Dozhan is right. As for the day-to-day stuff, you can leave them to your master, Yuqi added. In the past few years, although I bear the title of the palace lord, it was the master and the elders who took care of the palace. There would be no Holy Ji Palace if it were not for all of you. Strictly speaking, it is not I who made the Holy Ji Palace, but it was the palace that achieved my reputation. Yi Futian shook his head. Now everything should return to their rightful place. I am an incompetent palace lord, but I will do the last bit of things I can for the 9 states, for the palace. Dozhan and everyone looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian had already made up his mind. At this moment, Yi Futian looked into the distance and said softly, "Master, I'm troubling you to go to all the holy lands in the 9 states and invite them to come to the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. The Holy Ji Palace will host a feast to discuss the planning of the grandest martial arts event in the land of 9 states that will surpass the 9-state forum. This competition belongs to the cultivators of the Sage Plain. At that time, I will invite the princess to participate in the discussion, and I hope that this competition will open up the communication between the upper and the lower worlds." Dozhan and the others trembled inside. All of them were shocked. They vaguely understood what Yi Futian wanted to do. Today, perhaps in all of 9 states, only Yi Futian could have done it. Even Xianxia couldn't do it. In this land of 9 states, only he could really influence the princess. Very well. Dozhan took a deep breath and then nodded in earnest. If this could happen, it would indeed be a great contribution to the land of 9 states, and it would make the spirit of martial arts in the 9 states that much stronger. Others also nodded earnestly. If Yi Futian could have this ambition, they were naturally willing to work together for this. This event must be widely spread and have participants from all over, and all of the 9 states will need to be informed. Yi Futian continued, "In addition, pass my order on to the Hall of Holy Light of Qi State and tell them I also invited the Hall of Holy Light to join us in this event. The Hall of Holy Light is also a part of the 9 states as long as those who participated in the war are willing to come to apologize and repent for their past wrongdoings. I, Yi Futian, will no longer look to the past, and the Hall of Holy Light is still one of the holy lands in the 9 states. There is only one person I will not forgive. Saint Ji, Lord of the Hall of Holy Light." Saint Ji was one of the culprits of the sacred war. All the others could be forgiven and their pasts forgotten, except for Saint Ji, who initiated the sacred war. He would never be forgiven. Of course, the premise was that those who participated in the war must come to apologize and plead guilty and repent in the cemetery. Dozhan and the others, as they looked at Yi Futian, who stood there alone with his back facing them. After the initial shock, a smile appeared in their eyes. Yi Futian today was a saint. "Yes, Palace Lord." Everyone took their orders, then retreated. Soon, they all stepped into the void, heading out for all the places within the 9 states. Soon, the news spread throughout the 9 states. Yi Futian had summoned all the holy lands in the 9 states. The Holy Ji Palace of Barren State would hold an unprecedented grand event. In a short time, the 9 states responded, and all the major holy lands had responded, saying that they would go to the Barren State to participate in this grand event. The Barren State, once again, attracted worldwide attention and became the focal point of 9 states. Within the 9 states, countless people set off to the Barren State, wanting to witness this great spectacle. Many people had said that this event would be the most spectacular event of the 9 states in decades. As the appointed day approached, in the land of the Summer State, Xianxia had set off, and Saint Li of the 9 State College had also departed. Of course, there was also Moon Saint. Holy lands, such as War State, Vajra region, Holy Temple of 10 Corners, began to set off one after another. In Qi State, the Lord of the Qi clan personally led his group there, and the same with Jixia Holy Palace and Yu House. Only the atmosphere of the Hall of Holy Light seemed a little peculiar. In the past few years, the development of the Hall of Holy Light had been rather fast, and it had become one of the top 5 holy lands in the 9 states. Saint Ji, the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light, ranked 5th on the saint ranking. For a time, he was at the top of the world, dominant and sharp, his force about to surpass that of the Qi clan, the longtime top holy land in Qi State and Jixia Holy Palace. However, after the Sacred War, Saint Ji was put under house arrest, and the Hall of Holy Light was continuously guarded by the Holy Light. He dared not relax for one moment. The grand matrix of Holy Light protection of the Hall of Holy Light was finally opened. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light successively walked down and left, actually going toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. This was a situation that no one could have foreseen. In the Hall of Holy Light there was a main hall high above the sky. Standing at its edge, one could overlook the entire vastness of the Hall of Holy Light. At this moment, St. G stood there, watching the flow of the crowd below. That cultivators of the hall stepped out and left, one after the other. There were fewer and fewer people, and he stood there, watching. As the people at the Hall of Holy Light decreased day by day, watching, many bowed to him and paid their respect before leaving. Until there was no one else left. The once glorious Hall of Holy Light now seemed extremely quiet. At a glance, there was hardly anyone in sight. The main hall that disappeared into the clouds seemed particularly lonesome, and his figure seemed even more desolate. Today must be the day that Yi Futian is holding the feast? St. G looked into the distance and murmured, "Yes, Lord." Behind St. G, an old manservant stood there quietly. It was an old man who had watched St. G grow up many years ago. His hair was completely white. "Uncle Han, was I wrong?" St. G asked. "My lord, in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong," the old man whispered softly. "Why did the people of the Hall of Holy Light all choose to leave?" St. G asked again. "This is human nature." Not to mention, the lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was able to let go of the grievances of the sacred war. He is a man of stature. It is not surprising that the people of the hall would go down to join him. "My lord should not blame them," said the old man. "Yes," St. G nodded. "I thought I would wait for his revenge, but I didn't expect him to let it all go instead. And now that he is holding the event of a lifetime in the 9 states, not only trying to promote the Holy Ji Palace of Baron State but also to promote the 9 states, I am a far lesser man than him in terms of spirit and aspiration." The old man stood quietly and said nothing. St. G smiled and said, "It's been quite a few years, and it's time for me to get out and take a walk." "Lord." The old man looked up at St. G. Emperor Xia was the one who personally issued the house arrest on St. G. Whoever dared to disobey the order of Emperor Xia was unlikely to live. Since he could have such generosity in his heart, I hope not to hinder the Hall of Holy Light from now on. As St. G's words fell, a boundless radiance darted into the sky from his body, and then his body turned into light and rushed into the sky above. An era has ended. St. G's voice spread through the Hall of Holy Light. He disappeared after he rushed out of the hall. Since then, no one in the 9 states had seen St. G. Some people claimed that he had died, executed by Emperor Xia. Some claimed that he was taken by the people of Emperor Xia. This became a mystery in the 9 states. Contrary to the bleakness of the Hall of Holy Light, this day at the Holy Ji Palace of Baron State, there was an unparalleled feast that would affect the future of the 9 states. At this feast, Yi Futian announced that in the future land of the 9 states, the 9-state forum, that was to be held once every 3 years, would not only be open to those below the sage plane but that sages could also participate. Moreover, the principalities of the upper world would come down to the lower world and chose the best of them to be brought to the upper world to cultivate. Princess Xia Qingyuan had promised. All of the 9 states were shocked. Of course, there was something else that was even more shocking. Yi Futian announced that he would step down as the lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Baron State, and that the new palace lord was to be Saint Dozhan. This turbulent era had finally come to an end. Cottage Villa, in the upper world of Emperor Xia's realm, had made many new acquisitions. Yi Futian had already become a saint and gained a firm foothold in Emperor Xia's realm. He deduced that the last assassination attempt had been meant to get rid of him in the name of Emperor Li's realm. But now that he had returned, the others would not be bold enough to try it again. Without Xiao Shang as a sacrificial lamb, it would be easier for their scheme to be exposed. Therefore, they had brought some more people from the lower world to the palace. They'd brought with them the 4 senior brothers, Shui Yi, the entire family of Yu Shi, Qingxian, Lu Qinyu, and Goddess Wang Yue. Now that the big senior brother was a saint, Goddess Wang Yue would naturally follow him and they would cultivate together. The cottage villa was quite lively. On a green pasture, Yi Futian sat quietly. In the distance, an elf-like girl ran through the pasture toward him, shouting, "Uncle Yi!" Yi Futian opened his arms, and the girl rushed into them. Yi Futian said with a smile, "Little grass, what are you doing here?" "My dad is forcing me to read again, but I have read a lot already, so I need to take a breather." the little girl said seriously and quite precociously. Yifutian squeezed her cheeks and said, "It's for your own good that your dad asked you to read. It will make it easier for you to cultivate in the future." "What do I need to have such great cultivation for?" Little Grass asked. "To protect yourself," Yifutian replied. "Aren't you here to protect me?" Little Grass looked at Yifutian with her big eyes. Yifutian looked at the girl's innocent eyes, smiled, and nodded. "You're right. So I don't need to cultivate so hard in the future, right?" Little Grass continued with her line of reasoning. Yifutian had no words to refute her. Children nowadays were a lot sharper than he had been at that age. "Uncle Yi, when will Auntie Jeyu come back?" Little Grass asked. Yifutian was stunned for a moment, speechless and without a response. Then he squeezed out a smile and said, "Soon. But my mom said that Auntie Jeyu is now an angel and that she has gone back to heaven." Little Grass asked with some bewilderment, "But isn't this heaven?" Yifutian looked at Little Grass and was speechless again for a moment. "Uncle Yi, I kinda miss Auntie Jeyu." Little Grass's eyes were slightly reddened. When she was little, Yifutian and Hua Jeyu had been extremely good to her. Now she was almost grown, but she had never seen Auntie Jeyu again. Was heaven a destination that she would never return from? "Little Grass," a voice called out. She was coming toward them. He looked at Little Grass and said, "You are bothering your Uncle Yi again. It's okay. I was a little bored anyway." Yifutian smiled and hugged the little girl who was leaning on him and said softly, "Me too. I miss Auntie Jeyu too. One day we will go and find her together." "Really?" Little Grass looked up at Yifutian. "Sure. When have I ever lied to you?" Yifutian asked. "Okay then." Little Grass nodded seriously. She watched Yifutian and felt some sadness. It had been some years now, but Hua Jeyu was still a source of pain in their hearts. For Yifutian it must be even worse. Even though he was smiling at the moment, there was no mistaking the faint sadness on his face. Even though he was now a saint, there were still some things and some people that could not be let go of easily. She looked at Little Grass again. The girl was a teenager now, but her mind was extraordinarily innocent. She understood that this was because of the environment where she had grown up. Although Little Grass had experienced a period of turmoil at the palace, because of her age, she had always been protected. Coupled with the fact that she had never gone outside by herself, she lacked practical worldly experience. She had rarely even gone outside of Alchemy City or the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian and the other disciples of the cottage were extremely indulgent and fond of her, so it was difficult for her to grow up. "Is there still no news?" She asked softly. Yifutian nodded slightly. Saint Shihua had not provided much valuable information at all. The only person who might have known the truth, Xiaoshang, was now dead. Along with him, all the clues regarding the matter had been lost. Not even Xia Qingyuan could obtain too many valuable leads in her investigation. These days, Yifutian had a better understanding of the many top principalities in Emperor Xia's realm. Although he did not know the truth, he had some hypotheses of his own. However, these hypotheses were unlikely to be confirmed soon. In the past, he dared to go to the Xiao clan to confront Xiaoshang because he was convinced that Xiaoshang had participated. Although there was no hard evidence, he was still determined to interrogate him. However, this would be more difficult than it had been before. It would probably be impossible to act like that again. Of course, he would not stop forever. But even if he was unwilling, he would probably need to let it go for the time being. Now, many people at the villa had reached the bottleneck of cultivation just below the Saint Plain, especially the third senior brother, Yushang and Wuchen. They were already at the peak of the sages, within reach of the Saint Plain. The most important thing right now was his hope that everyone would successively enter the Saint Plain. However, sanctification required the right state of mind and opportunity. There was a figure coming out from the sky with a sword. Yifutian turned his head and saw Qin Zhuang, clad in black, standing in front of him. He said, "Yaotai Divine Palace has prepared the Yaotai Divine Feast and sends their invitation." "Yaotai Divine Feast," Yifutian murmured to himself. The Yaotai Divine Feast was the grandest banquet held in the Yaotai Divine Palace. The banquet was always held with great fanfare, as everyone who was anyone in Emperor Xia's realm was invited. However, Yi Futian was not very interested in this, so he said, "Decline on my behalf. Just say that I am busy with cultivation and have no time to attend." People at Yaotai Divine Palace mentioned that Goddess Yao. She told them specifically that Master Yi should attend. Qin Zhuang insisted. When Yi Futian heard what Qin Zhuang said, he remembered that the woman with stunning beauty, and hesitated for a second. He gave it some thought and nodded, saying, "Very well. Strictly speaking, Yao she was a friend. Since she had already told him to attend, he would oblige. He would think of it as taking a short break for some relaxation." Qin Zhuang said nothing more and turned to leave. In Emperor Xia's realm, the news of the Yaotai Divine Feast had caused quite a stir. Yaotai Divine Palace was the highest power in Emperor Xia's realm. The enchanted island of the west in Emperor Xia's realm was known for its beautiful women and dozens of goddesses. It also gave rise to the top force composed entirely of women. The Lord of Yaotai Divine Palace was known as the Holy Mother of the West and was also the head of all the saints of the enchanted island of the west in Emperor Xia's realm. She was the most distinguished character in the entire realm. The reputation of her beauty had spread throughout the world when she was young. She was an unusual woman who was able to compete with Queen Xiao for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. The Yaotai Divine Feast was not held every year, only once in a blue moon. However, every time the Yaotai Divine Feast was held, it signified a major event happening at Yaotai Divine Palace. Many in Emperor Xia's realm speculated that this year's Yaotai Divine Feast was being held by Yaotai Divine Palace as an occasion to select a path companion for the current virgin of Yaotai, Yao Shi. Although Yaotai Divine Palace was a principality of female cultivation, it did not reject the idea of path companions. On the contrary, many of the goddesses in Yaotai Divine Palace had path companions and cultivated outside. Even more so, their standard was extremely harsh, and their selected companions were only people of renown. It was said that at Yaotai Divine Palace, there were methods that were suitable for couples to cultivate together. For those who cultivated in Emperor Xia's realm, many had fantasies about the goddesses of Yaotai Divine Palace. Therefore, those who could succeed were rarer still. This time around, people in Emperor Xia's realm speculated that it was Yao Shi who wanted to choose a significant other. As the reigning virgin, Yao Shi's beauty was peerless, and many even claimed that she was qualified to compete for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. Some had even compared her with Princess Xia Qingyuan, so one could only imagine the outstanding beauty she possessed. For this reason, how could the announcement of Yaotai Divine Feast not create a sensation all on its own? Those who received the invitations were the most powerful figures in Emperor Xia's realm. Ordinary people did not qualify. People from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm set off for the enchanted island of the west to the Yaotai Divine Palace. Yi Futian was prepared to depart and see for himself. However, before Yi Futian was able to leave, someone came to the cottage villa and appeared in front of him. The man who appeared was the guard of Emperor Xia's palace. He'd come carrying orders. Saint Yi. The guard greeted Yi Futian with a bow. Now that Yi Futian was sanctified, Yi being his surname, he could be called Saint Yi, if there was no other specific title. Yi Futian nodded and asked, "What message do you bring?" The princess would like to remind Saint Yi that although Saint Yi has already entered the divine path, the road of cultivation will only be more difficult in the future, and cautioned against complacency. There are many methods for cultivation in the Golden Hall of the Lotus that could aid in comprehension and further cultivation, and there are now divine methods of cultivation that Saint Yi might want to visit for further enlightenment. "Do not forget and neglect your cultivation," said the messenger. Yi Futian nodded and replied, "Many thanks to the princess." The messenger nodded but made no motion to leave. Yi Futian looked at him. The messenger looked back at Yi Futian. The atmosphere was slightly ominous. "Is there anything else?" Yi Futian couldn't help but ask when he saw the messenger making no move to leave. "No," the messenger shook his head. Then, Yi Futian saw that the guard looked strange. The guard asked, "So, Saint Yi is not going to the Golden Hall of the Lotus to cultivate?" Yi Futian understands the message of the princess and will go to visit and cultivate at another time, Yi Futian replied. Oh, the guard nodded, still showing no intention of leaving. Then you may return with my reply, Yi Futian said. Yes. The messenger nodded, looked deeply at Yi Futian. He finally turned to leave. Yi Futian saw the messenger departing and said to those around him, We should go now. Let's go. The black-winged condor muttered excitedly. The master was always so authoritative. Better yet, this time they would go and collect the Virgin of Yaotai. This thought made the black-winged condor even more excited. The experience of the past was memorable and, to the black-winged condor, downright unforgettable. He had also seen Yao Shi before. Compared to that she-devil in Emperor Xia's palace, Yao Shi was much gentler. If only Xia Qingyuan knew what the black-winged condor secretly thought of her. What would she do with him? She-devil?